stage. We're very sorry, but as you can tell, it's been a very volatile situation with phone conditions. 15 minutes ago it was clearing up, and now it's coming back in again. So we're very sorry about that. So we're doing our best. It's a long event. We're doing our best to develop it on all conditions when it's good out there. But at this stage, as you can tell, still folks are coming in. So we're on hold for once again our next call scheduled for 10 a.m.
The World Surfleets Challenger Series is back in Europe. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro live from Ribeira Dillas in Ericeira. And vision there on your screens reveals that it's a little bit foggy out there. So we've got some moisture in the atmosphere here. We've got plenty of waves. We've had some good intel from our athletes that it is pumping out on the reef. You see Leo Fioravanti. He's due up in the first heat on our schedule. That'll be heat 9 of the round of 64, but currently a little tricky to see, however, with plenty of clarity to things. Ben Mundy and Chico Alves, guys, what are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, it was always predicted there was going to be a bit of fog around. We woke up, it was humid air, there was a bit of moisture, there's a bit of rain, so we kind of, you know, we expected it, and then you get little glimpses of sun, you think it's going to be on, and it fades away again. So it's a bit of a waiting game, but there is waves.
Chico, as you're our local fog expert, what's happening, mate? What's going on?
Well, it's one of those situations that we just need to wait for the fog to go away, as you guys know already.
When will the fog go? Like what time
when
do you
it goes,
think?
no, well, the fog doesn't have a time. It just goes away when it feels like it's the right time for him to move. So we need to wait for that. We know there's waves, and actually really, really good waves. I had a quick chat with Hiroto. He's coming up next, and he said the waves are a bit bigger than yesterday. Ooh. We cannot see it, but we can tell there's waves.
He has got a bit of a sense of humour, though, doesn't he, Hiroto?
Maybe smaller than yesterday. Yeah, maybe a bit smaller than yesterday. As we see Leo there, a bit disappointed. He had the wetty on and ready to go.
Well, yeah, let's say you're in a position that you are an athlete. I mean, it's not a super important heat for Leo, but others that, you know, there's serious implications here. What happens in this situation, Ika? How do you keep kind of head in your game when you're just kind of waiting for things out of your control?
Well, seriously, it might be quite annoying if you're on the first heat of the day, just because you warm up, you get ready, you do your routine, and then suddenly it's off, and you have to do it all over again. And if that happens more than once, it's just a bit annoying. So they got to keep calm and really not get affected by situations they cannot control. And when it's on, and go out there and perform. As you see Doc there having a quick chat with Nishi. Almost got the score yesterday on that last heat with Kanoe Igarashi, but Kanoe lived another day. So.
All right, well, right now we're having a little bit of trouble seeing the lineup, but we're looking into the future in terms of what's coming for Swell, and we've got the Surfline forecast, and it's been a really promising one throughout the week here. Plenty of Swell. If anything, slightly over-delivered this Swell. So there it is, just back-to-back pulses. Ben, you're happy with the direction? You're happy with the size?
Yeah, absolutely. Today was always sort of earmarked as the day for the best day of the whole window in terms of direction, that west-northwest, and the size. Yesterday was even better than we thought. So yeah, today could be amazing once this fog goes, or when the fog goes. That's the biggest sort of face size we've seen on all these forecasts all week. You know, if that's twice as big as yesterday, really. And yesterday was pumping.
Guess a significant thing here in terms of this fog, right, is that wind. See how light it is, really light this morning. So nothing to really blow that fog away. And at the moment, we've got this kind of light drizzle, a mizzle, I guess you'd call it.
But then even in the last, 2-3 minutes since we've been speaking, that is significantly clearer. So it really comes and goes. There is that breeze. You can see the Portuguese flag, and even the Estrella Galicia one there in the corner just starting to flutter. And as Chico, the fog expert, says that when the wind comes up, that does help blow the fog away. So what time do you think the fog will clear, Chico?
Well, it depends on the wind now. It depends how strong the wind is, and when the fog goes away, when the wind gets a bit stronger.
What time do you think the wind's going to pick up?
Normally in Portugal, around 11 midday
Okay.
is when the north wind comes up. It depends on the day, especially when there's good waves. Normally it comes up a bit later, like around 2. But we know north winds are favorable here in Ribeira. They don't affect the wave too much. But yeah, normally over summer, over winter, we've got north winds, and they usually come around the midday. So
it's a rare occurrence where you're actually sort of looking forward to an onshore, aren't you? You're really sort of praying for an onshore breeze to kick in. It's a strange surfing predicament, but yeah, we had a call like that, original 7:30 call that got pushed back to 8:30. They called it on, but we've got to be so flexible, don't we, Paul? We've got to be adaptable. We just got to like most surfers, read the conditions, make a call, and deal with it.
What would you be doing, Chico, if you had a heat? Would you just getting the music on, getting the headphones, checking your phone? Probably the second one, I guess. Like, how do you kind of stay in the game if you first heat and you just got to wait?
yeah, I'd be on my phone like 40 minutes, and like 5 minutes before, if I see the fog went away, I'll release my phone and get a little jogging going, and just go for my eat.
Ben, you and I once did a whole day up at Nazaré with the fog hold. Basically, we got down really early in the morning. It was foggy all day. We waited all day. Then we knew the surf was 100 foot, but we couldn't see it. We could just feel it reverberating. What did we do to sort of see out that day?
Once we'd done the 3 or 4 hours of research, we just started walking around the various sites and the entertainment areas and just generally trying to keep the vibes positive. I think that's what you got to do here. I mean, that was incredible that day, and you went literally. Yeah, but I mean, for us, it was an incredible day. But you went 300 metres inland, and it was bright sunshine, so the top of the hill. So it's real localised. You can't predict this fog, and I mean, that was probably the biggest surf crowd I've ever seen, and no one saw a single wave get ridden. So, I'm hoping that's not going to happen today. I think we're going to get some action. It's just a matter of when.
We've got questions. Let's go and hear from someone who's got answers. Chris Binns is with Miguel Fortes.
Answers, but Miguel, you might. What's going on out here?
So the fog come back again. It's not helping us, but we are waiting for the wind pick up a little bit and take the fog away. The waves are here. We just have to wait.
What's the wind doing? Is it going to come through and blow this out of the valley?
Yeah, the forecast says that around 11 will be blowing up a little bit southwest, and I'm sure it's going to clear up.
Okay, so hurry up and wait. We're on hold for 2 hours? Hour?
Yeah, 1 hour. At 10, call to start at 10:30.
All right, well, there's plenty of waves, so back to you guys. Let's hurry up and wait.
Thanks, Binzy. Official call from Fortes. We're just going to have to just chill for the time being. I'll tell you what we can do, though, while we are waiting, is dive into our live Challenger Series rankings, of course. This is the second to last event of the season. So surfers hoping to get inside the top 10 for the men and the top 5 for the women. Not a lot of opportunities left on tour this year, just here in Portugal before we head over to Brazil. So a really crunch time in the season as we see a little bit of that wind picking up there. So women's rankings, it's all about getting inside that top 5. Sal, she's going well, but underneath her, there's a lot that can change here. What are we seeing, Ben? Who are the movers and shakers?
Well, there's only been one really significant sort of movement, and that was when Erin Brooks got knocked out in the very first heat of her event. So she's gone. So that leaves that all-important 4th spot up for grabs. Nadia Estabe, the local European hope from the Basque Country, is right in the mix. So all these surfers, with the exception of Erin, are still right in the mix, Paul. It's basically going to come down to this event.
Chico, should we talk some Hopkins? There she is, the Olympian. She's in the top 10. She's moving up.
Yeah, she's moving up, and this is a good moment for her to showcase her long carves, and she's good at it.
This wave suits, I guess the interesting thing is, right, you've got 2 throw events, 4 results count. So if you don't have much in the bag already in terms of results, this is a big opportunity. The more rounds you make here, the more you go up. So some surfers, a lot of their work is done, and they've got to go deep into the event, Ben, to actually add to their totals.
Yeah, that's right. The lower down the rankings are, the more placements you can get, basically. Those top surfers at the very top of the ratings board have to get massive results, quarters, semis or finals, to even improve their score, where someone like Yolanda, even a quarter final will make her significant jump. But yeah, the only Portuguese there in the top 10. We've got a soft spot for Yo. She works so hard, she surfs so well, she's got such good attitude. I'm really hoping she can make Portugal proud this week. That's
the situation on the women's side. Let's focus our attention now on the men. and have a look at those live updated rankings as of this morning. So after the action that we were able to run yesterday, and have a look, of course, top 10 spots available to send men to the 2025 Championship Tour. Chico, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, Ian Gouveia with an amazing performance this year, breaking through after a couple of years trying to get back on the CT. Samuel Pupo, quite that surfer that you never expect to come back on the Challenger, just because he's that good, and of course his brother as well. They're in the mix, and a name, European name there, a single one, Marco Mignon. And what a good way for him to perform and jump a few spots in the rankings.
Guess Ben, kind of significant. George Pitart, he's gone. Mikey Madonna as well.
Yeah, 2 Aussies, 2 stablemates. Mikey with a win at Snapper. George has been really consistent, both out of the event with their first heats of their event. So that's a big, probably even more movement on the men's. And you see that, look, that, you know, yeah, Gaveia's qualified, he's a good, but from second, from Samuel all the way down to Marco, there's 4,000 points between those 8 surfers. It's huge points on offer. I think we can see a lot of shuffling going on this event, and this is why it's so exciting. There's so many narratives and so many people that can really achieve their dreams in the next 4 days.
We'll be keeping a beady eye on those rankings throughout the event here as we shuffle things up. Significant moment in our calendar here at the EDP Ericeira Pro as we look to really crystallize those standings before we head to Brazil. See who can get qualification done. We do have scenarios for right here in Portugal for certain surfers, but obviously it's really the order of the day, just going about as deep as possible. So just a quick reminder on the update, we've got fog here this morning. The waves are really, really good out there on the reef, but it's just really foggy right now. So we're on hold for the time being. We're going to come back with a 10 o'clock call for a possible 10:30 start. Chico Owls reckons that's around about the time when the wind's going to pick up and this fog is going to clear. Mundy, confident about getting going?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I've heard Chico, resident fog expert, call it. I heard Miguel Fortes, local legend, he's calling it. I don't need more than that. I reckon we're just going to have to wait it out, and I reckon by lunchtime and then this afternoon we are go.
All right, probably just about time for a mid-morning toss to Mister here, and we'll be back soon with the call and hopefully a start this morning. We're going to send you out with some highlights when we come back from break. We'll see you back here for that potential 10:30 start. Stay tuned.
The Challenger Series is the final step before you achieve the dream of making the championship tour. We're talking you can win a world title, you can get the sponsors, you can have the lifestyle and make the money, and all of that is really possible on the championship tour. And so that's why so many surfers want to make it and so few actually can.
So I've been trying for a few years now, almost qualified last year.
It's my third year now on the level. It just seems to increase every year.
You can see what it means to the competitors.
It's got to be one of the hardest things to crack in all of sports.
Everybody wants to be there and everyone's so hungry to get there, so every heat means so much.
You know, every single person in this event's capable of winning the comp.
She's gonna get spat out of the barrel.
Oh my goodness.
I think the reason why we all keep fighting is because we love it. If you don't want to be on the championship tour, then why be here, you know?
When you're spending your life savings to travel out in the world to do these events and you're not getting much return, it's obviously gnarly. It's pretty cutthroat.
It's been a tough year. I lost all my sponsors. No matter what happens, I keep moving forward.
What? Absolutely speechless.
We're halfway through the season. People that are just outside of qualification right now really need to step up.
That's all I could ever think about is cracking the CT. It's been such a dream of mine.
The tour for me, it's just like my dream.
I don't know, I feel like it's just been my dream my whole life.
Travel the world, surf good waves with your idols and get paid for it. It's a dream job for sure.
If you're able to win here and withstand the pressure in Huntington Beach, you're able to win anywhere else in the world.
Welcome to stop number 4 of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Good morning and welcome. Day 6 of 9, and this non-competitor, guys, you need to move south.
The Challenger Series is about to light up the ocean for the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Stop number 4 of 6 of the season here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing, not just on the Challenger Series. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got the stadium environment. Yeah, it's pretty crazy sitting out there looking in, and you got the skate ramp, a concert going on, all the people on the beach, and the whole setup. It's pretty sick, actually. The competition's next level. There's so many guys that have already been on tour that are in this event and are fighting to get back on, and then the talent from the next generations raise the bar, so it's kind of like these clashing of like experience and like new talent that just makes it so tough. It has to be. It has to be. To get your name up on the board with the winners is pretty cool because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Obviously, it's not like the best wave in the world, but it's still pretty good and like contestable wise, where it's very performance friendly, and a lot of the best surfers win it.
This Challenger Series on the women's side is one of the most cutthroat things, maybe in all of sports, because every event starts with a field of 48 women.
Finds a barrel, it's a beautiful one. Coming through this section, and she goes. That's gonna be it.
At the end of the year, only 5 make it to the championship tour. And so when you look at this top 5, Aaron Brooks, somebody that we've seen coming, Sally Fitzgibbons, a veteran, Bella Kenworthy, another really up-and-coming, exciting young surfer, Bahine Fierro, who won a championship tour event in 2024, and Isabella Nichols, she's tasted the CT, and she wants to prove that she belongs there yet again. But make no mistake, right behind them are 5, 10 more who want to prove that they can take their spots, and this is the turning point in this season. Do you have what it takes, or are you going to be here for another year?
Aaron Brooks, the young phenom who's close to qualification.
17-year-old Aaron Brooks represents the future of female surfing.
Right now, I live on the North Shore of Oahu, but I was born in Boerne, Texas, which might kind of sound crazy because there's no waves there really besides the wave pool. And I lived there until I was 9 years old, and then we moved to Hawaii, and that's when I fell in love with surfing.
Aaron Brooks is one of those generational talents. She's kind of one-on-one when you think about how she's gotten to where she is.
from discovering surfing at like 9 or 10, almost kind of late in Maui, and really going all in. Her family's gone all in, and it's working.
She's a bundle of energy. So that's kind of the great thing about surfing for us, was it was something to channel that into. But as soon as she's out of the water, she wants to go to the skate park. She wants to go to the gym. There's not video games or TV or downtime in her day. She's out there pushing all the time.
Has some spice, come to hanging on the finish. This is what this young superstar can do.
I think a lot of the reason she's gotten so good at surfing so fast is the other girls, when she started, they were so far ahead of her and she had no water knowledge. So she wanted to get up before school every day. She wanted to go after school every day. She saw that Sally Fitzgibbons got up and ran at 4:30 in the morning before her surf sessions. Erin started getting up at 4:30 as a 9-year-old and running before her surf sessions. That's just her competitive nature.
Time for the women, and Erin Brooks, she's taken off, locks in, still running through this one, and she's gonna get spat out of the barrel.
The barrel scene around the world in Snapper, and all it did was make the people who were already excited to see Erin more excited to see Erin.
My biggest goals are to make the tour and then win a world title, and then in LA win a gold medal.
I think for her, just to enjoy the ocean, travel with her friends, and then if she can continue this and surf as a job, I think it's going to be an amazing life for her.
Erin Brooks gets really barreled, is well-traveled, loves to go to wave pools in Texas. Brooks will automatically qualify if she wins the event. Erin Brooks racing down the line, setting it up off the bottom, crushing the roof with a radical start to this heat. Sophia Medina, whoa, what a cool backside snap that was.
Yeah, I like that from Sophia. Just the way that she extended her body to really accentuate that turn, I thought was impressive.
Erin Brooks rolling in. She likes to go as fast as she can. Lights up the first section with a big first turn and shuts it down. How cool was that combo?
That's one of the best waves we've seen all day, too, and I'd even have to argue that maybe one of the best of the event.
Erin Brooks would just be identifying this event as a moment to launch herself onto the tour.
She can qualify at this event. She needs a major result.
Erin Brooks one step closer to clinching. She's got to win the event to guarantee her spot on the championship tour.
Ian Gouveia, he's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
What a
beautiful.
You won't ever forget this face. I'll be stuck in your head for days.
The 2024 Men's Challenger Series is at the halfway mark. Heading into the U.S. Open, the rankings feature a mix of veterans and newcomers, with Brazilian Ian Gouveia sitting in first place.
Ian Gouveia is a super talented surfer representing Brazil. One of those really cool second-generation surf stories with his dad, Fabio Gouveia, who had a very successful professional career. His dad was even in the top 5. Ian started ripping at a really young age and qualified for the championship tour kind of at the peak of the Brazilian storm. He had some crazy moments. There was one time where he was back against the wall to save his spot on tour. He had to make a semifinal at Pipeline. Next thing you know, he accomplishes it.
Ian Gouveia, though, taking off. Has a good line into this one, grabs that rail and pumps his way through it. One of the better waves that we've seen.
He's starting to show the world he's a great barrel rider, along with his airs and turns, the complete package.
A very brave effort from Ian Gouveia.
To be surfing at Pipe Master is something that I dreamed since I was really little, watching my dad here on the beach, and no matter what happened, I'm stoked, you know.
Thank you.
But then we saw him fall off the championship tour. Years starting going by, 6 years. He's still not getting results. now showing up in 2024, trying to really go all in. He's in that position now where he's like, hey, if it's not going to happen this year, I think I might have to move on.
Ian Gouveia is on the verge of qualifying for the championship tour for the second time. It's a comeback that's been 6 years in the making.
What? Absolutely speechless.
2024, everything is clicking for Ian Gouveia. 2 fifths in the Australian leg, and then a win in Bolito.
It's great to see Ian in this kind of form. It's hard to do that when you fall off to come back on.
That's 10,000 points heading into the US Open, number 1.
New heat in the water. Number 1 in the rankings, Ian Gouveia. Ian gets into the round of 16. He'll be on the championship tour, locking it up here. That was Ian's opener. That's a 4.33. Just needs a 3.37 to move into second place, and that is an advancing position in this 4-man heat.
He'll get that for sure.
Ian Gouveia, he's just moved into the second place slot. He's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
Wow. Yeah.
Ian Gouveia got the job done, and he's got the celebration. He knows what was on the line.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years. I told myself that this was going to be the duo that year. After I fell off on tour, so I became an athlete. It would be fun to see what I can do on tour, like being an athlete.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. For the men, round 16, heat number 6, Marco Mignot, representing France via Sayulita, Mexico, is coming up against Dakota Walters out of Australia.
He's part of that new age of Australian surfer. He brings a little bit of creativity to his surfing.
Dakota tosses the fins, gets super bendy over there, trying to pet the cat in front.
Inverts that all the way around.
A 6.4.
Yeah.
Well earned. Dakota puts it up and down again. A 6.5 for Dakota Walters.
Here's Marco with the answer.
Nice stab of the lip on the backhand. Make it 2 for Marco Mignot. Little caught off guard there. Bangs the oncoming section. And Marco getting heated because he knows he's in a situation where he's going to have to start to put down some numbers, some big numbers.
What a great heat, though. Back and forth stuff.
6.13 comes in for Marco Mignot. His requirement now, a 6.77.
Might be seeing a couple lines come through right here.
Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Oh! Caught that one by the toes, pointing down. That was some innovation. That was a degree of difficulty. Behind him, Dakota Walters looks for a ramp, pops it up, and can't sink it. So it is going to be that last effort by Marco Mignot. Was it enough? Marco Mignot turns the heat with that last wave. A 7.3 for Mignot. Wow. And Marco, what a comeback. What a heat.
I had a lot of belief in myself that I could get the score, but I didn't really have the waves. And I was like, please, just one. And I just see something peaky. I was like, oh, this is from above. From there, I knew I had a lot of confidence. Just boost that air. And when I landed, I was like, oh, is this the score or not? I was like, still claim it.
Marco, on to finals day and the quarterfinals.
Australian Sally Fitzgibbons is one of the most formidable female surfers on the planet. She missed the cut 2 years in a row, but continues to fight back.
Those down times is where I've created my biggest successes.
To be 33, to beat Erin Brooks, she finds herself on top of the Challenger Series rankings.
I'm here to push my surfing. I want to showcase it. Yeah, why not me? I want to go all the way.
Top 5 on the Challenger Series, Sally Fitz and Erin Brooks. Sally, 3-time world runner-up and a past U.S. Open champion.
She is stoked, isn't she? She's one stoked human.
Erin Brooks against Sally Fitzgibbons. This is going to be a fascinating heat to watch unfold because Sally has been on the championship tour and fallen off. She does not want to give up her spot, getting back to the CT.
Erin Brooks is one of those generational talents. She has a chance to qualify for the championship tour. If she wins the U.S. Open,
it's hard to go against Erin Brooks right now. I mean, has a win in a second. She's a little banged up with her ankle, but she's a force to be reckoned with, for sure.
She has this passion for surfing that I haven't seen from a lot of people, and obviously she's really, really talented. She's going to be overtaking a lot of us really soon, if not already has.
she is so prepared. I think maybe more than anyone else, her fear level to create a very courageous type approach in heavy water. Her family's really going all in, and it's working. Erin Brooks on the wind-up for one big closeout hack, but she can't control it.
Here goes Sally, a lot of bump up this wave.
Whoa, really cool open face hook. Classic little Sally special coming off the pier bowl right.
Tell you what, Erin, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
That was really nice.
Throwing some power into it.
On the outside section, the judges really enjoying the commitment to major maneuvers.
Fitzgibbons with a 717, 783. Put Erin in a big combination, and Erin trying to break through it. A 517 for Brooks, but she's starting to run out of time. A lot on the line for both athletes. Erin very close to qualification. Sally on the comeback to the tour. 18 seconds to go. Erin will take this way, but it's staying really full in the face, just having to chop out of there. Sally dominates this heat in the round of 16 and moves on to finals day.
Yeah, you can't put the fire out, especially 2-foot Huntington. For some reason, that gets me so psyched. Like, almost dares you to not be able to surf it. And I'm like, I don't know, I just felt springy and love my process today. And like, just the lead up into it and build up to those really big matchups. I think that's where tours really served me well. Like, you get so excited for a big matchup.
It's like right when you think the next generation would take over in these types of waves, it's just Sally's veteran style where she's always reinventing herself.
I think it was the age of about 8 years old when I decided I was going to be a world champion or an Olympic gold medalist.
Sally Fitzgibbons is the most driven young woman you've ever met. She's training at 4 o'clock in the morning, surfing all day, training again.
It's all about Sally becoming the best surfer she can be.
For me, it's like you're training and learning these things for life. Surfing's just that vehicle.
Australian Sally Fitzgibbons is one of the most formidable female surfers on the planet. Through triumph and tribulation, Sally has never given up on her dreams.
Some of my toughest moments, I think, being so close to something and learning to lose with grace and dignity and be a champion in defeat. In those times, it was about picking myself back up and find that will and desire inside me to keep on going.
And Sally tucks in.
I think those down times is where I've created my biggest successes.
Sally Fitzgibbons in the final with Joanne DeFay.
The wins have been harder to come by. Sally's last victory was over 3 years ago.
Yes, Sal.
One of the most hardworking athletes in the game. A never say die attitude.
She missed the cut 2 years in a row, but continues to fight back.
Typically, this is a wave for the youth. When you look at Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, like even Sally, you know, she won 13 years ago. She fit that youthful takeover of the U.S. Open history. And for her to continue to show up and to continue to get better, have her heart broken to pieces in those runner-up performances in the world title race, to never give up. She never once felt like she was taking a step down by going to the Challenger Series. She looked up at it. And with all that dedication, to be 33, to beat Erin Brooks, she finds herself on top of the Challenger Series rankings.
Oh, I guess at this stage of my career, you kind of stop trying to connect all the dots all the time and just enjoy the singular moments. I'm here to push my surfing. I want to showcase it. Yeah, why not me? I want to go all the way.
Welcome back to Finals Day, Surf City, USA. Sophia Medina taking on Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran and the youth that Sally's been enjoying all week. How about that cool looking carve on the open face and hits it off the lip.
Yeah, that's what we expect from Sally, to level up on finals day. Answer back from Medina. Beautiful swoop.
Medina incredibly focused against the veteran. Little wedge peek, fin throw, reverse, a rotator, and she will right away.
Wow, really cool to see her go to the air.
A 7.5. Judges absolutely love it, extending her lead big time out front.
Good set wave, nice section. She rode it out so clean too.
Right now, Medina with priority, needing a 6.74. Sophia picking off this wave. Great start on the glassy open face. Snap to carve combo.
Solid surfing. Will it be enough?
6.17. Not enough for the lead. 10 seconds to go. Fitzgibbons will take this one with priority and take it into the beach for a victory. She'll get the heat win. Wow.
Well, waking up in the morning, if that doesn't get you out of bed, like these clashes with the next gen, I don't know what will. So much fire inside, and in the women's game, we're really pushing into that progressive space, so it feels good to make one in a heat.
Fitzgibbons has a chance to get a second U.S. Open title. She's still in the mix.
Two up-and-coming Americans on the rise. Bella Kenworthy up against Alyssa Spencer.
Bella obviously fresh off that win in Bolito.
Just like yesterday, I just keep looking at everything.
Yeah.
Looking at
Alyssa Spencer did qualify for the CT last year. She has been relegated to the Challenger Series once again. And Alyssa, just a few years older, I feel like that experience should be on her side. But momentum definitely in Bella's corner right now. Just being 17 is pretty absurd. But the most important thing is having her family in her corner.
Bella, big snap there.
Wow.
One more huge snap. Small wave, but some powerful surfing by Kenworthy.
Holy.
Alyssa Spencer yet to get anything on the board.
Let's go. Making opportunities.
So nice reverse for Bella Kenworthy.
The moment you can see someone's head around on a swivel, they're second guessing themselves and their plan, and she needs a score. First of all, you need 2 waves to advance.
Here we go. Finds the right and a nice effort. Bella on the chase, controlling this heat. Priority will be used by Bella Kenworthy. Another great couple of turns. Looking unstoppable in this heat.
Looks like Bella's going to have another opportunity.
Pops it up, and she's got those things on lock. Alyssa Spencer trying to come back.
Nice angle on this wave. Nice little bowl. Taps this first section. I'm like, okay, she's on her way here. She has the finish. She lines it up. She busts the fins, but she just gets caught up there.
That could wrap the heat.
Super smart. She's got the priority. Stick to her like glue.
Possibly get another wave. No. That's it. It's official. Alyssa Spencer with an equal 5th, and Bella Kenworthy on to semifinals.
Oh, wow. You just know how important it is to crack the semifinals here, so this is going to sting, I think, a bit for her.
Let's go, Lion. Let's go.
Marco Mignol, seconds on the clock.
It's either you go big or you go home.
It's going to have to go to the air.
I went big.
There's the ramp from. Ooh, plants it. He wants the numbers.
Whoa! That is incredible. What a day.
Welcome to the finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Al Cleland Jr., one of the heroes of the Olympic Games, representing Mexico.
He is named after his father. His father's from San Diego. Got a nice little pro career and decided to check out what was happening down in Mexico and decided that he wasn't going to leave. He comes to represent a country like Mexico that has world-class waves.
His background, obviously, in bigger waves, he can do it in anything. And that's what a lot of people don't necessarily consider about Mexican surfers. They always think, oh, they can only surf good waves. He's an all-around guy. That's what his dad expected of him, though. He always wanted him to go out there, kind of push the limits when it came to big wave surfing.
Coming off a big performance in the Olympics where everyone knows he can charge. Now they want to see what he can do in the beach breaks of Huntington Beach.
All right, Al, up in the closeout, hucks it and sticks it.
Coming into this after the Olympics, you know, my mindset was just so strong and to show that I do have the surfing to be here. I mean, that's everybody's goal, you know. Make the CT. You want to show people you're surfing and you just want to show yourself that you're able to do it. So, gonna go with the moment and see what happens in the future.
This is men's quarterfinal number 2.
Al Cleland Jr., best result ever for a surfer born in the beautiful country of Mexico. And Crosby, we get a lot of locals cheering for him. And now we get started with quarter two as we see a little tail chuck reverse for Al Cleland. Crosby has a bigger wall, big wind up, tail chuck reverse in the flats. He's going to open this thing up for another turn.
Al Cleland behind him. Oh, big whip off the top.
So he stays out in front. Crosby now needs a 4.33. Right hand wedge, tail chuck reverse, and a big spin. Crosby wants to answer. Nice carve down, setting up a vertical finish. Cleland's version of the rotator goes it to a 7.57. Score for Crosby, a 5.33. Al Cleland Jr. is in the semifinals of the U.S. Open.
He's up 36 spots to number 15 on the rankings.
I put so much time and dedication, so many events and so many losses. It's been a really long time of just working really hard to come to this. So it feels amazing having so much support and all that Mexican feeling, vibe. I'm really happy on the momentum that I got going.
Marco clear for takeoff and an extended frontside air reverse. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, brother, thank you.
Marco Miño, he comes from a surfing family from Sayulita, Mexico, represents France. Kid has a lot of talent, very good in different types of waves. The best kid I've ever seen him surf in his life right here in HB.
Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Turns the heat with that last wave.
We've seen Marco on tour already as a wild card. Marco Mignol keeping that board moving down the line, gets the exit. Since then, he's grown up. He's a lot stronger, and he really does have what it takes to compete on the championship tour.
I've made a promise to myself when I was a little kid, you know, it's my dream, and the dream is to qualify in the World Tour. And when I qualify in the World Tour, give a good message and inspire all the young generation that it's possible. When you believe and you put in the time and enjoy the process, you will make it happen.
Quarterfinal number 3, George Patar from Manly. He's been on fire.
Coming in ranked 4th in the Challenger Series, and this is the event that really put him on the map.
Yep.
Marco, he needs a result. He's up in the 30s right now, and if he can get through to the final, that's going to make him soar up the ratings even more.
Let's go. All right, Marco, little runner, clicks it, spins it, sticks it, running down the line.
What a wave from Marco Mignot. Oh, here we go. Marco found himself another nice looking wave. Nice meaty section in front of him right there. Drifts the fins a little bit on his last turn, and then here we go. George
kicks the fins out and nails the finish. Marco Mignot up and riding, running down the line.
Ooh, an air reverse into a layback kind of tail slash.
George Patar, important wave for the Australian. Full body torque on that first turn. Big snap there with a rebound. 7.5 would have went to the lead, but Marco Mignot dropped a 6.8. Marco Mignot on the way to his best result of the year. He's in the semifinals.
No matter what happens, you just keep going. I love surfing. I love this sport. I love every day of it. And keep going, keep getting better. And over the time, it brings the results.
Quarterfinal number 4, Kolohe Andino coming up against Jackson Bunch.
It's been really uncomfortable, a little hard to watch Kolohe lose the last few years. He still wants to win a major CT event and be in a world title hunt. Even in the regional events, he's getting knocked out early. It's been since 2021 in Portugal since he's been in a final stage. And now, at this time of his life, a win here at the U.S. Open could be all he needs to switch back on that fire and be back on the Dream Tour.
Kolohe with the wrap here.
I really like the way he's surfing. A lot of energy out there from Kolohe. Once again with the big wrap right there.
Jackson goes for the air, reverses, and sticks that landing.
Kolohe, second wave.
Just looking so lively on that board, springing through each turn, carrying speed.
And the San Clemente crew, they like what they saw.
Jackson Bunch looking for a 5.78, 15 seconds left. Flying down the line, throws the tail to the beach. He spins around. Ooh, throws it up there, solid.
Wow, got to answer it.
And score in. Jackson Bunch flips the heat right at the end on his last wave.
Kolohe and Dino is going to walk away with an equal fifth.
Jackson surfing so good, so it is just super difficult. I had so much emotion after it because I've had such a weird last like 4 years.
It's time for the finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Sally Fitzgibbons versus Bella Kenworthy.
I just have that belief it could be my day.
Snap right there for Sally.
The newbie versus the veteran. Sally does not want to give up her spot, getting back to the CT, to the next generation.
It's one of the most memorable wins in US Open history.
Welcome back to the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The drama continues to build here at the Huntington Pier. Time for the women's semifinals. Sally Fitzgibbons against Nadia Aerostarbe. Nadia's just been on a roll. Nadia Aerostarbe on her first wave of the semifinal. Gets to the inside and shuts it down. Really vertical with it.
Beautiful finish. It's going to be a good score.
Great opening ride, 5.5. The Australian veteran, three-time runner-up in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons, working hard to find some speed on this wind-up. She'll belt it. Amazing small wave surfing from Sal. Nadia trying to make a comeback. Aerostarbe, nice clean whip through the white water. Uses the pocket for the second turn, but there's a wall behind her and Sally's ready to light it up. Fitzgibbons answers again.
Such a sinking feeling as a competitor. Using your priority on the first wave of the set, kicking out of a lackluster wave and seeing even better wave.
Move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The way she just flows through the flats and then puts all of her power into every single maneuver. Tough heat for Nadia. Sally will have another chance to fight for a US Open title as the Australian moves on to the final. Wants to pick up a second victory at this venue. Who's going to be in the final with her, Bronte or Bella?
The one thing about this event, it kind of catapults you into superstardom and could potentially be the next big thing. Bella Kenworthy, she's amazing. I mean, she has a great repertoire of maneuvers.
You see Jason there, having kids, all you want to do is just share the lifestyle. Bella, the oldest, knocking at the door to qualification as we look at some nice backhand surfing from Bronte McCauley. The Australian vet just putting it together. Bella will get started out the back. Swinging another little backhand carve. Bella's already done.
On the backhand, you feel it on that wave with Bronte. She's in the zone.
Bella's going to need to get some work done now.
Throws down a nice first turn. Building to this big section with the fins out.
Different type of surfing on the forehand. Wow, we got a heat on our hands.
Throwing some water again. Clean form on this running right. She's just hitting every little point so well. Regular versus goofy, two different styles. These are the heats you look forward to. Bella, snap with the fins out the back. A lot of commitment there, pushing a bit harder.
Bella's stoked. That opening turn, she threw a lot at it. It was super powerful.
High performance type maneuvers. 7.37 for Bella Kenworthy. Gets the lead off Bronte McCauley. Bella Kenworthy is in the final, going for back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series.
I'm lucky I've grown up here, so I have been surfing the wave for so long and just happy to carry my momentum.
It's time for the finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. How good is this? Sally Fitzgibbons versus Bella Kenworthy.
The winner of this women's final moves into the top place in the Challenger Series rankings. We make the 2025 Championship Tour down to the slimmest of margins. Sally Fitzgibbons still has what it takes to contend with the best in the world. And Bella Kenworthy, she surfed this wave so many times in all conditions, so this is a massive moment.
Solid backhand. Now she's opened things up on the right. Connects with the lip, throwing some water right into a cutback.
She's definitely got momentum going her way right now.
Bella Kenworthy carved right in front of Sally. Great read once again for the 17-year-old.
Yep, Dad likes it.
Let's see if the Australian veteran can change gears here as Bella Kenworthy is getting close to going back-to-back victories. Sally swung into this one, Rosie.
So Sally was priority. Slashes into that one. Better surfing from Sally. And throws it out again.
Let's go!
Completed 2 maneuvers for her. That's a good start.
How's this wave? Nice to see a little bit more size, especially the final. Bella grabbing it. A little messy whitewater section, but second turn a little bit stronger. Sally's going to get going as well. Connects right into a backhand hook. Bella didn't find anything on the reform. And Sally's going to start doing some foam climbs, and she'll hop out. Just so smart, knowing that first priority will be a big deal with 10 minutes to go.
Tenths of a point separating these two women. It's so incredibly close at the moment.
Bella kind of got the jump on me, so I just kept rolling the dice.
Sally's had to scrap and find waves. She's ridden more waves in this heat.
35 seconds. Bella is going to choose this wave to try to win the event. Throws down her first hook. She needs something solid on the inside. It's starting to grow for Bella Kenworthy. Clean snap again. Still on the hunt. Sees the whitewater, but it doesn't give her a finishing wall.
I think Sally's got this.
Not enough. Sally Fitzgibbons, 13 years in between big wins here in Huntington Beach. What a legend.
Oh my gosh, after 13 years, it's just a very special place for me. Look out, my mom's up on the, she's up on the pier looking down, and it's just been such a special week. My dad's here too, and I just love that I can keep showing up through all the ups and downs. You know, surfing is life, and that inspires me to put in the work and just keep going. Love you guys. Woo, we did it.
Oh, we love you, Sally. That was so beautiful. Thank you, AJ.
That was heavy. To beat Aaron Brooks, to beat Bella Kenworthy. You know, Bella was 2 when Sally was a rookie on tour. To show her not just longevity, but to never give up. I mean, not to sound corny, but it felt like a Disney movie.
A U.S. Open champion for the second time of her career, Sally Fitzgibbons.
33 years of age. For me, it's one of the most impactful wins of her career.
With this win, Sally Fitzgibbons moves up to first place in the rankings. American Bella Kenworthy is in second, followed by Isabella Nichols.
You're looking at 2 friends. They probably call each other brothers.
Marco Mignot. Oh, wow.
You're just hearing 30 seconds, and then, oh my God, here we go.
Go.
He's a 6.61. Hits it off the lip. He controls it and also stays on his feet at the buzzer.
Welcome back to the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Mexico's Alan Cleland up against Jarvis Earl, former world junior champ.
Yeah, you just got to stay right there. Don't chase it too much.
Yeah.
Both of these surfers climbing up the rankings with this appearance in the semifinals.
Tough to take down Jarvis right now in these kind of waves, but all the way he's been competing under pressure, like, feel like I'm going to give him the nod. He's just very level-headed right now. He's focused.
Jarvis gets the jump. He goes tail high, controls it.
Finishing that off, that's going to be a great opening wave there.
And then now on the outside.
Power snap there, but right back in the game. Cleland goes excellent with an 8.33. And Jarvis Earl gets yet another wave.
Lines up this section. That one is the best maneuver. Alan needing a 3.34. Hits the lip line there.
Nice. Roundhouse back into the whitewater. Inside section presents itself. A 6.4 for Al Cleland. The surfer from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr. on to his first Challenger Series final.
From this event, I've really been trusting my surfing and just my mentality. I knew my mind was calm, my body was relaxed, and yeah, I'm really happy to be in my first final ever in a Challenger Series, so really feel good with this momentum that I have. Viva Mexico!
We got a new heat in the water with semifinal 2. Marco Mignot, Jackson Bunch. Marco Mignot, 23 years old, representing France by the way of Saludita, Mexico.
Right? So fight for the beginner. It's really important. Imagine if the best wave of the heat comes in at the beginning.
Jackson Bunch from Paia, Maui is rocketing up the Challenger Series rankings right now.
Let's go, Lion. Let's go.
Here we go. Jackson looking left. Bunch flies up into the air. Marco Mignot snaps through the foam and just rides fakie for a bit. That was an electric performance by Marc Mignot.
That tail slide into the fake, as you were mentioning, not a maneuver you get to see every day.
All right, Bunch cracks it off the top, wraps it back,
Well, a 6.27. Marco sneaks this one on the inside. You know he's looking for a ramp.
This is
Hucks
what we
the
want to
air, he
see.
sticks it.
What just happened?
7.5 is what he's looking for.
That has to be. It has to be.
Buzzer beater earlier, and can he do it again?
There it is, 7.5, and it's enough. Marco makes the final, moves into first.
The fruits of my hard work are paying off, and I'm just absolutely grateful. You go big or you go home. So I went big.
So patience is the game, right? Patience is the game, and stay super fit from front. You know Alan, so he's going to do a CT thing on me, so I don't want him on the two spools.
You look at the final with Alan and Marco, and you're looking at two friends. They'd probably call each other brothers. They would compete with each other growing up, and now they're in a final together. They've never been on a stage like this. It's got to be so surreal to look over at your childhood friend going, oh my gosh, someone's going to win the U.S. Open right now.
We're going to count it in right now, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Marco Mignot. Oh, wham. What a way to start for our surfer from France in blue. Al Cleland, our surfer from Mexico. Big old hammer on the first. Rides over that foam. You know he's making it around this. And there we go, Al Cleland. Wow. He's in the game now.
Wrapping through the shoulder, Marco Mignot staying light on his feet. Now it's starting to open up, earning this wall and showing off the fin throw reverse again. Marco out front with a 7.33. Alan still with priority, needs a 6.61. 30 seconds, what do we see out there?
Oh, maybe something on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to get here in time to go.
Needs a 6.61. First turn, a snap off the coping, right out in front, belts it again. He's got to hold his composure through the inside. Hits it off the lip. He controls it and also stays on his feet.
I can't believe this right now. This is so crazy.
The two good friends are already going to shake hands as they wait for the outcome.
Oh my, there it is. It's a 6.7. It's enough. John Cleland
scores in. Al Cleland Jr. does it at the buzzer and takes out the event for Mexico for the first time in history. Al Cleland Jr., your champion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
I don't even have no words to explain the feeling that I have right now. It's crazy, you know? Just hearing 30 seconds and then hearing with people on the pier like, hey, there's a wave outside. I was like, oh my God, here we go.
Al Cleland Jr. has moved up an incredible 42 spots to number 9. Ian Gouveia remains first, followed by Samuel Pupo and George Pitar.
All I want to say is, Viva México, y aquí estamos, pa'l mundo!
I think if you ask anyone who's watched any type of competitive surfing, they'll say that the most exciting events are waves of consequence.
It's one of those sort of freak of nature waves that you don't get too many of in the world.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, the World Surf League arrives in Fiji for the penultimate stop on the championship tour, and the road to the WSL finals rolls on.
Simmers, you're going the lowers. John Florence, you are the number 1 seed.
That was insane.
Hawaii was radical.
What is happening? Are you kidding me?
It was one of those starts of the year that changed everything.
We started the season in Hawaii with a few truths. The first is that women's surfing is at a whole new level.
Pipeline for the girls.
On the men's side of things, it was a moment where we really feel like it could be anybody's game this year.
The new school was ready to take down everybody in its path.
They are here. They want the world title. They believe they can win the world title.
The Hawaii leg was absolutely electric.
We're definitely not in Hawaii anymore. We've come over to Europe and Portugal. It's definitely raw. You get over here and you have the idea of perfection, but the reality of Europe is you're going to get punished.
It's midwinter. They get absolutely hammered by storms out of the Atlantic.
It's cold, it's windy, it's dark, it's unpredictable.
It can be incredibly unforgiving, but the town itself is classic. Old world culture, rad little fishing village. When everything does line up, it can be amazing. In the tube, he's traveling and he comes out. It can be a heavy wave of consequence, and it could also be an air show.
Go for the air to lay down the alley-oop.
You've got to be amazing in the barrel, be really good in the air as well. But you've also got to have to roll up the sleeves and just get it done.
These are must-win heats in Portugal if you want to make the cut.
Welcome to WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Surfing's biggest stars have gathered in Portugal for the third stop on the championship tour. Hawaiian John Florence is a former world champion and current rankings leader. For Florence, Peniche will always be a special part of his story.
It's got to be one of your favorite places on earth.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back here. I have a lot of good memories from here. Obviously, winning my first world title here was really exciting for me.
And we will count down with 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, destiny has been put in place. John Florence is your world champion for 2016, and it's happened right here in Portugal.
For that event, I didn't know I could win it here until someone had told me in an interview here in this room. And so it's funny being back here and being kind of in that like environment again.
How many times have we seen him with a big start? He's wearing yellow and then it disappears. Or he's right in the mix and he gets hurt again. It's heartbreaking to even think about.
John's hurt himself here, I think.
John in his career has missed 24 championship tour events because of injuries. He's got to stay injury-free if he wants to run at a third world title.
What do you want to achieve this year? To win again the world title? Is that on your mind, of course?
I want to win.
And I feel like he's planning on having a massive year. I know he's bringing Ross Williams on the tour with him for every single event this year, which he hasn't done in a long time.
I think it would mean a lot. I'm guessing it would be his favorite world title, just because, you know, he's getting older and all the surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
If I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business.
Bon dia and good morning. Starting off with a banger, John Florence
taking on Cade Matson. Cade, a rookie on tour.
It's gonna be hard, but I know. Like I haven't seen much going on really. I'm ready, but it's a 6 game.
Cade coming in, feeling the pressure. Didn't have a great start over in Hawaii.
Cade is looking for a big result because he could be facing elimination at the midseason cut.
I feel like I'm a pretty confident person, so I feel like no matter who I go up against, I'll have that belief that I can beat them. Guys like John, Gabriel, I just look up to all those guys, so it's going to be really cool to be able to like compete against them.
Million waves out there. John Florence, #1 in the world. First time he's won the yellow jersey since 2021. It's a David and Goliath type heat. John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit.
The yellow jersey just kind of is, I feel like, a little bit of a nod to doing the right things and kind of being on a good program.
Here we go, Cade.
Cade pulling in, nice travel time. Matson will get the exit. John's looking at the one behind him.
He's inspired, and he really wants to put like 100% into every single heat.
Cade's chasing a 9.34 for the lead.
Chasing John, the Aquaman. That's his power, right?
John Florence has proven that he is back. I don't know if he ever left, but if he did, he's absolutely back. Coming in with that yellow jersey, coming in with those memories, it's all about who is John right now, and he's dangerous.
Congratulations to John Florence advancing through the round of 16.
Once I paddled out before the heat started, I kind of saw that there's some barrels. Yeah, that first time I just got really lucky. It was just such a nice little double up to it. So I was stoked to start the heat with that.
Red bar, red white, second bar, get.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Goodness.
Molly Picklum is the future. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side.
This is history being made right now. So strong, so focused.
What a turn.
Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
Keep feeling. It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today. But I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just into a couple late.
At only 21, rankings leader Molly Picklum is already making history.
Here we go, out the back.
Oh my gosh, no, don't do it. Don't.
Here we are in the semifinals. Molly Picklum putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
Such a moment for women surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline or Backdoor ever. Wave after wave, and as much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other to just keep going one better.
Molly Picklum, fresh off her 10-point ride, swinging again into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this, and to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing, and I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers.
Molly Picklum is the future. Everyone's honestly making predictions on what she's going to achieve, how many records she'll break. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side. She's 21, and she's dangerous at pipe, which is, we could sit on that topic for a while, but then you look at Sunset as well.
The Australian's momentum continued at stop 2 as she attacked the big open ocean walls of Sunset Beach.
What a turn.
People were calling it the most critical turn ever performed in a women's competition.
She has come into this year so strong, so focused. She has got this sort of unwavering mindset. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
You're now in the yellow jersey. Yeah, baby!
I'm not sure we've ever seen anyone as confident as her. Yeah! She really looks like she's reveling in the fact that the attention's on her.
Molly Picklum has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, she's not just here for a world title. She's not just here for an Olympic gold. She wants to push women's surfing to new heights.
We'll look back and realise how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now, but so honoured and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
We're continuing to celebrate International Women's Day here in Portugal. Our first heat of the round of 16 for the women will feature Molly Picklum in yellow, taking on Gabriella Bryan.
Gabriella Bryan now has to take on world number 1, Molly Picklum. It's total opposite scenario. Gabby's had some tough results, and Molly Picklum's been the one celebrated surfer on tour. Gabriella Bryan, when she lost early at Sunset specifically, I mean, if I could pick one event on the calendar for her to win, it's Sunset Beach.
Two-time semifinalists out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that. Bryan
Just needs a mid-range score of a 4.78. Needs a little bit more. Oh, 3.67, not enough. She'll bow out of competition with an equal 9th.
She's really got to make more heats to be more comfortable before the mid-season cut.
I guess she's been just managing some injuries and bits and pieces that have been playing into her preparation. I don't know, I still feel really confident. I feel like she's surfing fantastic. I'm hoping she's going to turn it around.
Round of 16 for the women. Off the bottom, snapping off the top, Brian. She'll get a section here. Really nicely done, uses the shoulders.
This is the technique that I love to see from Gabby, just the punch and the push of the tail.
Meanwhile, here we go. Molly Picklum, the answer back. Here's an opportunity for her. Let's see what she does with it. She'll put it up late with a quick drifty hip. Close to the midway point in this one. Well, here she goes. It is the yellow jersey of Picklum, and she's up on a rail. In the final 3 minutes of this heat. Now she'll use the priority here. Some white water on the face. Let's see what she can do with it. She'll swing her first turn. It's a touch sticky. This one will double up.
Tic-tacs down the line, punches that section, throws the fin. She will improve upon her scoreline with that ride.
In the yellow jersey will bow out of competition.
I'm just really comfortable and yeah, feeling good.
The high seeds struggled as world number 2 Caitlin Simmers faced Luana Silva. Simmers was eliminated with a 9th place finish.
Lulu taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. Molly Picklum out as world number 1 in this round.
The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, they had all the momentum coming out of Pipeline and Sunset, your first 2 events. But then you get here to Portugal, and now Betty Lou, who has been consistently getting better and better with each event, getting more aggressive. Now she's got a chance.
I just love her power. She's pretty sassy in the water, you know, and she's really fun to watch. She's aggressive, and I love that. She sees a big section, and she wants to tear it apart. She has an inspiring type of surfing.
Controlling some warble off the bottom was Betty Lou, and she made it count with a couple of big connections, Jesse. Fun-looking peak out in front of the open face. Coiling up and turning hard in the pocket now for the 2nd time. 2 great turns for Betty Lou. World number 3, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on fire today. It'll be her first quarterfinal appearance here in Peniche.
Event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff. And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
Getting the momentum, he knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
Big whip, perfect landing for Medina.
3-time world champion Gabriel Medina is one of the most relentless competitors on tour. But the Brazilian's evolution as a contender is undeniable.
When I get in on tour, I think my motivation was just try to be the best guys in the world, you know.
I think Medina might be one of the most dangerous guys because he can pull off something massive at any time.
I was so obsessed to win, you know, and beat everyone.
Medina with the biggest heart to never back down in a fight.
This guy is a competitive machine.
What is going on?
This might be one of the cleverest tactical maneuvers we have ever seen in the history of the sport.
I'll do anything to win this contest.
And he was almost like the villain. And I don't know whether he embraced that or he just flourished in that situation.
And I would get so angry when I lost and stuff.
Drama here with the biggest upset of the contest.
And nowadays I think I have more balance, you know.
It is official in the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gabriel Medina, now a 3-time world champion.
This year he looks a little different. He just looks relaxed.
Never let someone take your happiness away from you. That's the most valuable thing in the world. When you're happy, you can win in anything.
3 world titles, He's smiley, he's having fun, but you don't see the attack dog that we've seen in Medina in the past.
I think it's important to win. I'm so hungry to win, but it's good to understand every situation and try to learn the best of it. So your life doesn't go too intense, you know?
3, 2, 1.
How about that? The rookie defeating the veteran, former event winner and world champion Gabriel Medina.
Taking out one of the best at this event and on tour.
Medina has had a slow start to the 2024 season. The Brazilian is searching for a spark.
He had a really early loss at pipe.
It was a shocker for Gabriel with 8 waves, nothing over a 1.5.
Sunset, he had a couple of moments, but he just looked like he was out of rhythm.
Fortunate for him, going down in early stages. This, I'm sure, will fire him up.
I don't believe the competitiveness is gone. It's just hard if you're just going to continually compete and smash it out. It's been over a decade, you know, like, it needs to be sort of an inspiration of art. We're trying to find that balance, and I believe we will this season.
Over the years, Medina has had his fair share of rivalries. However, Australian Jack Robinson has become the Brazilian's most formidable opponent.
This is as good as it gets. Jack versus Gabe for the last spot in the WSL Final 5. Jack Robinson lunges into the pocket. He's got some speed to guide him towards the exit. And Jack Robinson is officially the champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And we will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Oh gosh, when Medina lost the final in Tahiti to Jack, there's so much in that. You know, there was a chance for him to fight for a 4th world title. For him, that's like a throwaway year. All that hard work to get there, if he's not winning a world title, that's not good enough.
Hopefully we just have insane battles forever. I feel like we're only really just getting started. I'm young, he's still young. We've got a lot more left to show.
So he's back on tour with a little bit of something to prove.
We've got a new heat in the water. Gabriel Medina taking on Jack Robinson.
Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina. You love that matchup anywhere.
We see Jack up and riding right here.
Jack throwing the tail, a nice cool spin. Now drives off the bottom, lays into it with the fin throw, but he can't hang on.
Let's have a look at Gabriel here.
Air reverse, straight into a nice carving, and that's the way you want to start off a heat.
Big ramp setting up, big whip, perfect landing for Medina. Back to the top for another hack. And now looking for a third move, down carve slice, and how about that? That was unbelievable.
He's looking scary.
Very well served by Gabriel Medina. I think he's getting the momentum. He knows that he's going to be unstoppable.
For him to do that against Jack, to kind of suck the air out of the momentum of world number 2, Jack Robinson, that was huge.
Bit of a masterclass again out here in absolutely deadly form through to quarterfinals.
Just needed to reignite that, hey. It's good to see. It's entertaining, eh? It's all entertainment, isn't it?
It really looks like someone awoke a slumbering beast in Gabriel Medina this event.
Yeah, Carl. I'm even blind surf that good. Hey, that was so sick.
As the round of 16 continues, Italian Leo Fioravanti finds himself up against the ropes.
Kanoa Garashi.
Let's have a look at him, doing some decent work here.
That was enough to take the lead off of Leo Fioravanti, guys.
I mean, that's beautiful surfing.
Priority with Leo, who needs to find a bit of quality. It's not a big number for him. 6'5". That
time call now. 1 minute remaining.
All right, here's the reply. Here goes Leo Fioravanti in the tube. He's traveling and he comes out. Fioravanti is absolutely delighted. He disappeared from view. The late takeoff straight into the tube, knifes it in to get one over your good buddy in the final minute of a heat. Leonardo Fioravanti is going to finals day here in Portugal.
The round wraps up with rankings leader John Florence eliminated from competition.
Jake beat John. He was really smart, out-surfed him by getting the best waves and getting that extra turn with a lot of finesse and control, sending world number 1 out of the event.
And a great job done by Jake Marshall. Something of an upset, getting one over John Florence.
New continent, new story for women's surfing. The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event.
We've mentioned how tough it has been down the years for surfers in yellow here.
You have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup?
Numbers starting to drop in now. There's one coming under the requirement.
For American Lakey Peterson, a close relationship with her shaper, Britt Merrick, has led to years of success.
Okay.
All right. Let's look at this thing.
Portugal blade.
Portugal blade.
Obviously, it's CI Pro.
CI Pro. This last year, I've increased the flip off the tail behind the back fin. So with that flip behind the fin, that sort of area of the rocker comes out of play when you're in those transitions through the top of the lip.
Right.
As opposed to if that rocker was still in the water, now you're kind of dragging that through the water and it drags things out. Yeah. So now that's so much flip that it comes, when you're up here, it's really kind of out of the water. And so the water releases off the end of the board more quickly and you come around more quickly.
I feel like that's been truly the biggest thing we've worked on, is finding like something at times when I need a board that's more drivey to like have it be more drivey, but also still turn on a dime, which is really what this board has been amazing for.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. All right. Well, let's go in Portugal.
Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy.
See you there.
As the quarterfinals get underway, Peterson faces reigning world champion Caroline Marks.
This quarterfinal matchup is about as fun as you can get. You have the defending world champ in Caroline Marks taking on a veteran in Lakey Peterson who said before the season, hey, my best surfing is happening right now. And that is a very dangerous Lakey Peterson to face. And so you have this old guard versus new guard. Who is going to get the better of this matchup? And that's what we can't wait to see.
Caroline Marks now taking on Lakey Peterson, an all-USA matchup, and a spot on the semifinals is on the line as we watch the opening ride from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, nice first setup right there.
Caroline trying to win this event for the second time in her career as we get caught up with Caroline's backhand here, Jesse.
This wave was kind of a closeout, so she had to just aim for that one big section. Wow, that was a very critical turn. The judges love to see that.
Lakey looks like she's got a nice glassy wall to work with. Perfect timing. Second turn is going to challenge her. Whoa.
That's a massive turn to start right here. That was a beautiful turn. Straight to it, right there, vertical. Maybe needed to hold her stance down and get low on the board to make sure she was going to ride out of that one, because that was going to be a massive score for her.
Lakey trying to watch the clock and seeing what her options might be. She will commit. Setting up her first turn. Nice blast there. She'll control it. Whips it again out in front. She'll pass Caroline on the inside corner. 5-5-7. Lakey gets it on the last wave and goes on into the semifinals.
Stoked to get the win and keep rolling. I feel like I'm surfing good. I just got to get a bit more consistent in the next heat.
On the men's side, the Colapinto brothers have advanced to the quarterfinals.
I know.
Griffin Colapinto and his brother Crosby potentially meeting up in a finals. It's almost like a perfect game in baseball where you don't really talk about it, but everybody knows it's a possibility.
Yeah. You've got Griffin Colapinto and Crosby Colapinto in quarter one and quarter four. So it could be an all Colapinto final.
In quarterfinal one, Crosby faces fellow American Jake Marshall.
You good? Feeling ready. So, me too.
For Cros coming into the tour, there's a lot of talk about being rookies. I don't want him to believe that he's a rookie. I said, your rookie season was last year, dude. you need to believe and you need to know that you're top 10, you're top 5 guy, and you want to go out in every heat and believe that.
We are on with the first men's quarterfinal. Jake Marshall, Crosby Colapinto.
We're going to see some action.
All right, here we go. First wave of finals day is Crosby Colapinto. A whippy snap off the top. And another. And then a finish with a little drift on the tail as well. First blood drawn by Crosby Colapinto. It's a 6-1-7. Pretty good way to start things off. And already posting a little bit of pressure onto Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall has got a clear game plan of exactly the kind of wave he's looking for. He's not been tempted thus far. But in here is a wave. Jake will go on the backhand. Here's a left. A little whip off the top from him. A little bit more in that one. And a third maneuver for him.
Looking spicy. Wave was a little bit flat, but I do love those early signs of fire inside of him.
He'll get himself on the scoreboard here. Here he goes again. That's nice. That wrapping carve in the pocket. And as ever, it's polished and stylish. Tries to put a little extra on the end, which will ultimately be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, here's Crosby. He's been patient waiting for this one. Nice little sting into his first turn and again. And looking for a fourth maneuver in here on an inside. He's really good at that. Slams it shut and he likes it.
A really fast smash off the end that just kind of had some authority in it, which is exactly what we want to see out of him.
Crosby Colapinto marches on to the semi-finals.
Doing this with Griffin, like being able to share the lay days and be in finals day and be able to like talk about stuff and share that sick feeling, it's pretty cool.
In the last quarterfinal heat, Griffin is up against France's Joan Duru.
The soul's feeling in for sure. I see his versatility. He's got everything. I think he's really, really strong across the board. You know, lefts, rights, airs, big turns, backside carves, forehand carves, barrel riding. There's really not too much of a weakness. His talent's right up there to win a world title.
Joan Duru, a wild card in this event, now in the quarterfinals to compete against last year's world number 3, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin, fun-looking left-hand wall, chips it under the lip. Nice flow, attacking the lip line again. He'll jam a third move. And here comes the fourth over the top of the end section. Great flow and rhythm.
A lot of drive down the line and connecting everything very well and finish it off strong. Just back-to-back 4 turns. That's going to be a nice score for him, and he looks excited.
Hey.
Griff going left, setting up his backhand again. Nice carve, cool connection off the top. Bigger section to absolutely hammer there.
He could feel it that this wave was going to double up and give him an opportunity. Huge board control right there, just releasing the fins just enough.
Griffin's wave 6.6 as the final 4 are set for the men. We've been celebrating the changing of the guard from Pipeline to Sunset. We show up at Peniche, and the veterans are taking over.
Joe, just a little bit more power.
Weston Webb continues her hot streak.
Tyler Wright, good spray.
Now all of a sudden there's this resurgence of experience. It's really paying off.
Welcome back to Inside Pro Surfing.
We've been celebrating the changing of the guard from Pipeline to Sunset. Molly Picklum, world number 1. Number 2 in the world, Katie Simmers. Number 3 in the world, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Where we look at the average age in the top 5 is 20 and a half. I mean, Groms basically making their way with the tour and changing everything.
Pipeline for the girls.
We show up at Peniche, here at these beach breaks, and the veterans are taking over.
Tyler Wright is through to semi-finals here in Portugal.
You look at the women's semifinals, and every single one of these women have at least 8 years of experience on tour. Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston Webb, Lakey Peterson, Joanne DeFay. here in Paniche, the veterans, they're holding the line. They're saying, hey, hey, we're still here. Don't count us out yet.
The semifinals get underway, and two-time world champion Tyler Wright takes on Brazilian Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Former champ Tatiana Weston-Webb carving in the pocket on her left again. It's a mid-range number from the panel, 483. And we're looking at Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Great turn right in the pocket. Tatiana trying to come back and bring the win again. But Tyler, she's not going to lay down. She's not going to go to sleep on her.
Here's Tyler, backhands, waits at the bottom of the wave, and a nice vertical hit, and then just pushing out those fins from Tyler Wright, a third maneuver. Tyler going again here, she's found herself a shiny right-hander, snaps off the top with speed, bang, really nicely done. Real precision surfing.
Kick to the face on the inside, I liked it.
Now, minute on the clock, Weston-Webb heading south. She needs a 7.03. Can she get one? Tatiana Weston-Webb looking for a score, rallying. A nice looking left-hander, big carving snap. Jams it right in the pocket. No, that one not going to do it for her either. Tyler Wright, your first finalist here.
In semifinal 2, American Lakey Peterson takes on France's Joanne Defay.
Let's check out two more powerhouses, two of the most powerful women on tour.
Jo right where she needs to be. See how the board's going vertical on those sections, and Joanne's going straight to the critical part of the wave.
Number for Defay, 767. Joanne Defay, absolutely relentless stuff from her. She's just nailing these lefts, hammering them. Another improvement there, 687.
I do think that she can get back in this game.
There she goes with some speed here. Puts that float up, sets up nicely. Good crack from her on the backhands. And again,
sweet turn right there, giving herself an opportunity.
Joanne Defay is 3 minutes away from a final here in Portugal. Félicitations to Joanne Defay. Her family are absolutely delighted here, the French and Euro crew.
For Joanne Defay, this is her opportunity to show that she is all the way back.
For Joanne Defay, there is no place like home, especially when it's a true paradise like Reunion Island.
Really cool tropical life, you know, being barefoot all the time, beach time every time after school. I think it was a pretty simple life. I think I've always been like feeling great in the water and in the ocean. Did some boogie board when I was like baby. Started surfing when I was 7, 8 years old. Yeah, I haven't stopped.
The 2016 Fiji Pro title goes to Joanne Defay.
2018 champion of the Uluwatu CT, Joanne Defay.
After qualifying for the WSL finals in back-to-back years, Joanne faced a setback coming into the 2023 season.
Yeah, Joanne Defay had her foot injury in the off-season while training and then ended up missing the first half of the season.
Last year was quite different for me because obviously I was injured and I missed like the first event. I don't know, I just felt like, you know, a little bit behind the train every time.
When Joanne came back from her injury, she had the wild card that she deserved, but since she couldn't get in the world title race, she didn't know where her motivation was to win heats.
Joanne Defay with an equal 17th on her return to the championship tour. That is not what you want.
It made me realize that if I want to perform, I kind of need that extra pressure.
As soon as she started off with a clean slate with a chance to win a world title, all of a sudden her motivation is back. She has a reason to win, and it shows this year.
Joanne taking on Tyler Wright for a chance to win this event, both of them for the very first time. Good connection there for Joanne Defay.
That's what makes her so special on her backhand.
So her best wave so far.
We see here Tyler.
Probably the best wave that we saw in the heat. but she was unable to capitalize on it.
Joanna Fay loves when something big is on the line. A final right now, big hack there, and she will control it through a wild closeout section.
That was crazy. That was a lot of water, huh?
That's how reliable that backhand is. A bomb, though, setting up for Tyler. Double overhead on the takeoff and drills it in the pocket.
No! Oh, that would have been a massive score.
It's official. Joanna Fay is the champion of the Male Rib Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, and now moves up to number 2 in the world.
Wow, that's overwhelming. I worked hard, and just to prove that my injury was didn't put me out of my career or something. So just, yeah, I'm so happy.
With the win, Joanna Fay moves to 2nd place in the rankings. Molly Picklum remains in the lead, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is in 3rd.
No way, don't do it.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them going big.
The big cave setting up, pulls up and under. No! When a fire's burning, add an extra log and it burns twice as strong.
Game on for semifinals, the finals day. Crosby Colapinto, rookie on tour, the youngest of the Colapinto brothers.
It's rare when 2 brothers qualify for the championship tour. This season will be the first for Griffin and Crosby Colapinto.
I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Pretty much since Crosby and I were 10 years old, or whenever we started getting into competitive surfing, once we learned about the tour, that was our dream, to make the tour together.
Now we're here. So special that you get to do contests and travel the world with your brother. It's a dream come true.
Hey, buddy. What's up, buddy?
When we were young, it felt just as much of a dream to do that as much as winning a world title is a dream. So it's now that we actually have achieved that and we're here, it's really just want to enjoy the process of that.
Let's just enjoy it and have fun.
It's been interesting to watch Crosby change because he looks up to Griffin so much. Griffin has mentored him through all of this.
Hey, just remember your load up backside hammers with yeah.
If it wasn't for Griffin, honestly don't think I'd be surfing right now. He's invested so much of his time trying to get me on tour. I could just feel the love from him because he wanted success for me so bad. I almost wanted to prove to him that I can do it too.
Crosby Colapinto, that backdoor Crosby!
Oh! Good job, man. I get you fired up? Yeah. Locked in. People.
Obviously, Cros looks up to Griff and idolises him and wants to be him, but deep down they love battling each other.
There can only be 2 surfers through to the final. Crosby surfed strong this morning. Of course, we've got his brother coming up as well.
To have 2 siblings get on a roll, they're on opposite sides of the draw, and they could meet in the final. It's rare.
I think if Crosby and I had a heat together, we would for sure be super aggressive still.
Whenever we surf together and kind of getting competitive with each other, it always brings the best out of both of us. You can feel the fire just building.
It'd be on.
Crosby Colapinto taking on Ethan Ewing.
Crosby to the semifinals to maybe get his brother later, but he'll have to deal with this man, Ethan Ewing.
Two tennis to start, and then we'll know that why that's going to make a difference. Sweet.
The favorite is Ethan Ewing, last year's runner-up in the world, but you've got Crosby. It's only stopped 3 of his official rookie debut. He's got nothing to lose.
As we see Crosby first wave from him, and a beautiful turn to open up again into the lip, stings it. Here goes Ewing, backside attack, and again.
Ethan Ewing, no other, but riding.
There's no downtime, it's just straight business.
The control is pretty much perfect from him.
Crosby chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Crosby Colapinto here, a wrapping turn and another snap into the lip.
And scores for the previous overhead 5.47.
Ethan Ewing, and he's our first finalist. Crosby Colapinto. He'll be well pleased with the semi-final finish.
Always hard coming up against Crosby. He's a good friend of mine, and he's been ripping. So yeah, it's a hard one to get past him, and yeah, good to get through.
Did it perfect.
Yeah.
We'll look forward very much to seeing Ethan Ewing in the final. Who's he going to take on? Griffin Colapinto or Gabriel Medina?
Medina is looking psycho, really suffocating his opponents.
The crowd enjoying every second of it as he runs by.
Griff. It's about attacking for him. Looks like he's pretty clicked in. Just stick to the process and keep pushing and be aggressive, and I think his talent's right up there to win all the titles.
Our second semi-final in the water. Medina, the precision from him with the power and the speed as well. Bomb from Griff. First hit from him, straight up vert. The variety, critical surfer in the pocket.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them going big.
Ooh, okay, broken board here for Medina.
Yeah, we see Griffin maybe taking advantage of this time.
Gabriel Medina, you need now an 8.33.
It's going to come down to the wire here.
Numbers coming in, and it's not enough. 777. Congratulations to Griffin.
Yeah, it's a good heat. Just go for it on every wave you can. Yeah, just get back out there. Oh, yeah, Gabby. Thank you. Good going. Lock it on.
6-1.
Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto take the lineup next at Super Tubos for the final.
Ethan Ewing, the guy has been the one to watch. He's one of the best on tour by far.
Griff, he's got to sort of keep the foot on the pedal, his focus on the win.
The yellow jersey is on the line in this final.
Griffin Colapinto.
Interesting.
Nice first turn and really fast connecting the second one.
That was a big turn.
Ethan Ewing now setting up a vertical. Big solid re-entry, an absolute hammer through the backwash. Now Griffin's got the speed, he'll pull in, Griffin makes it. Now setting up a turn off the lip, jams it with the tail blow. Ethan now live.
So you're looking for a 10 and an 8 right now. It's a big task, and I don't even think there's enough time for it.
Now a little chip in for Colapinto as he heads left. A big cave setting up. Pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto into daylight.
Griffin Colapinto, the winner of the male Flip Pro Portugal.
Watching Crosby surf his heats, I was so invested in what he was doing that I felt like I was surfing twice as many heats. When a fire is burning, like add an extra log and it burns twice as strong. So yeah, the fire is burning extra strong now. Now I gotta win, so I'm psyched.
We're out of here. Here we go again. Here we go. Oh, it's fun.
Now a guy who's won out here now 2 times in his career. World #1. Let's hear it for Griffin Colapinto.
With the win, Griffin Colapinto moves all the way to first, followed by Ethan Ewing and John Florence.
We're coming into this event feeling a little nervous. It's all about surviving the cut.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, the tour heads to Australia for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Wow. State of Victoria erupts.
It's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
The Challenger Series is the final step before
Just under 15 minutes to start. Just under 15 minutes to start. Now 10:51, and we can start. You have a whole time. We can start on it. This is out there for the moment on it. Give you, let's say, 7 minutes, and then else you kind of do the competition. And just need to make sure it's with everything we do. I'm going to be shouting on my phone and say that we'll come ready to set up the body together with my we'll just say, also put it out, just as much match. Usually, I'm going to put it on the CDC. For those of you who are early in the morning for the competition, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Now, I'm going to just say every single time I come into the market, it's like that. I'm lucky. I thought this at all. It's like nothing's really good attention every time I come into the market. Oh, so I said, now I feel like doing this. That's how I'm working with that. I'm going to shut up. So I'm lucky I think it's asleep, but I'm asleep. check you're ready for heat number 9. For surface, please start to catch the last ones. And follow the instructions from our water patrol. We're set for 11:05 foot start. Already out there, warming up. I believe I'm running right now. That's Gabriel warming up for his heat. Kate and Ryan, feel free to turn around if you wish so. Now, under 7 minutes to start, under 7 minutes to start. Actually, Kate is already there on the left side by the channel. You can see Will coming out from both sides. In front of us already running back, that's a Gabriel. Just over 5 minutes to start. Just over 5 minutes to start. Now remaining for surface. We need to clear the area. Thank you. Especially surface, please avoid down. We have a set of the south and top down. So we were wishing for the winds to take this far away. That's enough. We don't need any more. That's all we know. Although if you look at the outside, it's super clean and glassy. Thank you so much to all the first surfers for complying. That was super cool of you guys. Now we're doing once, please.
And welcome back, live action. That's good news. That's a man in a red singlet. That man is Leo Fioravanti, one of the CT stars. My name is Ben Mundy. We are live back here at the EDP Ericeira presented by Estrella, Galicia. We've had some waiting, we've had some fog. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. And Chico, by the looks of things, looks like we've got some good news, right?
Yeah, we can see surfers are heading into the water. We can see Kate Madsen there having a bit of a chat with the Snaketails. Leo there getting ready. Ryan Huckaby, one of the standouts of the round before. So a lot of big names hitting the water, Ben.
Yeah, massive heat. We've got the rest of the round of the 64 to complete. We've got some big names, some big CT stars, Leo Fioravanti. We've had to wait a while. We first got the call at 8:30 in the morning, 9:30, 10:30, and then they pulled the call for 11. And you did call Chico Alves. You said there'd be waves, the fog would go at 11, the comp would be back on. And look, as much as it pains me to admit it, you were right. You were right.
You actually said it before a few times. I'm a fog expert in an ironic way, but I feel like I am. And I know at around 11 midday, the fog always goes away. So I'm stoked we are back, and I can make good calls with you guys.
Yeah, you made a good call. Speaking of someone who makes good calls, that's Travis Logie. He's down there on the beach with Chris Binns.
Yeah, cheers, lads. All right, Travis, the fog has started to raise and it's pumping out there.
Oh, it's been pumping all day, unfortunately, but the good thing is it is still pumping and the fog's kind of been playing ball, at least for the last 35 minutes. It's the first 35 minutes in a row we've had where it's been clear enough to judge, so we'll have another dig.
Yesterday we went on hold because of the tide. What are we thinking about that today?
I think we're going to try our best to push through the tide. We're on a bit of a time crunch, so any time we get in the water in between fog and tides and glare and stuff, we're going to try to take.
Obviously a no-brainer to run right now. It is cooking out there.
Oh, it's so fun. Great direction, great size for this point. So hopefully the fog plays ball for the rest of the day. You can never really tell. Sometimes it just keeps coming in and out all day, but right now it's all good.
Okay, well, don't take this the wrong way. Hopefully I don't speak to you again.
Absolutely.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Travis. Yeah, we've had half hour. We've had half an hour of clean conditions. That's the standard sort of time we need to make sure that this fog hopefully will be staying away for the rest of the day. But, you know, the waves have been coming in. There's been guys out there surfing, but we couldn't see it. The judges couldn't see it. We've had to wait. But by the looks of things, direction looks good. Shiko, we've got some really, really big heats coming our way.
Yeah, it's a bit bigger than yesterday, so I think we're going to see some excellent numbers being ridden, and yeah, I can't wait to see them perform. We waited quite a long time since this morning, but it's finally on.
Yeah, some heavy hitters. Cade Matson, who we just saw talking to his coach Jake Patterson on the CT, he had his rookie start last year. Unfortunately fell off the tour, so you know he's straight off the bat. Obviously Leo Fioravanti, one of Europe's best ever surfers, consistent CT contender, and also you know spent a lot of time here. So starting off the bat with Leo, it's you know it's going to be huge.
Yeah, he's for sure one of the best here in Ribeiradillas on our heats, and he's been living here for a while now, so he's got a special connection with Ericeira and Ribeiradillas, of course. And I tell you what, when Leo gets into a competition, he wants to win. He's not here to play safe or play games or just to have fun, you know, like, no, Leo wants to win. And that's something that is really special about Leo. He's really passionate about the sport and about getting better and better every time. So he doesn't miss an opportunity to showcase what he's capable of.
Yeah, and further down, I'm looking at Heat 12 here, Shiko. Alan Cleland, top 10 rated surfer. Morgan Sibilic, Luca Macinas and Federico Moraes. I mean, that is a bunch of heavy hitters. Strong, powerful natural footers all in the one heat together. Chipper Wilson there. Jacob, he surfed his heat last night and absolutely ripped the bag out of it. Yeah, so that's just an example of a heat that, you know, it's got so much talent and so much depth.
Yeah, Fred trying to get on a bit of a roll right now. He had a couple of rough starts to events, and he made a heat. So he's on the right foot. He's surfing at home. I know he has a lot of support here, but that matchup, I tell you what, that's going to be a hard one.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a roll winning one heat out of all year, but you know, it was a big win for him just to get over that. You know, that sort of monkey, get the monkey off his back, as they say in sporting terms, and get involved, and he'll be super, super dangerous. But it's just the way the cookies crumble. He's got a pretty difficult heat. Also got Maxim Hussino coming up towards the end, or another CT surfer who unfortunately knocked off Joanne Giroux, who did so well in the Olympics, and Samuel Pupo, who's #2 in the world at the moment. So yeah, we've got another 8 heats in the men's. There's Miguel Pupo. He's also on the top 10 rankings on the Challenger Series right now. The Pupo brothers just playing it safe, playing it smart. They've been done so well at this break over the years. We saw Robbie Sammy Pupo break through here with a final. I think it must have been 5-6 years ago when he was really, really young. So it's a place that really has, over the course of their career, has been really pivotal, and right now they're right in that sweet spot on that top 10 of the Challenger Series.
I think he won.
He did win.
Yeah, he did win.
And he hadn't had any sort of
major
way down the
results,
ratings, and he just come in and he backed it up in Brazil as well.
But yeah, I think it was his breakthrough result in terms of career.
Yeah.
And from that point on, he just went on a roll, and he really evolved as a surfer. And I feel like Sammy, I wouldn't say it's unfair for him to be on the challenges, but I just feel he's that good just to be on the CT. That's it.
Yep, here goes Leo Fioravanti. He loves to get the inside track, loves to get a first wave of the heat if he can. He's a bit deep on that one. No priority. First up, another pretty impressive surfer in the earlier rounds was Ryan Huckaby, Shiko, surfer from Florida, and a little bit of momentum around him at the moment. I'm not sure if you've seen, just dropped a stab at it. He's a really good sort of, you know, underrated surfer, perhaps unknown outside America especially, but He did some incredible hammers in his early round heats. And I think he's really dangerous. He's sort of, for the first time in his career, maybe starting to gain a bit of fire.
Yeah, that first heat win was amazing. The 2 laybacks he did were really technical and really hard to do, especially during a heat. So when a surfer does that kind of stuff during a heat, you can expect them to just go under times better when they're free surfing. So I haven't watched the edit, but I will do.
Yeah, check it out. It's amazing. It's got some big barrels, big backhand barrels with some crazy aerials. He's a really great all-round surfer, this Huckaby.
And really mellow.
Yeah.
Really mellow guy, like really humble. Like this morning I had the pleasure to have a quick chat with him. Yeah, he looks really like down to earth kind of guy. So yeah, it looks like one of those ones that flies a bit under the radar, but he's really, really good.
Yeah, well, he's out there. And also Cade Matson, joined by Ryaru Ito. Japanese contingent's been strong here. It looks like it's that man Huckaby we're talking about. Too deep, and that gives Leo the first crack at the first wave of the day. Just S-turning and zigging, waiting for the section to open up down the line. He's won here as well. Oh, and there's a little nice squirt off the top. Just finishes off. Had a really good start to the last year's CT final at Pipe. You know, a great story. And then for his standards, sort of tailed off throughout the rest of the year. And, you know, managed to make the cut, which is really important. But after that, didn't really hit the heights that he would have expected himself. Still a solid year. Here goes Huckaby. Just taking his time. Nice and relaxed start. Little jam for his first turn. And there's that turn we were talking about, the layback. He said it himself. He said he's been doing it since he was about 12 years old. It's one of his turns he's got on lock. And yeah, he said there. Meanwhile, give your foot up, your toe. Gets the fins out. Looks for another one. Late to that one and goes down. So far, Huckaby getting the best of the exchange. But that turn, often surfers just have that one signature sort of manoeuvre. It looks like Huckaby's got hit. But this was a good first turn, Chico, but then just couldn't back it up.
Yeah, it was just a wave. Was really soft at the start, and then it was really hard to find momentum. But on the other side, Ryan here, nice snap there. And then, as you said, big layback there at the end section. So he's not doing a lot of turns, but once he does them, he pushes really hard, and that layback goes to show what he's capable of. So Ryan there starting off with a good wave, and similar to Ryaru's wave, this was the same. Started off really soft. He had like a bit of a downtime, and then ran away from Leo again. So both of Leo's wave and Ryaru did the same thing in terms of the face of the wave, but Ryan's one was a bit deeper, and he was able to finish it off with a big hammer. So let's see how Cade can respond to them.
Yeah, Cade with priority. He goes this one on the set. It's in a good position on the reef. Comes around the corner. There's the power. Nice first connection. That'll feel good. Back to the source. A really unique hand placement, you can see. Really unique style from Matson. And there's another nice turn. That's the whip he's got. He's a big lad, but he's light on his feet. Really agile for a man of his size, and finishes off strong. So Snake Patterson would have said, wait your turn, wait for the good wave. Doesn't seem to be overly happy with that wave there, Snake. He's pretty level-headed kind of a guy. Been doing this for a long time, and he's been working with these young surfers for a long time as well. And what do you like about this wave, Chico?
He started off strong with a big hit off, out the back. Then he played a bit safe, I would say. This turn was just a bit of a setup carve. This snap under the lip snap, that looked great. This one a bit late, and he was able to finish it off. So I think it's going to be a mid-range number, but it's a good start for Cade, and just building momentum. You know, like I feel like when it's the first heat of the whole event, you just want to go and get some rhythm out of those first waves, and start an event like this with a fall might be a bit frustrating and stressful. So he did a really good job on not falling and performing his best on that wave. So
yeah, solid start, right? You know, it's just sometimes that first wash off a bit of nerves, see how you go. You know, we see the scores dropping in, and a wave approaching here for the Italian. So here goes for Avanti. Oh, and there's a nice turn in the pocket. Has he got some open face? This looks better. There's the trademark carve. And another. Digs a rail in. Gouges his way through. Lacking a bit of variety just because of this wave. See if he can finish it off on the inside with a nice little closing section. He can't. So you can sense his board speed looked good. His attitude is always good. His aggression was great as well, but just not a lot of steep face or lacking a bit of variety on that wave.
So if you compare the first of Cade with the first of Leo, what I reckon it was more impressive. I feel like this first one was under the lip snap. This was a bit of a down carve, and I really enjoyed this one. I thought it was more, he torqued the body a bit more, but the wave looked a bit softer to me overall. So I feel like maybe Cade's wave is going to come up a bit better than this one.
Yeah, just sort of, I mean, this was a bigger wave, but
true.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the sort of contrasting styles and waves. I think Matson might just get the nod potential just because of the combination of turns and those cutbacks. Look, they're great, especially when Leo does it. There's Mateo, there's Leo's brother and his brother's partner. And there's Sophie. So yeah, the Avanti's always come down en masse when Leo's surfing. They don't often get the chance to see him surf, in Europe. He spends so much time down here. He's got an apartment up on the hill. And Leo in form. It's just looking like that fog. That's not a particularly good sign. It's praying to the god of fog, the fog god, that this might just be a little blip. There's a bit of vision issues. Meanwhile, out there is that surfer in green, kicks out. Huckaby has been surfing up the reef a bit, hasn't he? He's kind of maybe backing himself on those closeout re-entries, Chico, rather than the long wally waves. And so far, it's paid off, but it is a different approach, a risky approach, perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like he's sitting always a bit deeper on the. He wants to get the wave really behind the peak, so he gets where they're taking off. It's the end section for him, and he really enjoys that section up the back to try to go big. It worked for him on the first round, so I think he's trying to do the same. 5.73 for Cade.
Yeah, strong start from Cade Matson. Really up in the high fives your first wave. Cade, as you say, he made the CT, had his rookie year last year, and he had such a big step up from the Challenger Series. He showed real moments, flashes of that he really belongs at that elite level. Had incredible performance at Bells at the Rip Curl Pro in his first ever competition at that hallowed wave. We're going to have a little bit of a look at how he went here. So there's his coach, Jake Patterson. Got a fifth at Bells. It's probably when he really hit his straps in terms of the CT, Chico.
Yeah, I felt like Cade there was a bit more freed up. He let the pressure go, and he just surfed. And if we see his socials and how he surfs throughout his free surfs, he's always on fire. So I think Cade really expressed himself well on this event, and he was ripping with turns like this, pushing the tail out, just connecting all the dots, and a wave that suits his surfing really well. And he did such a good job in Bells to get a fifth place there.
Yeah, really good performance. See Ito, the Japanese surfer, on his backhand. Just a little bit hung up, gets 1 foot off, but manages to keep going. Clicks it off the top again. That's his sort of trademark move. Back to the source again. This wave's getting steeper. A few check turns, hoping for a finish on the inside. Another re-entry. Not done yet, just driving down the line, and then just finishes off a little bit of a weak wave. Never really found his mojo on that wave. Just, his feet came off the board a few times and just lacked a bit of rhythm. Meanwhile, more sets approaching.
So yeah, Cade's wave was a bit better than Leo's wave.
Yeah, we'll bang on. Oh, we will both bang on.
Yeah, you said the same.
Half a point above. It looks like Matson with priority, just let that one go. See those big bowly walls. The swell's here. Direction is just bang on, a west-northwest swell. The only problem we've had is with this fog. But here goes Ito, just never quite really found his rhythm on this wave, Chico. What went wrong?
Well, I think once you get into that momentum where you wait off the bottom, but you don't find your rhythm, you kind of get off rhythm the whole wave. So you waited a lot for that second turn. to get in the rhythm with the wave, and he really couldn't settle after that. So, you know, like in surfing, sometimes if you just do a bad first turn and suddenly the whole wave, you just don't, you just misread the whole wave. So, yeah, for Rito there, Riaru, sorry. Unfortunately, a couple of mistakes. I feel like it's going to be like a 3-point wave. Yeah, 367. So just because of the pace he was on the wave, and he made a couple of mistakes there. So hopefully he can find his momentum and a bit of rhythm on another wave.
Yeah, you see when he does connect on his backhand, those fins come out. It's a real sort of powerful, compact style. So it just needs a bit more open face. As we see, Huckaby on the inside. This is what he does. This is his trademark. So here goes Ryan, driving down the line. Nice carve in the pocket. And there's that finish again. So he's just sticking to the two-turn combos. I don't know. I mean, he's got a good number, and he's just backed it up. So far, I just think that once you get to this level and this stage, when you're up against guys like Leo and Cade, CT surfers, I'm not sure if the two-turn combos are going to cut it on that inside. I think you have to get those better waves down the line. But so far, well, it's working.
I feel like this last turn was really good. He had a point of difference, and the point of difference was the attack on the lip. I feel like on the other side, you've got guys doing like 2 or 3 carves, but this turn alone, it's better than 2 cutbacks. So yeah. I think Ryan is sticking into a strategy that he thinks less is more, and he's sticking to that, and I like that. But on the other hand, we see down the line here E2 on a good-looking one.
Yeah, and now there you go. So a two-turn combo not working at all. Yeah, I like Huckaby. I like the fact that he's identified a little, a different approach, just a different section on the reef that plays to his strengths.
And fun fact, we saw after Ryan's wave, Leo started paddling exactly to where Ryan took that wave off. Wow, so Leo is a smart surfer, and based on his scores, he may be identified. If I sit a bit deeper where Ryan is, I can go big as well, and with maybe a snap and a big turn, I'm going to get a 6 something. So it's always funny how you see like smart surfers like Leo kind of readjust their strategy based on what others are doing, just because they are that good, and okay, I'm not really posting any major number where I'm sitting, and he's doing it. So I'm going to sit exactly where he is, but he's coming back now, so probably not doing exactly what I'm saying, but sometimes they do.
Yeah. So another sort of 5.3 there coming in for Huckaby. There's the competitors area there, relaxed. See a bit of moisture on the pitch, a bit of humidity in the air. Everyone's been shuffled inside. There's a bit of rain out there at the moment. That's probably a little bit more than the fog that's causing a bit of the grayer vision. Still waves, it's pumping through. We've had, 15 minutes, and all 4 surfers have had almost 2 waves, with the exception of Cade Matson, so plenty of opportunity. So plenty of waves, good direction, good swell. We are cracking on through this heat. Looks like Cade Matson is going to use his priority on this one. Live action from Matson. First turn's crucial, and it's right in the pocket. He looks confident, he looks confident. He comes around now, a bit steeper section, and there's a big belt off the top. So there's another 2-turn combo. You can see his body language suggested that he liked it. And already having the highest individual wave total so far in the heat. He's just backed it up at the halfway stage. So pretty much going exactly as his coach, Jake Patterson, would have asked for.
Yeah, he got the first snap out the back. A bit of a cutback, 2-stage cutback, but this last turn, look at this. Bang! Blows the fins. And I like how he drifted the fins and drove to the turn. And I think that gave a little extra on that maneuver. He threw buckets of water, so I think that's going to be the biggest number of the heat so far.
Well, they've got a comparison, don't they, with Huckaby's 2. He's done 2 of those close-out re-entries, but you just think there was a bit more of a meatier section for Cade. Also had a sort of hit and a lip out the back on a bigger wave, so good surfing. Meanwhile, Huckaby goes again, non-stop action, kicks out that wave, not cooperating. So it's been numbers to come in. Yep.
I think Cade really comes to show his full potential when the wave gets a bit steeper, and that last section allowed him to really open up.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go to a short commercial break. We've got some incredible surfers. We've got more live action coming to you right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are go. Welcome back to this slightly inclement weather on the Portuguese shores. We've got a bit of fog, we've got a bit of rain, we've got a bit of clouds, but I'll tell you what the main thing we've got waves. We've got a great new northwest swell coming in. We've kicked off the last half of this bracket of the round of 64, and while we're on the break, Chico, Huckaby went again.
Yeah, this is a good looking wave. Nice snap there. Winds up again. Yeah, it's a bit of a click off the top and bang. What? He makes it again. So a bit better this one. I just like the last one was the same turn, but a bit more powerful, and the section was a bit more bigger. So I think he will improve. And yes, he did, 6.5.
Yeah, so that up again. So Cade Matson got a 7.5 for that wave just before the break, that two-turn combo. And then Huckaby, again, just playing to his strengths. 3 nice turns. The last one, a bit of flair, and there, that signature Huckaby move. I suppose, is there one question, as powerful and as great as it is there a danger of just maybe doing it a bit too often? Or if it's that good, why not? Hold that thought. You ever think about that question? Because we've got Christopher Binns. He's down on the beach with Jake Patterson, the coach of Cade Matson.
Cheers a lot, Ben. Thanks, Ben. Snake, who needs Fiji and Tahiti? Snaketails is back on the Changas.
Yeah, I mean, this morning's been pretty hard to deal with the fog. The waves have been pumping all morning, and having first heat of the morning, Cade's been like on, off all morning. So, but he's got the lead right now, so it's all going to plan.
What's your plan? Back with the big squad here in Portugal?
Yeah, bringing back snaketails on the challenges. It's a bit of entertainment.
Just can't help yourself. You love this stuff too much.
I do indeed. I love. It's really rewarding teaching these guys what I learned over the last 20, 30 years. So it's they're learning slowly, but they'll get there.
Yeah. So talk to us about that reward. Seeing guys like Griffin and Ramsey qualify for the championship tour. Is that one of the best kind of paybacks you get from this whole experience?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the list doesn't just go there. It's Kanoa and Zeke, and it's a great start for these guys. I mean, as I said, like all the knowledge I've learned over the thing, these guys are compounding it into like a week. So, and not just a week, but like the program that I've learned, so if they can do it, they can qualify.
And who's going to be appearing in the next episode of Snaketails? Who have you got here with you in Ribera?
Well, we've got little Jet Shillings here. Hey, come on, Jet. Hiroto's coming up next heat. We've got Shion Crawford, Aton Osborne. Macy's actually with us as well, that Shion's actually lost. Have I forgot anyone? Shit, I hope not. Yeah, so we got a pretty nice squad.
And how's Cade going out there? Obviously, you mentioned on, off, but he's a big lad, and it's a pumping right point break right now.
Yeah, he just dropped a 7.5, so that was pretty cool, like 2 big turns. That's the idea for him to like use his power in these kind of waves. So it's working.
All right, we'll let you get back to it, but good luck to you and the rest of the squad.
Thanks, Binsey.
All right, back up to you guys in the box. That's Jake Patterson.
Yeah, Binsey, thanks, Snake. Oh, I could just listen to that all day. I'll hold the phone, though, as we see Huckaby again without priority. That's probably why they let him go, that one that kicks out. But, yeah, Snake, such a, incredible career himself. And, yeah, just the amount of knowledge he's passed on and the amount of great surfers that have come up under his tutelage is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it's incredible to see guys like Jake Patterson, Kai Otten, Jay Bottle Thompson be around those guys just because they were so good, as we see. Oh!
Big rotor from Huckaby. And then a carve. He's not done yet. This was on 4th priority, I might add. So not only just surfing incredibly well, surfing smart, and he's not done yet. He's going to try and finish this off. He's got a.
Can he go for another one?
He likes it. He's got a like a bit of showmanship too. He said he's down to earth, and he's quite a grounded sort of a guy, but he's got that showman in him, and he's just gone to the air. I'm going to get you to unpick it for me because this was a sort of come from nowhere, right?
Yeah, it came from nowhere. Used the wind to whip that board around and torque the whole body to get the full rotation going. Landed with ease, like he went straight to the carve, and he had another carve. So what a great wave for Ryan Huckaby. I'm really wondering where this score is going to go, just because we haven't seen a full rotation in the first section of Ribeiradilhas. So Ryan Huckaby showing that it's not only about the laybacks, Ben. You were going to ask if he's getting a bit repetitive.
Yeah.
He listened to you, and he goes for a huge full rotation. So sick turn there by Ryan Huckaby.
Yeah. And there's another member of the Snake Tails team, Hiroto Ohara, out the back. So Leo under the pump a bit here, needs a big score. Got a nice wave, and there's a nice speed floater. Comes around the corner. Oh, there's a trademark carve from the Italian. Another turn in the pocket. Nice. This wave is more what he wanted. And there's another one. He's a guy that's worked with Snake early in his career. I'll tell you what, now he's working on his own, and that was 5 big hits. Dog Marsh likes it. And I'm not sure if Dog is sort of in the little camp maybe for just this particular event. So he has worked with Leo for this event. He's worked on and off with Leo over the years, got a really strong and good relationship. Another one of those former pros passing on his knowledge to the younger generation. And yeah, he liked it. Jackson Baker liked it. And there's some big numbers coming in, and Leo really needed to get back in the game, and he's done that. So, yeah, really exciting stuff all around. Somehow there's only 5 minutes left. It's flown by. We had to wait all morning, but as soon as the hooter went, time has spooled out at a rate of knots. And we're going to get these numbers. They're all pretty important. Huckaby's one coming in for the air. And then this one from Leo. Take it away, please, Chico.
Well, I think this is going to be up there with the best waves of this heat. I really enjoy this setup carve. Puts him in the right position for this turn. Wow. Nice snap there. I like this one on the pocket. Jams it again, and he was able to finish it off, drifting the fins there. And Leo, he just gives every turn something different, and I really enjoyed just the size and the variety of that wave. So I think that's going to be, if we compare it to Ryan's last wave, they are both going to be the highest scores of this heat. So can Cade Madsen be in trouble on this one, Ben?
Well, it's
suddenly
big numbers. Yeah, we're just talking to Snake. He was like, he's got a 7.5, just 5.73. It's all going to plan. That plan could be ripped up in a heartbeat when one or two surfers, in this case, suddenly go big. So we're just going to see what the score's coming in. And it looks like you're on the money with Huckaby. You liked it. He's waiting sort of for the scores there. It's going to be a big number. You thought it went into the excellent range. And it looks like it's probably going to do that. They do like a bit of progression, and Huckaby showing that. He's had, a really poor year by his standards. Just fresh on the scene. An 8.17 comes in. So really strong score there from Ryan. He's back up now as a 6.5. Super impressive from Huckaby. You see Madsen, look, he was suddenly going from kind of coasting to kind of in real strife, and now Leo needs a 7.9 to move up into second. So you thought that was an excellent score as well, so you think he might get it, and suddenly Madsen could be chasing a number.
Well, I think he's going to get it.
Yeah, I think he's going to go into the 8s for sure. That wave of Leo had some size on it. He had the variety, and it was up there with Ryan's wave, so I think he's going to get it. So suddenly, Kate Madsen is eating a score.
Yeah,
for sure.
Incredible scenes, big numbers. Well, it's just the waves have improved. The caliber of the surface, some CT surface here. Looks like Leo's going to come in above Ryan's wave, and it's going to be a big, big number as well. Probably an 8.5. So we'll get the shake-up when it becomes official. Still more waves to come. 2.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to see what Madsen needs. Okay, an 8.5 for the Italian. He moves up in the second, and suddenly Kate Madsen now needing a 6.34. And we've got the Japanese surfer, Ito. He needs a big, big number as well. He needs 2 of them, really. A combination score. He does 2 really nice turns. A lot of style, a lot of grace, and then a bit of flair at the end. But that'll help him get him out of the combination zone. But you think the big story is this wave that Kate Madsen now needs. A 6.34, 1 minute 45 on the clock, with priority next to his name. And suddenly he's gone from being in a commanding position to really fighting with all he's got just to stay in the game.
And we thought we had Leo in trouble, and yet priority, he waited for the exact wave he needed to make that happen. So amazing stuff here on the first heat of the day. And this, as he said, a lot of style involved. I wouldn't say style points count, but lacked just a bit of power, in my opinion, Ben.
Yeah, and even that first turn, he's sort of, his feet, again, he's sort of had a problem with his feet. He's come off the board quite a few times throughout the course of the heat, whether it might be wax or just not quite settled or never found his groove. But yeah, I think Ito basically making up numbers here. It's all about this last wave of Cade. He's looking at the back here now. He's starting to look around. He hasn't got much choice, really. 45 seconds on the clock. Leaves that one go. That's going to give Huckaby the chance to potentially improve his score. He's going to go big here, you think. Here he goes. And there's that kick-out layback. He hasn't won a heat on the Challenger Series all year until now. Had a really good start to this event. And now he's just going to have to wait and just pray. Well, he's out in first, so he's pretty safe. Madsen still waiting. Leo prowling around too, keeping an eye on him. He doesn't have priority. 15 seconds on the clock, and by that wave, it looks like Kade Madsen, CT surfer, kicking and splashing. He knows he's in strife. One more chance. There's Huckaby, still keeping a close eye on his competitors. The hoot is about to go, and he gets it. That's a big result. 2 big heat wins. And Huckaby, that was a really, really packed heat. And suddenly, having not made any dent in the ratings on the Challenger Series this year, he's starting to get his groove on. Dog Marsh likes it. Leo likes it. And there's Jackson Baker. So this wave for Madsen, even if it was caught before the hooter, isn't going to make any difference. Surf well. Just got undone by some really, really incredible surfing by his competitors. So there's your man there. He was still considered that, well, he's a top-ranked surfer in the field and knows this wave's won here before. He's got to be one of the favourites for the event. But as we take our breath from what was an action-packed and drama-filled heel, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back. There's a happy man, Leo Fioravanti. Had to pull it out, all stops at the very end. Did it with an 8.5. And incredible surf from that man. I've got an interesting question for you, Paul, about that man on your screen, Leo Fioravanti. Made the CT, obviously made the cut. Over the course of the year, on his CT, the full CT schedule, he surfed every event. How many CT heats did he surf throughout the course of the entire year, would you say?
25.
Oh, very close. 24. I would say that, so what's that, 12 hours of surfing across the entire CT calendar? Do you think they're a bit overworked, these guys? Would you say they're overworked? A lot of the footballers are worried about the schedule being a bit packed and the injuries. Meanwhile, this is Hand Odgizola, the Bass surfer, coming down the line, the youngest one, or middle, the eldest brother, I should say, and he's really fast, loose, working with the EDP Surf Tomorrow team and just smashing off the top. And another. Actually, again, we saw the extra Barry sisters get drawn together. And that's just a quirk of fate, you know, just because they're brothers doesn't mean they're going to surf in the same heats. But these two have been thrown together at a crutch part of their sort of surfing careers. And I'll tell you what, he's got a good technique, he's got a good style. It's a pretty good solid start from the young kid.
Yeah, potential for a bit of fratricide here, isn't there? Let's see how we go. But yeah, brilliant surfer and did really well in competition and just looking to build up experience as well. They've been part of that push out of the Basque Country and Spain in general, actually. Big youth push from that region. Very much a part of it. The Odgizola saw their mother, Karen, just kind of waiting to get going here. She was obviously feeling pretty apprehensive about this heat for obvious reasons. But I mean, when you've been waiting to start and you know, a bit of nerves and all that fog break and all that sort of stuff, I guess the best thing you can do, aside from obviously posting a good score, is just kind of catch a good wave that runs, make a good choice, and go through your repertoire, get plenty of maneuvers done here. We talk about that feet in the wax thing, but really a chance to go through everything he's got in terms of turns. It was a good wave.
Yeah, and then straight away his brother is up into it next, so not mucking around. They've waited, both of them together, side by side. And then there's a big turn, so a bit more flair, a bit more power on this wave. And another turn, similar styles. And then just finishes off really technical, really competitively smart. They don't make too many bad decisions. Had a really good junior career, sort of won everything on those European junior careers. Had a really good rate run on the qualifying series, and now showing what they've got on the Challenger series. They do not look out of place.
Yeah, really well surfed. So the flare from the first turn, the blow tail reverse, puts him wide on the section, does well to just kind of join up the dots here. You can just see the little extra spark, particularly this section, that's steeper. The timing's really nice on that. A real technical maneuver. Just kind of hangs it up into the lip. And then good enough for a couple of clicks through and inside for a finish as well. So very well done. Now in terms of technique, they don't get much better than this guy. Particularly that carving, driving off the bottom. He is so good when he's on form. And here he goes, O'Hara, just working this beautiful steep running section over. He's such a technician, this dude. He falls off a lot. When he's not falling off, you're expecting him to get 7s, 8s, 9s every time he gets a set wave, because that's how good his technique is. But sometimes it all just goes very wrong for him. Let's see which of those two scenarios we're going to see in this. I can't wait to see him surf.
Yeah, he runs hot and cold. Someone who's running hot right now is Ryan Huckaby. He's down on the beach with Crispins.
Yeah, cheers, Monty. Ryan, 2 heats here, 2 really strong performances. You've got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't found much success on the Challenger this year, and I mean, that was the 3rd heat I've made all year. So to win a heat like that with Leo, who's one of the best surfers in the world, and then Cade, who is also on tour, and Riara is gnarly too. Definitely the confidence boost I feel like I needed.
A heat like that, are you just focusing on your own performance though more than the opposition? Because as you mentioned, stacked lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal in every heat, really. You want to go out there and just do your thing, but a lot of times it's easy to get like names caught up in your head. But it does almost make it easier when you have really gnarly guys like that. You know, you have to surf really well and not hold back.
Something else that seems to have been getting caught in people's heads over the last few days is priority. You got that 8 well and truly under priority and went mad on it.
Yeah, I actually made a big priority mistake at the start. I paddled for a wave and missed it, and it almost just like set me up, and I got like a 5-3 in third priority, then I got the 6-5 in third priority, and then that one in fourth priority. So it was like, it almost worked out and just let me build a rhythm instead of sitting there and looking for the perfect wave.
Tough morning with the event being on hold the whole time, but it's pumping out there. That takes a lot of the thought out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the best waves we've had since Snapper, so I'm just so happy to get to surf heats out there. And yeah, it's funny, I was out there in the dark this morning, like fired up, ready to go, and then we ended up going on hold again. We put it on hold, and then we paddled out to go surf our heat, and they put it on hold again. So it was like 3 hours of like, oh, when are we gonna go? But I mean, stoked they waited and finally got a good window.
Talk us through the 8. That section, you must have just been smiling when you saw it rear up, but you didn't hold back one bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I knew I was in second, and Leo only needed a 6-5 or something, which is a no-brainer. He's going to get that. And I saw that wave, and I didn't know if it was going to have wall, but I figured fourth priority, might as well give it a go. And that section popped up, and I was like, oh, here we go. This is what I've been looking for.
Mate, it's really exciting watching you in action. You got a new edit out on Stab at the moment called Huck, and you guys should all go check that out. But congratulations, and hopefully we see a lot more of you in the event.
Yeah, thank you. And just want to say hi to my family back home. I know you guys are up early watching. Love you guys.
Beautifully done. Back up to you guys in the box.
He's my new favourite surfer. He's old Huck. And I tell you what, is like honey just into my ears. A sentence that's got 5, says priority 5 times in a row consecutively. Just such an important part of surfing. And I know that guy. He's got a great future. Yeah, that's actually, I watched that edit this morning, and it is incredible. And yeah, check him out. He's on fire. And there goes Hans. He's again just winding around the corner, getting those fins out, hits the coping. Just love the confidence of this kid. I mean, that first turn of his first wave of the event has just been, you know, straight up into it, confident, bit of variety, bit of progression. Not easy to do when you're at that age, Paul.
Yeah, a bit of extra in terms of that turn off the lip, but the drone shot look is very revealing here. It really does show you how steep the wave is, or, you know, in certain cases how steep it is, and you could see that that was a really slopey one. So that one section, he's light enough on his feet, he's sprightly, he's young, he can pop that tail and those fins out the top of the wave. Other than that, he's just really kind of trying to join up sort of dots on whitewater. The slopey face is a real contrast to the type of waves, particularly that we saw Hiroto catch, that he got a really good number for. And those ones that draw off the reef, got a nice steep face on it and allow you to carve throughout. And I think there's going to be a real difference in scores, particularly. It's going to be the wave that sort of dictates a large part of that. Obviously, the surfer needs to be good as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw those scores, speaking of scores coming in, that technician wave, hold that thought though, because it's still going on here. And this is Kai, not mucking around. Obviously made a decision to stay busy. Gets the air just a little bit loose, not a lot of amplitude. Manages just to hang on. So he's not done yet. It's going to go again, I'd imagine. That time tried to throw a little bit of a body torque into it. And that's not going to count. But that wave of Hiroto, you talk about the technician, when he's on song, when it's all working together, 7s just sort of come easily, and he got a 7 for it. This one, though, had to force it a lot, Paul.
Yeah, well, you know, when he stood up, the first section was soft, so he sort of eyed this from a long way off. When you see that section coming a long way, it gives you a chance to build up that speed and really aim towards it. And then he thought, you know what, let's push a bit harder ahead. Didn't quite have the speed, though, into that second one, did he? But see, here's the section there, just sort of cooperatively gets that rotation done, gathers himself, a little hit vertically, and then again. So a combo, you think in terms of those sort of maneuvers with the progression, if you're able to get that second one done, it's probably going to go right up through the scale. And it's exciting to watch that sort of stuff. There are different ways of getting the numbers here, obviously. Traditionally surfing a long point, you're thinking about that carving sort of power surfing. Here's Winter Vincent.
Yeah, the young Aussie banging down the line. Another tall, rangy surfer with a good style. That wave just not cooperating. He's sitting in the top 20 on the Challenger Series event. On the rankings, so you know he's in with the hunt, working with Kai Otten over here, and only a young guy finding his feet. He's had a pretty good first year on the Challenger Series.
Went really well in South Africa and Bolito, absolutely ripped over there. The waves weren't as they sometimes are for that event. A little bit unlucky this year, but nevertheless he surfed really, really well over there. And you know, we talked about that strong contingent of surfers out of Australia. There's such depth in the ranks. There's just so many surfers are kind of competing with each other, not only on the tour, but just sort of in terms of profile. And sometimes you don't always see loads of them internationally from afar until they get to this level. And then when you see them, they sort of come out, they come out fully formed, and you're like, wow.
Where'd you come from? Yeah, straight out of the machine. But yeah, he had a really good event in Nias as well. And I think it was a co-sanctioned event actually, Paul, in Asia. And he, marking
we'll have to check with bins.
8 to 10 foot Nias, and I think he won that event. So he's he's got it all.
Is that the two regions they sanction together?
That's Asia and Australia, they instead of one just sanctioning, they co-sanction it. And we see some action out the back here, but Winter looking on the outside. Meanwhile, without priority, still manages a nice swooping carve as Kai of the brothers, and another swooping turn off the foam, drives around the corner. One more here, a bit more steeper section, and tags it as well. Again, nice smooth surfing, trying to improve on a 6. Well, he's going to back it up, not making a whole lot of mistakes. Didn't have priority. He's going to take that Puka's board and working with, right near close to their home. Been working with Zé Seabra for a long time as a coach, one of the great Portuguese mentors. Surfed this wave so many times throughout his junior and qualifying series career, and I think that muscle memory is showing a lot. His confidence is there.
Yeah, really nice to see the carve and just holding the rail. That first turn goes all the way back to the whitewater. Just does it very cleanly. So the progression, that's there, but also the sort of staples and those things that really kind of span the generation. See, he holds that rail all the way back down to underneath the whitewater. Because he goes so far back, that means it's pretty steep. So he actually kind of uses that whitewater to climb up, and then multiple maneuvers through to the inside. That was a really nice turn. And he's so light on his feet, he's so nimble, he can recover from one. And you quite often see that here on this end section at the rears. You get a little bonus, so you can get the little twofer on the inside. Good number coming his way, I reckon.
There's a bit of ruffle. This probably wave most of the time. The predominant wind, you would say, would come from the north, Paul, on this stretch of the coast at this time of year. Today we've got a bit sort of coming from the southwest, so from the left you just screen blowing up to it. It's, it's not strong, but it's still just adds a different texture and flavour to these waves, so it's going to have to adjust, right?
Yeah, definitely. But it is a feature of this wave is how consistent it is in kind of all kind of conditions. Quite often with waves that break over rocks, you tend to think they do suffer from the wind. It's just the way it tends to go down. But this one actually, you know what? Different winds from different directions is so consistent, and that's why it's been such a good event for us down the years. Speaking of consistent performers, we're watching one there.
Yeah, good up with dogs. Yeah, it throws anything at it, basically, doesn't it? It'll just cop.
Except fog.
Yeah, mate.
Can't handle the fog.
You know what? It's one of the it hates the fog. I mean, but yeah, you might get a 10, 12 foot north swell, and it'll still be surfable. You can hang on to it. It might be 2 foot straight west on the low tide, still breaks onshore, north winds, offshore breeze, southwest, and you can get you can run a heat from 2 to 12 foot, not any winds, and that's why it's such a mainstay of the competitive Portuguese scene. And while we're here, it throws it up at it. Out the back of the point though, this is Winter Vincent, nice clean face, and he goes big on his first turn, and that was relaxed. He didn't have priority.
Oh, cheeky.
And so we'll just see about that. A lot to unpick there. It's going to be a single turn just based on the fact that he didn't have priority, and Hans elected to say if he was going to finish that off, it could have been a massive number. It's going to be the one turn, an interference in there. You think, Paul, it was so separate enough not to be involved with each other? Judges have a little bit of a think about it. The priority judge maybe look at the replay and see if he thinks in any way Hans was interfered with or had his Victoria potential touched. While they do that, a bit to chew on, perhaps. It was a big turn. We'll see what it gets for just one manoeuvre. While the judges take a look at that little activity, which had a lot going on, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
is the 1.17. I have a very strong feeling that situation is about to change. Which is the 1.17. We're also looking for scores on the group. Fourth place was just the 5-6-7. 12.5 minutes remaining. So already well into the second part of the game. Scores remaining for group.
Welcome back to live action here on the shores of Ericeira, one of the great surf towns of Europe. Okay, quick quiz for you, Paul Evans. I'm going to give you three things in Ericeira that you love. Your favourite bird, your favourite wave, and your favourite restaurant. Hit me, please.
Okay, favourite wave is a secret spot. I can't say that on air, but it's near where we're staying.
Right, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but it's, I would say, in general, the best wave is always the one out the front.
Yeah.
You know, don't overthink it. Don't spend your life checking the surf. Just surf where you are.
Yep, gotcha.
Be present. Stay in the moment.
Sure. Okay. Yep, okay, that's it.
Let's stay in the moment. Well, from a couple of moments ago, this was Hiroto O'Hara. Yeah, he really is. I just think the technique's amazing. How he lowers himself to go into the bottom turn. I just think there's few surfers doing it as well as him. He makes everything look so good. And that carving technique is such a good fit for this wave, but he does need the bombs. He needs quality waves.
Wow, and there's a big first turn there and goes down for Hans. He just got stuck up, unlike Hiroto, was powering through those turns. Okay, so your favourite wave is a secret spot you can't mention, which is great for the all those viewers back home who want some information about Ericeira. What about your favourite bird?
I'm going to go with, at the moment, migration's a big part of it. I'm going to go with some of the turns. So they're migratory, the Arctic terns. They're doing a long stint, actually. They're making their way north. They're making their south. I've been enjoying the turns and some of the hunting and the fishing they've been doing. They've been cool.
Okay, how would you identify a turn for the layman if you had...
It's white. It's quite slight for a pelagic bird, for a seabird. It looks a bit like kind of a big swallow when it's flying.
Gotcha.
Beautiful thing. So it's like a small seagull with a pointy beak.
Okay, gotcha. And your favourite restaurant in Ericeira?
I'm going to go with Green is Good.
Green is good. Yeah, lovely. I thought you were going to say the year. Whoa, Chaco Baker. Just always having a laugh. Loving the moustache. And yeah, it's a great restaurant. Organic sort of food, but good vegetarian. That's for a person such as yourself. And good coffee, good times. I thought you might going to say the Indian.
Well, there's a great chance of bumping into your favourite Challenger Series surfer as well, because the surfers do tend to like that kind of international cuisine. It's sort of like very much of the moment. It's quite chic, isn't it? All that sort of stuff. So if you do want to go and like hang out with your favourite Challenger Series surfers, there's a really good chance they're in Green is Good.
Lovely staff as well. Yeah, Jackson Baker coming up soon. Tell you what, he's not really...
He was at the chicken shop, wasn't he? Getting the carrier bag full of chuck.
I've seen that mistake. Yeah, I was talking about a podcast we're doing about the, classic, Roman invasion of the Great Britain around 2000 by Julius Caesar. Hold that thought as you see O'Hara again. He's got a 7.577, kicks the fins out. He's looking relaxed now. This is when he starts getting his group. He can't quite get them. Didn't have priority. Looks like Winter Vincent instead. Utilised it, goes around that big section. He's such a rangy, powerful surfer. Kicks the fins out, just powers through all these bumps. There's nothing in between turns as well. He's a really talented guy, this guy. He's kind of got it all and just look good on that wave. So, and not only did he sort of get some great turns, and he stopped his opponent from putting on a serious score as well. So I'll get you on unpick this one. A lot of action here on this single wave.
Yeah, O'Hara flaring up there. So we've seen that turn go down. I think everyone's done one of those in this. And then Winter Vincent says, I think I'll be having that, mate. And just the control is so good from him. It looks like he's making late decisions in turns, really keeping his options open as he approaches the lip. But the variety is there. That wave's kind of ran out of steam a little bit and energy towards the end. So it wasn't able to fully tee off. You see that fin chuck to reverse. Winter Vincent says, no, I don't think so. I think I'll go this. And you see the amplitude to his surfing all the way off the bottom and then just a vertical hit with a little drift, and then snaps out the tail. Everything's a little bit distinct and different. Doesn't get a banger of a finish, but did some pretty good work there. It's interesting to see these waves sort of dropping in when someone's already riding, and just where that goes with the score. Obviously, sort of missing a bit of a section. Let's see what the judges make of that. It's a paddle from Hiroto.
Yeah, so straight back into it, drives around the corner, and there's that engaged rail. Once he starts to get on this sort of a roll where he's banking his bottom end turns, you can see he's got the confidence. A bit of a soupy section, but even then he drives through it. Really contrast to Winter Vincent, and then just finish off. So see how that went.
Well, there's about a 2 foot height difference, isn't there, as well, between the two of them. Yeah. Surfing really is one of those sports, though. You think of that ideal sort of body shape for a lot of sports. It's almost like your physical size sort of dictates whether you're going to be successful. That's one of the cool things about surfing. You can be like 6'6", or you can be sort of, 5 foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the world's best surfers have been in that range, and this man, the pocket rocket, he just drives around. He can still engage his rail, still get loads of speed.
Yeah, I mean, the technique from him is so good. It always has been. It's just absolutely textbook every time when it's going right for him. He gets that board on a rail and just able to just slice and carve throughout. Really, really well done. Those opening 2 turns for me, I just love the way he connects it. You see, he holds the rail, but then straight into the bottom turn. He's able to do those really deep ones in quite a short space of time. I think that's a really good weapon to have here at Riberas, because the pocket's short. It's not one of those long pockets where you've got a lot of options, so he makes that room for himself. It makes it look really good.
And there goes Vincent again. So there's so many sets pouring through. There's no time to stop. And then Vincent just racking up. He's got a score to come in. He needed a 6-point ride, potentially, so he's probably going to need that score to come in, plus that one. And it's going to be some shaking up going on as all these things come into hand. I mean, is this a 6-point ride, or is it better than his last wave, Paul?
It's a great hit. I'm really, really enjoying this. Let's have a look at it here. So he's just sort of setting up at this stage. He hasn't done loads of damage on the scoreboard thus far. That's nice and technical. I don't see that going up the scale, really. It is a softer wave. That's the thing that's going against him here. You know, that turn is a setup. The carbon turn is pretty nice, but it is really slopey on the face, and it's a crumbly lip as well. And you think those 3 things together, it's always going to keep you down on the scale, I feel.
Yeah, maybe with that first section, if you'd gone a bit progressive, or maybe through an area potentially. But, I mean, he starts it really well. It's actually so calm and stylish and relaxed. Almost, there's not a lot of drama involved in those technical turns of his, but he gets it in, and they just keep coming. So we'll see the scores come in. Yeah, what's it? Back to Jackson Baker and Julius Caesar, that classic combo. When Julius Caesar turned up on the shores of Britain, there was tribes, and they were shaving their legs. But the most disturbing and frightening thing of the Roman soldiers found was the moustaches. They'd never seen them before.
They'd never seen it, no.
They had moustaches, they drank milk, and they ate meat. And that was absolutely terrifying to the Roman soldiers. And I'm imagining the surfers paddling out with Jackson Baker. I know he eats meat. I know he drinks milk. And that moustache as well, it would be frightening for your opponents, potentially.
Yeah, if you rocked up in your galleon under the White Cliffs of Dover and you saw thousands of Jacko Bakers peering down at you looking angry, you just turn around, wouldn't you? Go back to France?
Absolutely. As we see, the young Hans, the Bass brothers first up. He's clicking those turns off the front. The waves aren't as big as his opponents. He needs a 6.4 as it stands. Potentially more than that wave is going to do it. So 4.5 minutes on the clock. Suddenly, Paul, there's 4.5 minutes on the clock. It's probably been non-stop.
It's been really entertaining, this one. I mean, all sorts of storylines in the heat, but the surfing really has shone, and particularly this guy. He's still looking for a number, though.
And does he hang on to that one? So he needs that 6 point. Well, actually, it dropped down to 5.51. And Kai is in second place, uses his priority, and he goes to the air, just kicks the fins out. The fins get stuck, and he goes down. So everyone just spinning to win. We've still got a lot of scores to come in. A 5.61 was the score Winter when he went for that one single big turn. Went for the progression. That last wave we talked about was smoothly surfed. We got a 4.9 through those crumbly lips you mentioned, Paul. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to go for this. Let's just see how the judges went. I don't know if it was such a clean landing, but I'll get you one to pick that.
Yeah,
one of the better aerial surfers of our time.
This is one of those things where it is difficult to judge, because quite often, if it's seeing similar sort of surfing, you can just kind of almost the wave. A lot of the score is down to the wave, but we've seen like really different types of maneuvers. They really have to contrast them. So not a lot to get overly excited about right there. But let's take a look at this work from Hans as he just draws that turn a bit short. and sets up, and he's just waiting for something to form on the inside. So yeah, I guess that wasn't the section he was after. Meanwhile, super tail high, clings onto it, sticks it, crucially. Maybe like not the speediest landing if you were really being sort of hypercritical, but nevertheless very dynamic, progressive.
High.
Yeah, and the front foot goes all the way up to the nose to get the collect, and that is an awkward place to try and land. So let's see where his number goes. It's in.
Yeah, it came in at just a 4.43, so the judges not rewarding that air.
They've been consistent, Ben, in terms of the landing, right? So we often like look at the sort of the height, the amplitude, and think, okay, this is where the number is. But the judges have been really consistent over the last, what, 6-12 months or so. And the fact that if on the landing, it takes a little while to actually emerge. If you're kind of stuck in the whitewater for a bit, it feels like every second you're in the whitewater, you're hemorrhaging points. And I feel that's what happened there with the score.
It's a bit like this gymnastics sort of comparison where whatever you do in the air looks great. But if you dismount, you know, when you're landing isn't clean, it's, you know, all bets are off. I personally think that may have gone a bit higher, but yeah, look, I'm no expert on those technical airs, and the judges have watched many of these, you know, for years and years. They've got a pretty set scale. They know what they like. All the surfers know what the judges like as well. So let's go back out. He's got a minute 40 on the clock. He's going to go again. So Vincent not hanging around, needing a 5.5. This is his fourth crack at it, really. And he's going a bit more vertical. Nice layback snap. The wave's not delivering. I love his approach. I love his surfing.
Yeah, interesting point of that way was no one else was even vaguely interested in it. So in our tight shot, we're just looking at him pad into a peak. We're thinking this looks pretty good, but no one else wants this at all. And that's because they can see it's just this one pocket. It's just one section, really. And all he can really do is get that first snap, which is really nice, and then this one into the lip. But as he's doing that, it's sort of like a kick-out turn, really. It's always a dying piece of energy. So nicely done. But in terms of the requirement he needs, that solid 5. I mean, you see that, just particularly see that turn, you're thinking, all right, this is great. But he just would have loved some more wave there. I think that was always going to be one that ran out of steam.
Yeah, he's been chasing that sort of, you know, half 5, and you look at his last 5 waves, he's ridden in the last sort of 8 minutes, 5, a 5.47, a 4.93, a 4, a 4.5. So just hasn't been able to get out of that sort of zone, that 4, or, you know, high 4 zone. Only chasing a wave, it's just a 0.5 above it. It's not a lot in there, is it?
It's agonising.
He's gone to the air, he's gone to the tag, he sort of mixed it up. You can't fold his approach.
The effort has been like relentless, really. He really has tried everything, but ultimately, particularly on a wave like this, it really does come down to the energy that's provided at the opportunities that you get. And on a softer wave here, it's very hard to surf up the potential and get the score, particularly when you're getting up to, well, just past the 5s, really. I think you can maximise a smaller wave. But in terms of getting a number that you need, it's always hard to do. And you can see how much it means to Kai Odriozola.
Yeah, Kai is through, unfortunately. His brother misses out, so they're 1 from 2. Looks like Vincent, I really liked his approach, but it didn't work out. It was just a lot of action, especially the back half. Started off this young man, positive, energetic.
Yeah, just flair, you know, getting on the front foot, attacking, flaring up, taking risks, being dynamic, and making his waves look different. And then a strong finish here. This section on the inside would just really set up nicely for him. We didn't see that many inside double-ups, I feel, in that last heat. So this one at the start of the heat, giving him the opportunity to go into the lip and give it full treatment. I just love the carving style of Hiroto Ohara. I think every time you see him surf a heat, it's really pleasurable to watch, particularly if you like those kind of core staples of surfing, the power, the rail work. And again, see that pocket on the inside, how steep that lip is. That was the early part of the heat when we're seeing more waves like that. Look at the drive he gets off the bottom. This was the wave that just provided him the backup number. And it was just really that short section there that did it for him, wasn't it? The transitions are so good and sharp. Doesn't need a finish. It's not one of those days where everyone's relying on heroics on the inside, going late to the lip and doing that dramatic stuff to finish. It's not what it's about today. A lot of the scores came from the outside section.
Yeah, just a point of difference. And really technical on rail, lots of power and progression, and yeah, Hiroto looking strong. So we've got the official results there. Vincent and the Hans Odriozola are out of the picture. But while there's a little short break in proceedings in waves, we're going to go to a commercial break and come back with more live action right after this short commercial break.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series in Europe. Hirota Ohara, the debrief with Jake the Snake here on the beach at Ribeira. It is the EDP Ericeira Pro, and we're seeing the top talents from around the world look to build campaigns in a crucial week for surfing on the Challenger Series schedule. Stop 5 of 6, and here in Ericeira, Portugal, we've been blessed with real quality waves. Ryan Huckaby saying a couple of heats ago, best waves he's had since Snapper at the start of the year. We've had a little bit of fog to deal with. Let's hope we keep good vision, because this is an absolutely great looking heat. Checking out Miguel Pupo, Joel Vaughan, Charlie Quivron, and Jackson Baker. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Chico Alves. How about these 4 surfers, mate?
Well, I think it's going to be a really, really interesting heat. We have all sorts of style on this one. We have Miguel Pupo, vicious on his backside, really fluid style. We've got Joel Vaughan with that new up-and-coming generation from Australia with some big turns, and as we see, this was during the break. Nice carve there, and Joel, he got us used to big numbers. Yeah, sometimes he just goes for 10s and he makes it. So this isn't the case. It was a bit of a rough start, but we can go back to Bolivia, where he got a 10-point ride on a huge air, and this was Charlie's wave. So bigger wave. Probably the biggest wave we saw all day. Nice. Ooh. Gouging carve there, beautiful. Charlie has a really fluid style, really technical. He did really well on the Gold Coast, and he's good on long right point breaks, and wow, kicking the fins out the back there again, and makes it. So was he able to get one more turn in? Probably yes, nothing really major, but 6.17 for this one, and most of the score came from this beautiful bottom turn. Gets up there, releases the fins, torques the whole body, the body all in tune with maneuver, and nice landing there, and Jackson Baker live.
Here goes Baker, loves this wave, and just driving through his first hooking, carving maneuver, goes over the floater section and then sets up a foam climb. Has a little look around, almost a little shake of the head. There's that carve and snap in the pocket, serves him so well here. And then again, so his timing is so good on this. He's got a really good read on the wave, really enjoys it too. So after a weird opener, wobbly one for Joel Vaughan, trying to make amends there, catch another wave straight away. Probably a good call, just get back involved again, so he can find cleaner water. He just had wobble on the face of that opening ride. You saw the contrast between him and Charlie. His one was a real weird one. We'll look to try and get something else going here. So already underway with the cracker. And just, I love the contrast in styles. We're waiting for Miguel Pupo to get going. Here's another look now at Joel.
Yeah, Joel on a much more frothy wave, but nice air there to start things off. Was a good one. Quick whip. Then he finishes it off with the layback. So a nice combo with a lot of variety.
We've seen a lot of airs, mate. Last heat we had a bunch of them. Why is that? Why is that right now we're getting so? We've had more so far this morning than the whole of the rest of the event put together.
I feel like it's just the direction of the wave is allowing the surfers to have the opportunity to really get those sections that allow them to do airs. And as you said, Jackson loves this wave, and that first carve looked really good. Nice float over that section, waits for it, doesn't push too hard there so it doesn't fall, and I like this really tight snap under the lip, and he makes it. So I think this is going to be the biggest number of the heat by far. Not by far, but it's going to be for sure, just because the finish, he had it all. He had the transition maneuver, and that board is looking amazing under his foot. And Jackson said he hasn't made a heat in a while, and looks like he's going to make a couple here, Paul.
Yeah, his connection with the wave's really good. We can talk about different attributes of surfing and why they match this wave. He doesn't seem to have any problem at all getting drive here. It just seems like he's never at a bit of a loss, particularly for speed between the maneuvers. So every time he's coming out and recovering from a turn, he's accelerating immediately. He doesn't have to try and pump the board. It really, on that front foot, that acceleration just sends him back to the pocket. And we were talking about it with Ben in the last one, actually. Some of these pockets, that they're not there very long, these steeper sections. Like, they're sort of there for a bit, and then they're gone. The timing has to be really good. He seems very in tune.
Yeah, his timing is perfect, and I think where we saw him doing best on the CT was actually in right and long right-handers. So yeah, Jackson has a really, really powerful approach into some steep sections, and that's something that it's eye-catching when you see him serve. And as you're saying, yeah, he opens up the whole upper body. He puts like every turn he gives something different, and his technique is, as you said, he doesn't bounce the whole body to generate speed. It feels like he's always like with speed, and he's using only the technique from rail to rail to generate even more from turn to turn. So Jackson looking amazing.
He's also in that place where he's surfing without the pressure. You know, you mentioned he's not had a very good year. He's just coming back from injury and trying to rebuild, and he looks like he's really free with the surfing as well. You know, he's not coming here with like, okay, I'm in this position, I need to do this to hang on. He's just really going out and having fun. It's looking great from where we're watching. We've also really enjoyed seeing the rail work of Hiroto Ohara out in the water. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Joanna.
That's right, guys. Great surfing and great waves, by the way. How was it surfing in your heat?
Well, absolutely pumping out there, so I just had a fun time.
Were you glad we waited for these conditions?
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's so many waves, and then like you see so many good waves, but like you gotta have to choose the one you wanna take it. So I just waiting for the one maybe I can get a 60 over 60s. Then I'm very happy to get a 7 on my first wave.
And are you excited to be surfing today again?
For sure, yeah. When they maybe get the high tide, it should be all over the world. So yeah, I can't wait to surf again.
And what do you do while you're waiting? Because there's been a long wait this morning. There's been a long wait for your second round.
Me and all the snake crews are staying together, so we're just having fun and we just talking shit, and we definitely having fun. And yeah, I spoke with my wife, daughter, and yeah, I'm cruising. So yeah. Can't wait for the next one.
And how is it to have Jake back at coaching?
Well, he's amazing. Like, we've been together, working together like 2 or 3 years before the COVID started. So yeah, I'm very happy he's back, and we've been working so hard. So yeah, hopefully get some good result here.
Well, great stuff. Go have a chat with your family. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a great performance from that guy. He's absolutely stoked. And of course, he wants to surf again. It's pumping, Chico. Really fun waves out there. And let's see how we go. Setting up for a big afternoon of competition here. And there's only, you know, every time, obviously, we go through the rounds, we lose half of the field. We've got so much talent heading to the water. Here's one. His name's Fred Moraes. You know him. He's pretty good.
Yes, it is, and he was psyched up on the parking lot, getting ready. He's fired up. I feel like Fred, he really wants to perform well here in Ericeira.
Look at the heat he's got, though.
What?
Look at the heat he's got.
He's got an
Alan Cleland, Morgan Sibilit, Luca Macinas. Whew.
Wow, he's one of those heats that you really need to uplift your skill, and he will be up there with them. It's going to be a medal who catches the best ones. That's for sure. But one thing that I found interesting about Hiroto's interview is that his main sponsor. So we heard Julian Wilson is going to be back on the challenges, and he's got a project called Revia Projects, which is the stick Hiroto was using. So quite interesting. Wow.
So Joel Vaughan there with the rotation. Meanwhile, Charlie Kivron, who had second priority. So he had priority over Joel, just decides to take the wave. We've seen a lot of that happen throughout the morning. It's been a real theme. Just with these conditions and the way it's standing up on the reef. So everyone watching on here, the Brazilian crew, wondering, Miguel Pupo, when's he going to get involved? He's got priority. He's not been tempted into anything so far. 12 minutes gone, he hasn't paddled for a wave.
Well, which is quite weird because we've seen a couple of good ones come in. I feel like Miguel is a bit deep on the lineup, and I think he needs to paddle a bit more towards the left. Otherwise, he won't be able to see the waves coming. But as he said, he had priority. Charlie Kivron and Drovag behind him just went for a huge air reverse, and he makes it. So look at this, how close he was. He comes off the bottom. Wow. That's talking about a dynamic. That was a critical turn, really dynamic, and the way he did it, so close to Charlie's. Oh, look how close the fins are from Charlie's head. But yeah, no hands on the rails. really technical air to make into the flats. So amazing stuff there by Joel, and I think he got us used to that kind of stuff over the last few events, just because the progression is something that is always so present in his approach.
Yeah, it's so good in the air. We've got that little bit of south in the wind, so just blowing into this right a touch. Traditionally, it will just come kind of down the point and follow the current and blow sort of down along with the wave as it runs down the reef. But right now, we're just a touch of south in it. It's blowing into that right-hander a little bit. It's promoting surfers who are very much alive to these kind of things, thinking, you know what, some good sections out here for punts. We're not seeing that banger of a finishing section, so quite often you see all the energy a little bit on the outside, and then you're all just waiting for it to come onto the inside. At the moment, it's much more the meat of it, and the steeper sections are sort of from the takeoff towards the midway point of the wave, and it's allowing for some really quality progressive surfing. We've seen a lot more variety in the type of manoeuvres surfers are able to do. It's like a first and second turn from the traditional kind of carving, set-up, snapping turns. Look at this bowl will come through and just go a little bit soft as it goes wide on the reef. Under 16 minutes in this, still looking for a wave for Miguel Pupo with all of that championship tour experience. Really good at this wave as well, the goofy. He's performed brilliantly here down the years. Generally in Portugal, it's been a really, really good spot for him throughout his career, as this tends to be the story with a lot of the Brazilians, but right now he's just a little out of sorts, and there's numbers going down around him. Joel Vaughan got a 6.57 for that air that he just did, where he just sort of managed to stay away from Charlie Kivron. And he'll go again here, so he'll fake the takeoff, little left, go right, and then he's up, and he's flying down the line, and he'll fly again above the lip. Nice and speedy with the rotation, just board got a little bit away from him. Just saw the legs go a touch straight and just kicked that one away. But we know what he wants to do here.
Yeah, that was even higher one, and this was he was looking for a full rotation on that one. Just based on the angle, he lifted. He punted on a different angle, and he had a bit more speed than on the other one. But as you said, he turned his head around, but he couldn't really get the whole rotation done before the landing, so he ejected, and he just ejected because he was looking over the front shoulder. Every time you see guys going for a full rotation, they just really look over the front shoulder. And he did that. He had the rotation, but the end part, he got a bit disconnected from the board, so he couldn't land it.
Just over 14 minutes to go in this. It's Joel Vaughan leading this one. Here's a first wave from Pupo. He waited for quality. He's found it here, driving off the bottom, a little out on the face, just kind of carving rather than assaulting the lip. And then he'll just go over a section, bring this through, just kind of cruising through here by now. Out the back, he had some steepness, then it goes soft. Now it'll bowl up again, and he'll get a snap done. It's a decent combo. He won't get scored on the second one. That's because it's on dry reef, and he had to abort that. So maybe not giving it necessarily the full treatment there. Felt like he'd sort of surfed a little bit within himself, Chico.
Yeah, wow.
I'm not talking about the end section, of course, but
that's really sketchy. He got caught right in between the rocks there. Hopefully he comes out safe out of there, but that part is a bit sketchy sometimes. But with this size, he's fine. Like, he's not going to get caught there for a while. But yeah, as you said, nice first snap there. Felt like he was on his way to start plugging away some big turns, because Miguel got us used to that, and he kind of cruised throughout the whole wave, and we couldn't really feel that aggression on any part of the wave, but the wave was well surfed, you know, like, we cannot not agree with that, but I think he lacked just a bit of aggression somewhere in between that wave. And this is Jack behind it, nice down carve, cuts it short, and goes for a drift of the fins on the lip and doesn't make it. And Joel behind it, nice foam climb. He's going to go for another nair, and he can't ride out of it. So Joel is going for broke. He just wants to do punts.
An interesting exchange there. Miguel Pupo getting involved. Joe Vaughan will keep pumping. He's leading the heat. Pending scores coming in. We'll get a second number for Jacko Baker as well. He's got the highest score with that 7. Joe Vaughan leading this one. More live action from a great heat when we come back from break. Welcome back to Ericeira. It's the EDP Pro 2024 presented by Estrella, Galicia. And a great heat out in the water right now, showcasing a real versatile cast of talent. We're looking at the CT vet right now from Brazil, the goofy Miguel Pupo on an inside section here. Wow. And then the big backhand rotation. And he got most of that done. His brother Samuel, the Brazilian crew, David Silva there, defending event champ. And they were willing him to stick that. And that's what he's able to do, is to sit on the inside from under 4th priority and find a section close to landing this, says Chico.
Yeah, I love how the rotation was perfect and the timing was right there. The rotation, he had everything on that particular turn, and the backwash helped him to get even more high on that specific air. And we've seen Miguel land these type of turns multiple times. Not on this case, as we see live action now. Charlie on a good-looking wave.
Kivron going around the house, carving, nice and sharp and precise. And this wave is really slopey in here. Not what he wanted to see that wave do. That first section looked promising. Now we'll find a steeper section. It's a bit of white water to hit. And he'll give it a good old crack as well. So I feel good just to kind of stomp that last turn, get a bit of back foot pressure on that tail block of the board. Just kind of give it something. Every time you sort of cutting back, you realise I'm not scoring huge points here. You do get that oncoming section. Just go at it, spank it, hit it. It's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, the wave looked good from the start. Nice bottom turn there, floats over that section. Beautiful roundhouse cutback. He got the rail really engaged and with speed. He was able to turn the board all the way around the white water, and he had the finish here with a bit of a layback jam there. I don't think it's going to go as high as the 617.
Just needs a 4.15 at the moment. Really interesting the way these scores are positioned. Because Miguel Pupo has only ridden one wave. At the moment, he's got that 5.77 in for that long wave with multiple turns early. Then he's had the incomplete reverse attempt. That means Charlie in 3rd. Doesn't need a huge number. 4.51 is that requirement. That's with the judges right now. Joel Vaughan. And he's just boosted basically every time. All right, here goes Jacko Baker. And he'll just power through a section, generating loads of spray, just torquing that body in this steeper pocket, and then puts in a turn of his own with a bit of a layback feel to it, and that back foot pressure, just a bit more oomph to that than what we just saw on a smaller inside section from the Frenchman, Kivron. Baker again showing how good a fit for this wave he is.
Yeah, nice float there. As he said, he powers through the turns. Like, that section wasn't that steep and that turn looked really critical. So Nice job there by Jackson, and nice finishing turn there with a lot of power. So I think Jackson might get the lead with this last wave, and nicely done here to recover from this turn. Really surfing with amplitude, and that goes to show that how good he is in waves like this. And yeah, last off Charlie 4.23, so improving just a bit, but he needs a bit more in the terms of the scenario of the heat.
Looking at Jackson's number, he needs a he's gone to first. There we go. He gets to 5.37. I was just saying he needs a 5.07. He gets it, so he goes to first position. And just showcasing really how nimble he can be for a pretty big lad. Great control of that board at that last turn. That layback jam, able to bring the board underneath him. We talk a lot about sort of the upper body and the legs, but sometimes feel like it's a bit of sort of footwork and almost like the ankles there, just staying like nimble for him. He's had a problem with his foot. That was the injury. Actually quite a nasty one, what he did to his foot. He said the recovery's like been going well and it's feeling good, but just to have that board control, to be light on your feet, to be able to sort of react to turns in quite a dynamic situation with white water going all around you. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it looks like he's recovered from those injuries. It was quite a nasty one, he actually said it. Most of the times guys don't come back on their careers after the type of injury that he had. And yeah, what an amazing story around a really talented surfer that deserves to be on tour, in my opinion.
I feel like there's still loads more to come in this one, though. Just under 6 minutes. Miguel Pupo, brilliant surfer, can get scores in a bunch of different ways. Still really good with the dynamic aerial surfing. He's great with the power as well. He doesn't need a big number right now. 6.31. He's got first priority with 5.5 minutes. Just the way this swell's been going, we're expecting a set, at least one set in that time.
Yeah, we can expect a flurry of action to end this one with 5 minutes to go, and this is one of those heats that can change. Everything can change within a set of 3 waves. Just because Miguel can do excellent numbers, Charlie as well doesn't need a big number. He needs a 5.91, so a really attainable score. And Joel Vogue there with a bit of not getting the best waves at all, but the waves he got, he just went for it. So he got a few sections, but the few sections he got, he made the most of that section. So that's why he's sitting in second.
All right, Joanna Garnell's roaming down the beach. She's in coach's corner with Dog.
That's right. Look who I've got. Hey, Dog. How are you?
Great, thank you.
You got Jacko in the water. How's he doing?
Yeah, pretty well. He started with a 7. He just backed it up with a mid-range 5. So he's doing pretty good.
And I'm in a strategic point right now because I was able to have a look at the little black book, and very interesting, but only code stuff that you would understand, right?
It's dyslexic shorthand.
And I saw you were also working with Leo this year? We've reconnected. Which has been really cool, and this is just an event to just find our feet again and see how we want to take it forward in 2025. No favorite children?
Nah, and it's a bit like the Marines, you know, don't leave anyone behind. Always go back for the dead bodies.
And you've got Fred coming up next as well. How's he doing?
Yeah, he's been in really good form, and this is such a good location for him, has so many pleasant memories. It's always good to be back here. Without the fog or the rain would be nice, though, just quietly.
Well, you've got a long list. We could talk about almost all of the athletes, right?
No, it's pretty tight. There's only a couple of them. Like, you know, I've got 4 guys in the CT and then 3 challenger surfers. And again, it's that philosophy of not leaving anyone behind.
So humble.
Well, no, he fell off. What am I going to do? Like, not coach him? I've been with him 13 years. It's just nasty.
Well, great job, Doug. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, Portugal.
Thank you, Joanna. Thanks, Richard. Looking at Joel Vaughan here, ripping through an inside, and a really dynamic, entertaining exchange went down in the water during that cross. There's a lot of talking points, a lot to break down in Chico. So Joel Vaughan, a weird start to the wave, got caught behind, fired up through the inside. You can see in the paddle, he's got a bit of extra pep there. So he's got himself amped by the finish on this wave. Talk us through it.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff. We saw probably the 2 best waves of this heat so far.
going down, and Joel, he got one of those ones that gets really steep. Nice carve there. Winds up again. Nice long carve. Really seeing a bit of fins there at the end. Winds up again. He gets an extra section here. Bang off the top. And nice look at the judges, just because that wave had it all. And look at this. This was the big mama behind it. And nice wave there by Miguel. Just throwing 2 big turns out the back. Winds up again, and a big floater. And he makes it with ease, and winds up again. A bit of a carve downtime, but he was able to finish it off strong with a vertical approach there, and winds up again and releases the fins. I love the fist pump. He's stoked. Everyone is stoked at the beach. A lot of people supporting Miguel, so look at this.
Excellent surfing from Miguel Pupo. Judges thought so too. 8-1-7 for him, and I did have a feeling with that priority with 5 minutes, he was going to have something to say. He's had a lot to say. You know, just showing the full repertoire here. You talk about point break surfing and covering a lot of ground. He went everywhere on this wave. He floated over the lip, used that as a functional turn to pick up the speed, really, and just smashes it through on the inside. And you can still see the competitive desires there burning for Miguel Pupo. He's absolutely fired up. He knew that was going to be a great number. He knew he was going to go excellent there. The judges wasting a little time on rewarding him. He goes straight to first from 4th. And only riding 3 waves. That's experience paying off, though. He knew the waves he was looking for. Jackson Baker in 2nd, and we're waiting for a score for Joel Vaughan. 5-8-1 now is that requirement for the younger Australian. Thinking about those turns on the inside, how dynamic they were. That last one, there was that slabby section kind of gargling underneath his fins. Is he going to get that 5-8-1?
Yeah, I think suddenly Jackson is going to go from 1st to 3rd in a matter of minutes. Just because that last wave from Joel is going to be enough for sure.
In, yeah, 6-8-3, he gets it. He kind of always felt it was going to be with that strong finish. Meanwhile, Baker, here he goes. So the prone entry and then into it. Baker slicing off the top. Now this section will sit down a bit. It'll be casual here. Go all the way back to the wave. Will be patient. And then just showing really that wave is not offering a lot on the inside. So we were getting excited about what was going to happen down the line. He realized the answer was not a lot. So Baker will just bring that in here. And his connection with this wave that served him really, really well on this occasion from the entry. There wasn't a lot more after this.
Yeah, he surfed an amazing heat. I think he shouldn't be rattled at all with his performance. It was just a matter of the last exchange being one of those that the waves that come are really good, and at this level anyone can win heats and turn heats around, and Joel just got an amazing. Let's just listen to it.
Now the debrief on the beach for Jackson Baker. We talked about his connection with this wave. He showed us it in that heat, really, but in that final exchange, a couple of bombs came through for Pupo and for Vaughan. Baker just got a slopey one. And we were always expecting entertainment in that heat. It's Miguel Pupo who gets it done with excellent surfing. The veteran, the goofy, will win that heat. Joel Vaughan, who showed us so much flair and just entertaining surfing, really, but he still needed that finishing section right towards the end of the heat. So that one finishing with an absolute banger. We love the drama here at Ribera. Stakes is high for surfers on the Challenger Series. Miguel Pupo will stay alive. More live action from the Challengers. We'll bring Monday back in for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to live action. What an action-packed heat we had just then. Incredible waves, incredible turns, some drama to the very end. It's not stopping now because I reckon this heat is one of the best of the round of 64. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. We've got Frederico Moraes, the local hope, Portuguese legend, Alan Cleland, number 10 on the rankings, former won a Challenger Series event here, and this man is the local Freddie Kickash, going to the air. Nice start, a lot of confidence, kicking the fins out from Freddie. Unfortunately, just can't hang on. Morgan Sibley, Australian powerhouse, former CT surfer, former WSL finalist, and Luca Messinas, just the really consistent Peruvian's been at the top of this surfing game for a long, long time. Always in the mix, really solid technique, really smart surfer. So 4 natural footers, 4 heavy hitters. We're looking pretty good, right, Chico?
Yes, we are, and conditions are looking really good. We just saw a big heat on our hands before. Jackson Baker there, unfortunately getting a bit of from first to third in the last 2 minutes. So I think this is going to be one of those that it's going to be fireworks until the end, Ben. I just think there's big names, there's good waves, and when there's big names and good waves,
yeah, well, we've got a big name down on the beach and some big fireworks. We've got Miguel Pupo. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell. All yours, Joe.
Yeah, guys, that's right. 5 minutes to go, holding on to priority, and you got that excellent score. Is that luck or is it experience?
A little bit both. You know, I was hoping for the best, you know, as always, and I had a 5, so I knew I was in the game somehow. And when I saw the wave, I was a bit nervous, but I knew it was going to be an excellent wave, so I just had to surf patient and waiting for the right time to hit the lip, and I was hoping not to hit the rocks again like my first wave, so I was happy with that for sure.
And you were here since 6 in the morning. Did it bother you at all, the wait, because of the fog?
It can bother you for sure, but I was more on the happy vibes, you know, just happy to be here and happy to have another opportunity to do what I love. And yeah, it's a good wave. It's a place that I love too, so I knew no matter what the result was, I was going to eat a pastel de nata at the end of the day, and it's going to be happy.
Everyone on the pastel de nata, impressive. Well, what's worse? Is it waiting for the call when it's always on standby, or is it waiting for a wave when you're in a heat?
Probably waiting for the call, because usually you're hungry or kind of angry. But I had a good meal this morning, so I was happy for sure.
And now you deserve a pastel de nata.
Thank you. See ya.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Garnell, and thanks, Miguel. I mean, I've been watching that man surf, I reckon, for 15 years. I've yet to see him be upset or angry, yet to see him throwing, you know, negative vibes, either in the water or in the competitors area or on the beach. He's a credit to this sport, that man. I reckon he really needs some type of medal almost. What a legend of a guy he is, Chico.
yeah, he's my boy. No matter what, he's eating a pastel nata, so he's I'm just like him in that sense. As we see the 5-point ride, nice layback jam there, quick cut back, the wave just fattens out a bit. But I like the aggression of that first maneuver. Alan has a lot of power, and it goes to show he can throw some big numbers with maneuvers like this, Ben.
Yeah, it's fresh off the win at the US Open, which if you look at all these events, you might not think that would be his strength. He's known for his power, grew up in the Mexican point breaks and like really heavy beach breaks in Pascalis. He's got that in his locker, and he's just, you know, with that victory in Huntington, he's gone up to number 10 on the rankings, so super dangerous. And this is a Peruvian, Lucas Messinas. That's a really nice style. He's grown up in the northern section of Peru. Again, grown up in quality waves and point breaks, and it kind of shows a lot of left-handers where he lives, but I'll tell you what, his forehand isn't as bad either, and lots of commitment, lots of connecting the dots. He's always smooth, and a really strong finish on the rock. So that was really, really incredible surfing, and I'd like to compare and contrast those two surfers. What's the difference, Chico? What are the similarities between Alan and Lucas?
Well, I think Lucas, he shifts his weight a bit faster, as we see the replay of Kika's wave. Nice blow of the fins there, something that we don't see that often.
And it's nice to see Kikosh going for it and feeling confidence to throw some big airs, as we see live action there. Morgan Sibilik, no stranger to Clibaradillas there, going for a big turn off the top, a bit of a wrap, and he's going to go for the finish. So just a click off the top, a bit of a mushy and soft section there to finish it off this wave. But as I was saying, I think the main difference between Lucas and Alan is just they have different approaches, they have different sizes and different weights. And this is the replay of Morgan's wave. Wow, fast through that turn, really nice down carve. We didn't saw that turn. He blows the fins here, so a really nice wave here by Morgan. And he was able to finish it off. So I think this is going to be. So I think this is going to be a big number. He stayed really tight in the pocket, jamming it really hard. Look at this, hard off the bottom, long carve there, opening up off the top, really torquing the whole body all the way around. So doing like a proper carve, as we would call it, and looking amazing. So I think that's going to be right up there with Lucas' wave. I feel like maybe just because of the amplitude Morgan got on that turn, he's going to get the better of the exchange in this heat, and he's going to get the highest number so far. So Luca Messina's got a 6.83. We might think Morgan's wave is going to be higher than that. So I think he's going to go into the 7s.
We haven't seen one of those sort of really high torque, high power carves in a while. He was so committed. I liked Chico, like amount of water drawing off his fins. He'd done the bottom end turn, just so powerful. Growing up in between the point breaks of Merewether in Newcastle and also Angourie up on the north coast of New South Wales. So 2 hotbeds of Australian surfing talent, some of its best waves, and he looked really, really smooth and powerful. And it comes in actually a 6, so the judges rewarding a little bit less than perhaps what we thought, but it's still a solid number. Here goes Freddie up and riding. Here's that little karate chop in the pocket, his trademark. Comes back to the foam. Now he's waiting to hug the reef a bit. Another sort of cut back, waiting for a bit steeper section.
Wow.
Gets the fins out. So looking sharp too. Freddie had a tough year on tour. Had an incredible year at everything else, personally. He's had incredible times, been travelling, new partner, new wife. And but he just hasn't been able to string together any heat wins at all. He had his first heat win of the year, basically, yesterday. So you're really trying to get a roll, get back his mojo and get back where he belongs. Looking sharp. Just that wave, just not quite as big as either Morgan's or Luca. But Chico, he looks to be back in form, got his confidence back. And the surfing that we know Freddie can do.
Yeah, it looks fired up. Maybe on that wave, I really enjoyed that first section. It was really steep and he attacked it really well with a bit of a snap slash off the top. He got a 4.5 on this last one, so maybe not the ideal number in terms of the scenario of this heat. He needs a bit more to be in the mix, but I really enjoyed that snap under the lip. He carves it down again. I like the long wrap he gets here with the backwash. Yep, he was able to finish it off. 4.5, what do you reckon he had to do more to get like a 6 or 7?
Yeah, it just didn't have the size of the wave, I think. I mean, that is a really great turn. He had to sort of pull it a bit short to fang down the line, which engaged the rail. Even this wave's a lot bigger from Cleland. Whether it's going to have a steeper face, we'll see. So Alan Cleland just hanging on. There's that nice little whip in the pocket. He's such a big unit, but he's still light on his feet for all his power. This wave, so far not offering a lot of opportunity. Zigging and zagging. He's going to wait to get a big finish if he can, and there goes a big sort of turn over the rocks. Can't finish it. So despite travelling a lot of distance and getting a lot of turns in, none of them had that dynamic sort of approach, or no fins out or no carving. So it's well surfed, but Alan Cleland going to need more than that, I think. He's had, a really interesting career, Alan Cleland. Not so many Mexicans coming out. Some incredible surfers down that way. Obviously, Puerto Escondido and all the hubs.
And they have produced some incredible surfaces. None have really made the, got onto that upper levels of the CT. He's done some incredible movie parts, and people started to know a bit about him through his Quicksilver films. And then suddenly at the US Open, I think he really showed that he's more than that to his surfing. He's got some competitive smarts, Chico. It was a really impressive win in marginal conditions.
Yeah, I think that was the breakthrough result he had in his career. That moment was amazing. He turned it around on the last minute in Huntington, and yeah, a lot of Mexicans there supporting him, and it was an amazing moment for Mexican surfing. And I was able to be actually watching that final, and it was an interesting one because it looked like he was just not going to win.
Yeah, really big career final. So we've got some footage of that win you're just talking about, Chico, and let's have a look at how he did it. See here, very different conditions as the small beaches next to the pier. Staying busy. That layback snap is a bit of a trademark, and even in small conditions he managed to keep clocking him up. There's some big spray. Just was right in the groove, really frothing on the crowd and the vibes. Look how much it means to win. And the first Mexican to win the Challenger Series event, that's for sure. And the crowd was going crazy just over the border. And he's real good energy, this guy. He takes his surfing seriously, but he knows how to have a good time as well. He is incredible talent, and he's currently out in the lead, but I'll tell you what, she's a really tight heat. 15 minutes gone, 15 minutes to go, and these surfers are pretty tightly bunched, Chico.
Yeah, Lucas is the one sitting on the comfortable zone on this one. He's got a 683, so he needs to back up that big number on the scenario of this heat. But yeah, Morgan there with the 6. So a bit behind on this one. I feel it's like Alan and Kikash, but both of them can just post a big number from out of nowhere. Just like Miguel did on the last one. He was a bit behind that one. He had the 5, couldn't really find anything special, and suddenly 8.17 goes into the lead and he wins it. So anything can happen on this one, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Freddie knowing the wave and the lineup so well, and with the talent on show. As I said, it's one of the most sort of packed heat of what is already a pretty stacked round of 64. So yeah, it's going to take some time, but there's a little sort of gap in proceedings as we see more action coming up. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back after a quick little break there. Thanks to all the sponsors, companies getting right behind Portuguese surfing here in Ericeira. We are at the halfway stage, or just over the halfway stage. One of Portugal's best surfer is in the water, Frederico Moraes. That man there, Alan Cleland. He's the top ranked guy in the Challenger Series. You got a wave in the break. Chico, break it down for me.
Yeah, it looks like a smaller one, but looks like he's going to get a bit steeper. Nice layback there. Drifts the fins, which is something rare, but the way he did it was after the turn, like he just dripped it after. He goes for it, and then he pushes a bit harder now, and he controls it. So nice technical aspect there by Alan. I don't think it's going to go huge, 4-1-0, just because the section was a bit mushy, you know, it was not like a layback on a steep part of the wave, but nonetheless showing variety of maneuvers and looking good on that one.
Yeah, it just came in at 4.1. It's not going to count though. Meanwhile, we see Luca Macinas, the Peruvian, black carbon board. We'll see. Oh, it just kicks it off. Not the wave you would have wanted to use on priority. Just open the door there a little bit. Trying to back up that 6.83. Kind of get that, but having waited a while with priority, that may have been maybe a small mistake, which you can't really give the likes of Freddie and Morgan, and there's some sets approaching, so let's see what can they capitalise on that. Looks like it's Morgan in blue has priority, and it's Freddie in green, the one behind. They both elected not to take that wave. We're in Ericeira. What a great surf town. I'm going to ask you a quick quiz for you, Chico Alves. Your favourite wave in Ericeira, your favourite surfer from Ericeira, your favourite restaurant in Ericeira. Hold that thought. Just a two-turn combo. He's going to score because he's only second wave, but just can't help it. That was a mistake or not, Chico?
Yeah, I feel like it is for the conditions we have on hand. That wasn't a quality wave for someone who has priority, and I don't think he will improve that much. It was a 3-point ride, so he would like to be on this one instead.
Yeah, so Morgan with priority, a bigger wave. He's driving around, and there's that trademark swooping carve. Just waiting for this section down the line. Can he get a big finish in front of the rocks? He's eyeing it off. I've seen him do it before. S turning to the bumpy but section. There's a turn and finish it off. So right in front of the rocks, that is commitment. And Morgan just needing a 3.83. You see how close he is there. That's why he didn't go absolutely hell for leather, but still managed the completion despite the rocks, the wobble, the gurgle, and the power. And Morgan, well, you see, this is the wave that Macinas probably could have been on.
Well, I don't think it's going to go as high as his first one, just because the first one, if we remember, he was doing this type of cars on a lot steeper face, and this wave, the whole time he was running throughout those sections and trying to find that steep section. He did a good job, of course, to land this last turn, and was really, really close to the rocks there. But yeah, I think he will improve, of course. He only needs a 3.83, so I think he will get a mid-range number here. And yeah, this first time I think was the most committed one behind the leap, but you always had to chase the wave, so it wasn't really off the bottom, off the top wave that allowed him to open up.
Yeah, you're right, and still needing that score to come in. He needs 3.83 to move up into second, so you think he would do that with that wave, requiring such a small number, and that leaves Fred Moraes, the Portuguese surfer. So a lot of the crowd down here have come to watch him, and so important in the fabric of this country's surfing community. Probably been the flag bearer, really, for the last 5, 6, 7 years in terms of the highest profile surfer in Portugal, surfing at the highest level. An incredible career, some final at J-Bay. Earlier this year, he won the J-Bay Classic and Invitational, which won in Hawaii. He's probably one of Hawaii's greatest competitive surfers. So he's achieved so much, but he's still got more work to do. He's nowhere near done yet. But right now, on the Challenger Series, he's got some work to do with 8 minutes on the clock, needing a 5.34. So that score came in for Morgan, just the 5.67. So solid numbers, moves him up into first, and that means now Fred in fourth place, needing a 5.34. That's the bad news. The good news is he's got priority, and he's in the spot. If a good wave comes through, he's going to be ready to pounce. And we've got also Luca Macinas there in second place. Alan Cleveland needing a 4.84 down there. We've got Emrod, so Michael Rodriguez down there getting the last bit of inspiration, going through some the pre-heat ritual with Luel Philippe. Good mate, mentor, And just going through some preheat, probably a bit of prayer, a bit of instruction, a bit of positive visualisation. And we could call him a veteran, couldn't we, Emrod? Now he's been on the CT over the years, shown real incredible runs. He goes a bit hot and cold. Right now he's hot, 8K, so we see him send us live action. Chasing a score, he's in second place, trying to improve on a 3. There's a nice carve, really wrapping cut back. And then throws a bit of flair with the layback. This wave keeps on giving, so despite the lack of priority, he's managed to get some nice turns in. That was a little bit sticky as the wave slows down. Then he puts a foot on the gas and completes it. That is a very well surfed wave from start to finish. And done without priority. Meanwhile, Morgan Sibilik sort of in and out. We'll see if that had anything out the back that could have helped his position. I think Messinas might try and improve on his 3, which he will. Meanwhile, here goes Alan Cleland. In and out. That wave not offering anything. Freddie playing the patient game, which is like what he likes to do, but now he decides, right, it's not go time. Couldn't get that one. Cleland paddling into it. He decides, I'm not going to wait around any longer. Here he goes, the Mexican. First turn's going to be pretty crucial. Just a little foam climb. It's the section here. Goes for massive fin release. I don't think that's going to count as a, well, it won't count as a completion. You can tell by his body language. He went for it, tried to show, because he didn't have any opportunity, Chico, he had to do something a little bit different, a little bit spectacular.
Yeah, he had to run to get around that section, and he did a good job on trying the best he can to push on that last turn, because he's needing a score, and he's going to need a high number just because based on that last from Luca Messinas. Yeah, he just did the float, and I like the extension on this layback. He almost did like a layback air kind of thing, like because he traveled a long way on that section. So there's a lot of amplitude on this turn. He started off yeah, he looked amazing on this one, and unfortunately they're not.
Yeah, his foot came off and he plunked his foot back down. This is though a really well surfed wave from the Peruvian.
Yeah, I really like this tight hard ear, really torques the board all the way around. Gets up there, a bit of a layback snap, another carve, a bit of variety here on this wave, and he was able to finish it off here with the last turn. So I think Messina's here, he will improve 5-7, and he gets the lead with this one.
Yeah, it really just so consistent. Messina's, he very rarely makes mistake. Okay, Freddie Moreira's out the back on a wave, he needs a score. There's a nice little hack in the pocket, getting over the bumps. Goes big on the foam climb out the back. Now he needs something on the inside if he's going to really capitalise on this wave. Chasing a high score here, or at least get back in the game.
Wow.
There's a little trademark sort of hack in the pocket. So a bigger wave. It's not probably going to be the 7.17 he needs, but it's going to get him back in the game, you'd think, and back with a chance. So it's important. He got that under his belt. You can see him motoring back out the lineup. He's probably going to get back out there with what, 3.5 minutes to go. Just over 3 minutes. Still enough time, Chico. But it was a well surfed wave, and he really went for it. Just a little bit crumbly lips, and not a lot of that open sort of calves where he could really engage his rail, which is what he loves to do.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy wave to surf. I think he surfed it really, really well, but the wave itself wasn't an easy wave to surf. I think it's going to be his best number, and I think it's going to be right there in the mix, as you said. I don't know if it's the 717, I don't think so, but he's going to put him in a position to get the number. And let's have a close look on our heat recap now, Ben, and let's see the best moments.
Yeah, it's been a start. And this one here, this is not our heat. This is actually a heat from before. This is Joel Vaughan, who we saw came through with the goods late in the heat. The one before this one, Joel Vaughan. Waited his time, went to the air a few times, and this is a wave needed to sort of high five and end up getting it on the money. This is our heat now. So this is Luca Messinas, Chico. It's looking pretty good from the start.
Yeah, he started off strong. He picked a good one that allowed him to open up. That layback jam there was beautiful.
he connected all the dots on this one, and he was able to finish it off strong here. Blowing the fins, does a bit of a two-stage, kind of one-stage cutback there just to set him up for this last turn, and this last turn had a bit of a spice to it. So Lucas, I feel like Lucas has been in tune with wave selection from start to finish, and he found this wave and the priority of everyone. So that's quite something to look at, where Lucas took off and found this wave, and he was able to post his second best number, the 527, and he takes the lead for now. And yeah, third and fourth yet to find the rhythm. And Fred, and this was Morgan's wave. Nice snap here. This was the 567 for Morgan. As we said, a lot of hard work done, but the wave wasn't easy at all to surf. A lot of bumps and laps on the face of the wave, and Morgan did a really good job to just stay on it and make it happen, and finish it off really close to the rocks, and isn't afraid of that. So yep, that's the 8 recap, and a lot of action to unpack, Ben.
There was, yeah, 90 seconds on the clock. So the scores coming in for Fred was a 5.17, so it does make his requirement smaller. He's down to a 6.5. Time is the problem for Freddie right now. As we see, all surfers looking at this set out the back. No one being able to get it. One of those wide ones caught everyone out. So with a minute on the clock, I'd be surprised if another set's going to come through. There might be a few more lumps. Freddie's gone way up to the northern part of the reef because he's got 4th priority. So he's just waiting down there. Alan Cleland is in 3rd position. He needs a 6.67. Macinas and Sibilik have a pretty good hold on this right now. Looks like Fred's going to go no matter what. Couldn't get into that one. 35 seconds on the clock. Could be a bit of a Portuguese blowover here. One of the fan favourites and event favourites. But he's not going to give up. This is his last go. Samurai is needing a big number. And you can tell by the body language he's not sure if it's going to come in here. He might have to go for Hail Mary if it does throw up. Puts his foot on the back, little carve. And that's not the high number he needs, nowhere near it. He pretty much knew it from the time he took off. Dog Marsh there is disappointed. He's lost another one of his charges, and the Portuguese fans also disappointed. But Macinas and Sibilik got the better waves, surfed them better off, and were just too good. I don't think Freddie or Alan will have any sort of complaints about that in terms of where they surfed. They just didn't get the waves and didn't surf to their abilities, really. And there's a happy Peruvian, Morgan Sibilik, a young Aussie as well, who'll be pretty hard, pretty stoked to get through what was a really, really stacked heat. And so Alan Cleland, who was 10th on the Challenger Series rankings, has gone from winning the US Open to going here and getting out knocked first round. And that real estate on the top 10 rankings is starting to get really, really interesting. We might break that down after we go to a short commercial break. Let's see this live action here. Plenty more to come where that is. We'll go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira, one of the great surf towns of Europe. You know, scratch that, one of the great surf towns of the world. And we have got some big, big heavy hitters coming in, not only in the surf, but in the booth. Paulie Evans is in here. I'm going to ask you 3 questions about Ericeira again. Paul, the quick quiz I call it. What's your favourite hotel?
You in the seat.
What's your favourite place for a beverage of any style or substance, and at what time?
Any beach bar, 4:45 p.m.
And where would be your favourite beach for swimming, Paul?
Kosher's.
Okay, good, good. There's so many opportunities around this pot to do all those things. Emrod, well, his favourite wave is hopefully going to be this great. Oh, and he just got some pop. You never know what he's going to do, this guy. He's so explosive, he's spontaneous. He's well up in the rankings, he's had a really great year, and you can tell why, and he just does a nice finish. Is that going to be completion? Absolutely. So Emrod, he starts off strong, and you can tell that little fist pump, he liked it.
Another really quality performer. We've seen so many airs go down today. It's been really entertaining. These conditions, that wind just blowing into this right a bit. It's just offered loads of ramps for surfers. Great to see. Here's another Costa. Makes that look super easy. Look how light on his feet he is and limber. Sort of got that drifty, light approach to that air. Real cool to see that go down. But Michael Rodriguez, I mean, such a quality surfer. And here's another one who went off the radar a little bit after his early work on the CT. He's been back kind of knocking on the door, fell off tour, but he's too good for the Challenger Series. He's a CT surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. His talent's there. Speaking of talent, Chris Ben's down there on the beach with Luca Messinas.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Lucas, incredible heat there. 3 guys who've been on the CT, 1 who wants to make it. You're in both camps. Happy with the result?
Yeah, super happy. I knew it was going to be a really hard hit. It was a gnarly hit actually on paper, and yeah, happy to make it. The waves were really fun today. Board was working really good. I think I did one mistake in one of my waves, like getting my back up, but I was lucky to get another one after. So yeah, stoked to make it.
Surfing against guys like Federico and Morgan, are you even watching their waves, or are you just purely focused on your own performance?
Mostly on my own performance, but of course if they're coming on a wave, you're watching them, seeing what they're doing. Mostly to know, to think what kind of score they're gonna get, you know, and to know what to do, if you should catch another one or just wait. But for sure, yeah, both. Sometimes you wanna watch, sometimes you just wanna focus on you.
You were on the championship tour 2 years ago. How strong is the hunger to get back there again?
It's always on my mind. It's what I want. It's one of my goals. This year it's been hard. Didn't get many good results in the beginning of the year, but there's two more events, so there's always the goal. So I'm just gonna keep going and see.
And when the conditions are like this, and you can just let your surfing do the talking, does that take a lot of the mental anguish out of it?
Yeah, most of the time, I've been having hard hits in the entire year. Not many good waves, so now that we're here in Rivera, the forecast looks good. So I'm happy to get good waves and show my surfing. That's all I'm focusing right now, actually, just to surf more hits and try to surf the best that I can.
Beautiful. Any words to friends and family back home?
Sí, saludar a toda la gente de Perú que está mirando, las vibras, vamos con todos, seguimos dándole y saludos a todos. Ciao.
There you go. Congrats, Luca Messinas. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Lucas. Yeah, he's pretty stoked. He's pretty committed. He's pretty focused, as is Guy Levi. It's Lawson. First wave and just can't get through that. So no surfer being able to get any purchase. Just still waiting on the way from M-Rod, the first one.
Yeah, it always looked like a higher air. Looked like a better one than Cowers.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but way more, just more length, more variety. And he was happy with it. Chaos actually got through with it's almost a buzzer beater in his heat yesterday. So knows how to keep fighting to the death. A 6.17 for Michael Rodriguez. So yeah, that counts as a solid start, absolutely. And all 4 surfers back out there. Rafael Teixeira, he's got priority. And that's that one go. Just a little bit of a regroup. You can still those lines keep marching in, very uniform. There's hardly any wind to speak of. It is coming a bit from the southwesterly direction, which is a little bit different, but it's almost non-existent, which in Portugal was pretty rare, right, Paul?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the conditions are at the moment as good as they get for heats here, particularly performances we've seen throughout this morning, around lunchtime here today. Like, we've seen just really different ways of scores come in. It's been really cool to see. You think of that excellent number that Miguel Pupo dropped, backhand hammers, you know, big turns into the lip. That's kind of what you expect here at Ribera, but we've seen good number 7s, high 6s coming from airs as well. It's been really entertaining.
Yeah, and live action. The goofy footer, Ericeira, really experienced as well. And he's just waiting for this wave to stand up, hopefully. Hasn't any really energy at the moment, really sort of flat. Gets a turn in at the end, but it's not the wave he would have wanted for his opening. Gets a score on the board. Just had no propulsion, no energy on that one, unfortunately. And he finished it off. But he's going to have to do better than that if he wants to get through this round of 64.
Yeah, quite distinct style. Quite stiff through the shoulders, isn't he? That whole upper body, the torso, is quite stiff. And what he needs a little bit of power to hit against. When he gets that, when he swings that upper body, it works really well. He's good at throwing spray, kind of late in turns as well. And seems like quite a sort of fiery surfer. He fires himself up. He quite often uses the situation in the heat that he's in, whether he's doing well or badly. He uses it to make him angry in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. And now a bit more loosey-goosey is Lawson, slicing and dicing, waiting for this inside section to stand up, and then bang. Nice top turn, got more on it. Gets the fins out a bit on that one, so just perpetual motion and a finish. So, I mean, that wave delivered a lot. He just kept going like an energy bunny, never stopped moving. And that would feel much better just to get himself in the wax. And sort of a lot of turns. If it was a points per manoeuvre, if that was still in, he'd be doing all right, Paul.
Yeah, silky, smooth, really. And he got caught behind on 2 waves. He was stuck in the whitewater. It's been frustrating for him. The response is really, really good. You see the drift he gets out of the board. It almost looks like the bottom of the surfboard is like kind of greased up compared to some of the boards we've been seeing, which can look a little sticky between the sections here. But this thing looks great on him. And the way he's just able to go full body on these slopier sections. Almost gets caught there, but good enough to get that recovery. And you can see this setting up here for him. He knows he's going to get a couple of turns. It looks great from behind as we just see the spray. And really, there was anything that showed any kind of steepness, any sort of transition, any slope on the wave. He was good enough to go at it and go at it pretty hard. The commitment to the bottom turn is what sets him up to go vert. We talked about backhand, easy to go vert. You can do it forehand. You need to draw out the bottom turn a lot more, though. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, it's sort of 2 sides of the one coin, isn't it? That bottom end turn sets up what happens above. And yeah, you could tell with Lawson, he was just really driving. There was water coming off the fins on each and every one of them, which is a good sign. Yeah, back to the quiz, Paul. Yeah, you've been coming to Ericeira a long time. I mean, let's not even go into to that, but I'll give you a little. If you were to go on a daily plan, so you got a breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner, where are you going, and which surfers are you taking? One for each, please.
Challenger Series surfers, or just from the sort of history of the sport?
So you can. It's up to you, really. Breakfast?
Yeah, but I generally don't do breakfast, Ben.
Okay.
I like to skip that. Maybe just maybe
you can do something else. You can do
maybe
a morning
coffee and a fizzy water, probably.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do some breath work on one of the cliffs.
Who are you taking for that little experience?
I think local knowledge is really important. I'll probably Yolanda Hopkins, one of the Portuguese crew. I'll probably say she likes to get up early as well. Got really good energy early in the morning.
Yep.
So that's sort of the 5 a.m. to the midday slot.
And then your lunch slot.
Yeah. By now I'm getting hungry and possibly a bit grumpy. So I need something substantial. I think at the supermarket, actually. Just grab something there. I don't want to.
Who are you taking to the supermarket with you on this dream date?
Maybe Jordan Kuzene.
Yeah, Kuzene.
Yeah, fire him up.
He's got the nuts.
Get some caffeine into him. He loves a cashew.
Yeah, he does. He looks like a cashew guy for sure, yeah. Hold that thought. You've still got dinner to come, but Slauson going big. We talked about being loose, and he's just did that. It's a one-turn combo, but it's a nice one. A bit of amplitude. Didn't have a lot on, so he just went for it, put all the eggs in the one basket, which is ironically what Paul's doing at lunch with Jordan Kuzene. And then it's just shut the door. So the first wave came in as 5.5. He's going to improve his score, and yeah, looking solid at this stage. What did you like about this air? And also, Paul, what didn't you like?
Well, he's sprightly. He's got a load of pop. He's really light on his feet, and that landing, tricky one to do, and good enough. And almost see his own sort of certain amount of surprise. Anytime you start riding backwards for a little while, you kind of got neutral. Your fins haven't engaged. You're just kind of sliding out, and yeah, that can go a couple of ways. But he's done that rotation a few times, I reckon. He knows what to do, even with his eyes closed. So
that wasn't his first rotation.
So look, mildly surprised, but not really. It's a good-looking wave.
Okay, Emrod trying to back up the 617, being patient and in rhythm. Sometimes that happens, so there's a nice set-up carve.
just works around the foam, almost take the drone out. That wave just emptied out in that deep water next to the channel, and you know, potentially a mistake. Sometimes out here, you never know what's going to happen until you take off. You can, you know, you've got your experience, you've got your muscle memory, you know, you've read the lineup. But then even like that, he was patient. It was a good set, didn't work out. That can happen out here. As we see, someone out there trying to capitalise on that potential error of Emrod. And just to finish off here, you've got your dinner slot.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, what are you doing? And are you taking
to the Indian stroke pizza joint?
Oh, right.
Something
2 for 1 combo.
I think for everyone. And obviously, I'm taking David Silver. He's the defending event champ. No one, I feel like as a goofy, no one's surfed this way better than him. I just think his energy is really good with it as well. So I just want to dive into some of that knowledge.
Do you think he would go the Indian or the Italian on that particular evening if given the, well, you do have the choice of that restaurant, which is fantastic.
He is a pizza guy, but I just think maybe the butter chicken is what he might go if he had a heat the next day.
Got some butter chicken vibes. Yeah, he's really positive. Had amazing. We saw the moments of the day last night, post-show. He just absolutely slayed. One of the best waves we've seen all event.
Pretty humble sort of dude as well, isn't he? As a character, you know, that sort of energy, and you're sort of flexing on tour a bit. Maybe you got a bit of CT status as well. You don't get any of that with David. He's really low-key.
You know what? I was just saying that too about Miguel Pupo. He was just having a chat, and he was saying to Joanna, you know, I'm just happy to be here. Win, lose or draw. I mean, draw would be quite unusual, but and I was just thinking, I've never seen that guy blow up or be negative. And yeah, some of these Brazilians are a credit to the sport. And here he goes again, Emrod. He's driving down the line. He's waiting for a section. He's decided to go after that last one. Didn't work. Not mucking around. 2 turns. He might go big on this end, but if he can, a little layback snap. Probably playing the smarter, playing the long game there, really. He's got a 6-1-7, just trying to back up, put some heat on his opponents, a bit of pressure. Here goes Costa. Will he feel it? Nice loose surfer, but just comes unstuck on that first turn. High tide potentially starting to just throw a little bit of a few curveballs in the lineup at the moment. Ideally, we would have started a bit early when the tide was low. That fog put paid to that. But Emrod kind of, you know, showing, you know, we talked about the flair, we talked about the spontaneity, but this is kind of smart competitive surfing.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he knows what he needs to do. He's got a 6 already, wants a backup score, doesn't want to sit on a 2. So he's identified the wave, and he says, you know what, there's points here, but I don't want to force it. I don't want to do too much. So it's not super steep. So by waiting at the bottom of the wave, he's just waiting for the maximum opportunity, and then he can come quick and almost like that rapid punch just underneath the jawline of the wave there. And you get this completion when he got speed as well. It looks great.
Yeah, good surfing, smart surfing, and it's going to go up there. Meanwhile, Costa pulls the trigger again. That last wave didn't work out, neither did that one. Just showing potentially a little bit of an experience. Meanwhile, Texera, he's paddling, he's spotting to get into it, and here he goes, the sole goofy footer in the heat. You see those really unique arm placements, quite unique. You know, when Rafael's up and riding, just trying to eke out some points through the suit. 3 or 4 nice little backhand whips. Not a lot of variety, but a lot of verticality. And there's a 4th one. He likes it.
There's the intensity, Ben. We talked about that. He needs something. He just needs something to sort of spark him off, doesn't he? Basically, he needs something to get going. Like I said, sometimes it's frustration, and he turns that into good energy. Sometimes when he's surfing really well, that lights a serious fire in him. You see him paddling back out. I mean, that sort of war face that he's got. He's quite an intimidating, imposing character.
He is. He's built. And there we go, Costa again. Another closeout looks of it. That's 3 in a row that put down, you know, no harm, no foul, perhaps without priority. Leaves Emrod. He's identified this one might hug the reef a little bit more. And he starts zigging and zagging. There's a click in the pocket first turn. Might go to the air here and just falls down. Saw Lucas Silveira, who's mates of Texera. He was a bit of a sort of polite little golf clap for that one. Didn't go overboard, just a real slight tap. Pretty calm, composed type of fella. Lucas got through on a buzzer beater yesterday in one of the more dramatic.
A lot to do with why, basically. He's thinking about his heat, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good point. I mean, fancy that. Coming up, and he's thinking about his heat as an experienced veteran. But yeah, his mates out there. We'll see this turn. There's a lot of similar turns. Is that going to count against him, do you think, Paul?
I'm not so sure it will, actually. Do you know what? I just think the judges are scoring what they're seeing, what they're not seeing, rather than what they're not seeing, sorry. So, yeah, the rhythm through it is good throughout. I thought the intensity kind of ramped up a bit. The wave got steeper at the same time. And they're just right in the pocket, those turns. You know, you see a lot of surfing at Ribeira, a little bit out on the face. That was super critical.
There's Slawson digging his left hand in the water, driving around again. Different wave, bigger, a bit more water on it, a bit more chubby, as Jackson Baker used the word yesterday. But he winds up there, and that's what he's got in his locker. So that came from nowhere. That's a point of difference. That's the excitement, and that's really, really well served. That's a difficult section to do any of that sort of business, and to do it cleanly is almost impossible.
Yeah, he's gone, all right, Emrod, I see you. Check this out. So look, just laying it on a rail, big amplitude to the turn, yeah? Covers loads of ground, and then just wind himself back. Those cutbacks, they're functional, right? So you wait for the wave to stand up, basically, puts himself back in the pocket, and he sees this and goes, all right, the face lights up. Really cool with the grab, gets the nose pick for the completion right on the rocks. Brilliant surfing.
Yeah, it's great. He had the grab, you said, the technical aspect of it. It's on the rocks, it's high risk. You don't want to get that wrong. He's got it right, and he was chasing a 5.31 to move up into first. And just a point of difference. We talked about that comparison with Texera doing a lot of the similar turns, and then as an exact contrast, Slawson just came out with a wide variety of manoeuvres, from sort of elongated cutbacks to, you know, quite a technical grab right on the inside. Good surfing from Levi. So he'll wait for that score, try and improve on a 3.67. You think he's going to do that? So Rodriguez and Slawson right now pretty much owning this heat. There's plenty of time. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the culmination of this heat of the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. We've seen some numbers dropping in as that break went on. We've also got some live action right now. Michael Rodriguez, calm and composed. There's two great turns. And does he get another bite at the cherry? He does not. These surfers chasing some small numbers. That was trying to improve it to 4.63. We saw that last wave with the aerial at the end from Levi, getting a 5.60. So that goes into his counting manoeuvres. Rafael Texera now and Costa both chasing some numbers, but no one's really been able to put a lot of daylight between themselves and their opponents in this heat, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of similar sort of numbers. The conditions, they've changed a bit. You mentioned it, that tide rise, obviously it's inevitable. It's just filled in the reef a little bit here, and it's affecting to a certain extent the scoring opportunity. Some of the waves coming through, so we're getting a lot of those sort of modest, slightly under the mid-range department, those kind of scores. This is what we're seeing. And let's see how that situation unfolds. The good news, of course, is when we got some size to our swell and there's still a bit of power in it, usually we can go through the high tide. Obviously, those calls and those decisions are made by people. further up, further up the chain than us, Monday. But, you know, there is enough size there. When it's small, it can get tricky. Hopefully today we'll see it just pulse and continue to go all the way through.
Yeah, that's the plan. Well, not the plan, but that's sometimes, as Travis Leahy, I liked his term, he called it, we've got some time crunch, he called it, which means that, you know, we've got a window, but these fogs are taking some time of the day. We might have to maybe run through some conditions, maybe, look, suboptimal, but still extremely competitive. And with this direction, we might be all right. Emerald, still plenty of opportunities in this heat, that's for sure. And he just goes vertical off that first section and can't get a banker behind it. So let's see. Yesterday we had a bit of a break through the high tide, and you know, it wasn't as good obviously as low, but those guys getting some waves. So we'll see. They'll keep a close eye on it. Miguel Fortes and Travis Leahy, pretty much. I mean, all they do is keep their eyeballs on the ocean. That's their job. They just watch that, you know, all day, every day. You see Costa. He's had a bit of a bad run. He's trying to get back in the heat now. It's a bit more like it. He's got that long, rangy style. Puts his foot on the back now, just trying to see if there's another boost section on the inside. And he knew it was coming, and he does the rotor.
Very nice.
And finish it off.
He needed that. He needed to just get involved here, didn't he? It was just getting away from him a little bit. Well, a lot bit, really. This heat's not loads of time to go. He's such a good surfer. I really think he's got a lot of creativity in his surfing too. We talk about the style, that's obvious, how smooth he is, but I just love to see how natural his approach is. Nothing's rushed in his surfing, you know, and that's nice. Gets a little release off the tail. The waves a touch slopey, good carve there, and he sees a section here, but he doesn't snatch at it. He takes his time, he's patient, and he makes it look cool. Really nice to finish that. Quite whippy with that rotation.
Yeah, I think that's probably the point of difference. We saw Levi's last one had a bit more height, but this was so quick and clean. As again, we talked about it before, Paul. These surfers make these make these waves look far better than they are. That's a really technical, difficult. In no time, yeah, a bit of bump. You can see he's adjusting his feet halfway through it.
He's got time crunch. He's got rock crunch as well because he's not far away from those boulders.
Yeah, a bit more of a louder clap there from Silveira. He's upping his clap game. Wowzers, and there goes Michael Rodriguez. His completion ratios are really, really high. That's been the hallmark of his surfing over the years.
Yeah, you'll see him do this sometimes when he's starting needing a number, and it's, you know, he'll just go and he'll just push it and push it and push it. And sometimes, obviously, it can go two ways. Obviously, if he sticks something like that, it's going to go big. It can sort of, kind of sometimes get himself more and more frustrated and just try ever more ambitious rotations. Let's see how it goes. Still got time.
Yeah, well, we just talked about Lucas Silveira and his clap game. Well, he's down there and he's talking to Chris Binns.
Lads, Lucas, you've won a World Junior title right here in Portugal, so you're a bit of an expert at Ribeira. 3 of your countrymen in the water right now. Who's your money on?
Well, I'm cheering more for Rafael because he's staying with me. So, yeah, he's not having the greatest heat, but he has priority now. So if a good wave come his way, he has a chance. But yeah, it's always, there's so many of us. We always have those heats with a lot of Brazilians in the same heat, and this one has no wall.
Tell us a little bit about Costa, because he's a little bit of an unknown character to some of us, but man, he rips.
Yeah, Kawan is a great surfer. We know him for a while already. He's super young yet, but it's the first time he's in the Challenger. So with this new format, like guys from out of our region don't really know the guys till they get to the challenge. Yeah? So there are a few other kids like as good as him as well that like almost qualifying to the challenge, you know. But us older guys are still giving them a hard time. But Kawan did it this year, and he's put some great performance. Didn't break through yet, but he's super good in the air, and he's like winning a lot of events back in Brazil. So once he finds his gets a momentum go, I think he'll have a breakthrough result.
You guys aren't older guys, let's just set that straight. Maybe a little bit more veteran. And speaking of veteran, Michael Rodriguez, he's been on the championship tour before, but he's a dad these days. Has he mellowed out a little bit in his older age, and he's in the mix for qualifying as well?
Yeah, Michael is so consistent. He's one of the best surfers in the world. He been on tour for a few years. Wait, let us watch his.
Talk us through it.
Oh, big turn. Wow, nice carve. Vertical one now, come on. Oh, come on. One more. Thank you, yes!
All right, give us a score. Throw a number at it.
That's gotta be 7, yeah? In the 7s?
Miguel?
I'll give it a 683.
All right, there you go.
Righto, Benzie.
Well, we've got about 5 minutes to go, so we'll let you guys focus on the winner of the heat, but back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Benz. Yeah, live judging from the surfers. More action here. It's all going on at the moment. See Slauson. So he's going to try and improve on his current heat leader. He knows his opponents have got a few waves. Here he goes. Nice cut back. Deals with a bump. Really good timing, and just got a little bit caught with that next bit of warble and goes down. It was that wave at Texera. It was a big wave. He waited a long time. I needed a 5.21. The boys are throwing down 7s. I mean, Pupo, 6.83. I tell you what, he knows his business, doesn't he?
He knows his onions, Ben. Teixeira got a 5.6 before that wave that you said was repetitive. It was double the size of that wave.
And more variety.
Yeah, it doesn't need a big number. You know, you'd have to feel like it'd be getting that number, but we are going to get some other scores to come in, so we'll just see. But it was an absolute bomb, and we haven't seen many of them. Just as soon as he paddled into it, you can kind of just feel the energy of everybody, particularly his squad, watching on. The number drops.
Yeah, well, it's actually 7.5. So all the boys underscored it. If anything, it's a big wave. He's driving down. There's a nice hook in the pocket, and it's steep. He almost got caught up, but he just drove it through. And then another one. And then he's going to finish off strong here with a whip. And so a big wave right in the hook, hooking in. A lot more power, and he easily gets a score with some. So that puts him up in the first. Now that suddenly, we're talking about Emrod and how he was sort of throwing a few Hail Marys. Well, now might have to do that. He's down into 3rd place now and needing just a 5. So it's going to be a really interesting minute to go. He's got priority, and Texera with that one big set has changed the whole thing. And he got 7. Yeah, you got it. I'll give you that, Lucas. You called 7. Here he goes. So this is a replay, Paul.
Yeah, Rodriguez on the inside line, something up here. Go in the lip for a quick hit, and then with the rotation, which he'll do pretty nicely. Don't think he's going to get loads of points for that. It's not a massive number that he needs, 493. That's not the hugest there by his own proportions, but it's very nice and technical by any other kind of mere mortal. It's interesting to think that number that Levi Slauson, he got a 5.6, didn't he? And he did a couple of carves, and he did quite dynamic out. Look how close Teixeira was sitting to Slauson right there. So he's got priority over him, as in he's got 3rd priority, Raphael in white. And he's, I think, maybe a significant part of his sort of rail or his body was touching the American then. He's keeping very close eye on him. Priority is with Emrod, he'll go.
Okay, so this is his last throw, 10 seconds on the clock. It's a bigger wave. First turn is nice and smooth. Looks calm and confident, not doing too many turns in between. There's another nice carve. And here goes the 3rd and a nice finish. And I think you'll find that's about as good as that wave could have been surfed, really. So the Brazilians absolutely really turning it on when it mattered. That's a bit of experience right there, Paul.
A carve and a closeout re-entry, that's essentially what we saw. He's 493 is the requirement, right? So he needs to go mid-range. You have to really just compare with some of these 5s that we've seen, and particularly his low number, the 463. Think about that. He's got that number in his top 2 at the moment. And it's how much, if at all, better than that it was. So here we go. Bit bouncy outside. You can see him just driving that surfboard to get the speed. It's the carve down, and again, these aren't big point scoring maneuvers, right? They're set up maneuvers. This is a nice technical turn with drift. By his own standards, the board's not doing loads there in terms of the kind of surfing that he can do if we're judging him by his own scale. But it's a dynamic turn, it's technical, it's a hard section to hit. He needs a high 4. Basically, he needs a 5, essentially. Was that worth a 5? That's the question the judges are going to have to mill over. I think it's going to be.
Yeah, I think it might be. I just think it was a bigger wave. He surfed it so well, and he does get a 6.17. Actually goes up to 6.67, so he got it with plenty of room to spare. So the Brazilians really doing some clutch surfing. I was about to say that real estate, that top 10 leaderboard was starting to get a few bears. I thought Emrod was about to join it. 10 seconds on the clock.
Can't count him out, Ben.
No, never, ever. And
I liked that. It was sort of traditional surfing. You know, we talk about spontaneity again. He just surfed that wave really, really calmly, composed, and they had enough for at the end to seal the deal. So with all that drama, we might take a little bit of time to compose ourselves, reassess, and come back with more live action right after this short commercial break, right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series, top 5 of 6 for 2024. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro and another heat with top 10 implications. The very highly rated Marco Mignot of France taking on the Aussie Alistair Reginato. Another Frenchman had a reunion on Maxime Houssaneau. Also in the water, Taro Watanabe of the USA, the technician. He's out there too, looking to carve things up. This will be another fascinating matchup with real ratings implications. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it is Chico Alves. Mate, what's happening in terms of conditions out there at the moment?
Yeah, it looks really fun. I think Max is up riding and he's looking like he got a good one. So nice float there over that section. Winds up again, gets a bit of a release there. Better from Maxime. Nice long carve, and what a wave to start this heat off with some big turns. So great start there by Maxime.
Yeah, does real well to deal with the wobble. I mean, you see there was quite a bit of wobble going through the lip line on that wave. We talked about it's deceptively difficult to surf, and particularly that wave, he made that look, I mean, he almost made the wave look clean with his surfing.
Yeah, the wave was actually clean. If we compare that wave to the last one Michael Rodriguez got on the previous heat, was a lot more bouncy. But this one got really clean to me. So yeah, take it away, Paul.
Maxime, one thing that we know he's going to do, he's always going to compete, he's always going to stay kind of clear-headed and focused in a heat, and he's always going to be in the technical parts of the waves as well. That's been a bit of a hallmark for him. So he doesn't really take easy options, Max. He'll surf the wave, particularly the most critical sections, really on the money in terms of the judging criteria. And you just see with that float over the section and then the lip lines, just keeping it in the real steep parts. This is Alistair's wave.
Yeah, nice first hit off the top. Nice gouging carve in the pocket there. Really aggressive and quick on that maneuver, and he was able to finish it off. Yes, he was. And this was a 6-point ride for Alistair Reginato. So a great start here for Alistair, and nice wave there.
Yeah, really good surfing from him, showing a bit of venom, bit of spark, going vert into those sections. Real quick, kind of whippy surfing, and the board alive as well.
And one thing that it's for certain, I think we're going to see Marco Mignot go
to the air just because of this wind.
He's amazing in the air.
And this wind is favorable for frontside airs. And I think he's going to do a big one.
Good number for Max, 7.5. What a way to open up. Meanwhile, here goes Reginato off the bottom, drive in. He'll carve one around, just jam that in the pocket. And this one goes a little soft through the middle. So just kind of cruising really through here. He'll just keep that board alive, kind of stand on the tail. He'll deal with a bit of bounce. Now he might get a section here. What's he got for us? Loading up. And he'll go to the air. Whoa. A bit of a heavy landing there. Just kind of goes down to the flats. So a big punt on the inside. It's dynamic. I'll check the board as well. He seems okay, other than just a touch disappointed with himself for not landing it.
Yeah, he just needed to rotate just a touch more so he could land with the tail on the right direction there. As we see the replay, we're going to see that the board lands on an awkward angle, and it's the angle of the landing that wasn't quite there, but the amplitude and the height of it was great. And but the section wasn't the easiest one to do it. As we see, he rotated, but he didn't land the whole way with the tail towards to the beach, so he could rotate afterwards. But yeah, he tried his best. As we see Max again.
Yeah, here goes Max, already got that really good number locked in.
Wow.
And again, finding the steepest part of the wave and just timing it really well. Just as it kind of doubles up and draws off the reef, he's right there, giving it the full treatment, and he's on here. He's feeling this. Gets a nice dynamic snap where he just kind of dips the tail, releases the fins. Really, really good balance as ever from him. The shift of weight from the front to the back foot and then back again. Very dialed in. Another good number for him. So it's been all about him and Alistair so far, catching a bunch of good waves. Look at this thing. You mentioned that wind. There is a touch of wind, but it's still pretty glassy on that outside bowl right now. And we're expecting to see Marco Minio fire up 10th place position by virtue of a solid result at the US Open in Huntington. And there's a big wave coming through on the outside. Also, Taro Watanabe in the water waiting to kick things off. So those two haven't been able to find anything, while Alistair and Maxime have been surfing waves all the way down the point, close to 8 minutes gone. So it's still plenty of time for this half-hour heat. And as they get drawn outside by a set, Marco just decides to head slightly further back in. Let's see if he does decide to go to the air. It's been a hallmark for today, really. Every heat's featured multiple air maneuvers. Marco's air game's really good. His mate rate is crazy as well. Another surfer that made an appearance in the CT up in Peniche up in March, Marco Mignot. And he's knocking on the door of getting a full-time place there at the moment. All right, let's have a look, see who goes here. Okay, hang on. So, Taro went the wave, and right behind him, speaking of Huntington Beach, shades of Slater and Besham in 96, because Marco span and went behind him. What's going to happen here, Chico?
Well, I don't think it's going to be an interference for none of them. It was just a missed opportunity. They caught by.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. There's no interference here. There's no one affected any score potential of the wave.
No priority at the beginning of a heat. Neither of these two had a priority assignment.
No, they didn't add priority. So I think it's, as you can see, 0.3, 0.5.
Got you.
Just because Taro, after he wasn't on a clean face, so nothing there to call on that occasion. Just them pushing themselves a bit outside of the peak, and that doesn't make a lot of sense when, you know, the other guys have 7s and 5s and 6s, and yeah, they got caught in a bit of a rough situation for priority, and Marco now with first, and with second priority Taro Watanabe. And as you said before the heat, we know that Taro has a quite interesting middle name.
Two good middle names.
Can you say it?
Kelly Slater. It's on his passport.
Taro Kelly Slater Watanabe. And why was that?
His dad's a massive surf fan. Absolutely stoked. Wanted to get the name in. And you know what? If you're a big surf fan and his son turns out to be the surfer that this guy is, one of the most incredible techniques, really, around. He's so good, makes it look so clean and smooth while being technical and radical at the same time. Speaking of which, here's Marco Mignot. What's he got for us here? His opening wave, carving on the face, and then that wave will just run out of juice. So a couple of carves out the back, no real damage done from Mark. He'll have to just continue to be patient here because he hasn't gone very far up the scoreboard with that sort of stuff, particularly in comparison with the likes of Maxime. He's already got 13 points posted. And Gennato's got the 6 in as well for his first wave. So unable to really get involved in the action there, particularly 19.5 on the clock. It is Maxime Husseneau who will be feeling pretty good. Like, you go out, you get your first 2 waves, you're already well into double figures, 13 points. That's making most heats. He'll be feeling pretty good. Someone else will be feeling good is Rafael Teixeira. He's standing by for a chat with Binzi.
All right, thanks a lot, Paul. And you don't see it very often, but 4th to 1st, you got to be stoked.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. Like, today's like, I think the best day of the week. So I have like couple up and down during the free surf. I don't get a lot of waves. I put like some pressure in my mind, but I have like a good staff behind me. I have Ihale right here. I have like my coach Anderson and Fernando in Brazil. So put me up again to relax and just try to do my best during the heat. And I have lucky. I wait like a long time for that wave, and when the wave's coming, I could like try to do my best surf and make the hit.
There's nothing lucky about it at all. You make your own luck. You absolutely smash that wave. How good is it when the conditions are like this, though, and you don't have to do the tactics? You can just go out and get a big wave and smash it to pieces.
Yeah, like, I love it here. I love Portugal. I be here like during the winter in January. So I train a lot right here to try to surf that wave like with my surf, but always like the outside's really tricky. But I have it lucky, and I hope to still with lucky behind me and make a couple hits here.
3 Brazilians in 1 heat. In a way, that's good because you'd like to think maybe 2 of you can get through, but do you just, it's every man for themselves, right? All the friendships go out the window?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of Brazilian in this draw. I have like my hit Michael, for me one of the best Brazilian surfer ever. I have Cauã Costas, like a young surfer. He surfed really good. But yeah, I just like stay calm and try to do my best, and yeah, that's it.
Well, the boys were right behind you when you got that winning wave. They underscored you a little bit. They're thrilled to see you through the next round, so away. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Obrigado a todo mundo do Brasil que estava torcendo. Agradecer a meus patrocinadores, inclusive o Alexandre da Snap, que fez essa prancha mágica para mim. Pude estar aqui em janeiro para testar algumas pranchas e chegamos nesse modelo especial e espero poder surfar mais com essa prancha nessas ondas e nesse campeonato. Valeu.
Good one. Up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Binzi. Taro Watanabe absolutely shredding that wave to bits all the way down the point. It is rocking in there. He's having a little giggle. Just checking the fins are all right, because it can get very nasty indeed in there as this tide will come up. It's a big tide at the moment. They're actually getting bigger each day, these tides. He's just checking the board's okay. And a little trot round, get himself back into slightly deeper water and away from those rocks, but just tearing that wave apart all the way down the point. We talk about surfers with a point break style. That's what we're watching here, Chico.
Yeah, what a wave. And one thing that was amazing about this wave was just everything was in tune. I love the way he did everything. Nice snap there. It was really fluid, nice gouging carve again. And the way he connected the wave was amazing. Really steep section here. He attacks it, and he was able to finish it off right on the rocks with a big turn there. And he was able to make it. So, oh, that's got to be a big number.
Amazing commitment to the inside section, and pretty much just throughout that wave, always finding the steep sections. I love the little look down. It's almost like the Tom Curran at J-Bay little look down over his left shoulder, isn't it, as he recovers out of his turns. It's so stylish, but this is pretty radical as well.
Yeah, he had everything there. Even that last turn was really, really committed, because he did that over a rock. And as you see by the footage, he ended up being stuck on the rocks there. He didn't saw the first one. Hopefully he didn't injure himself on his foot.
He's just thinking about the board. A classic surfer. He whacks his foot into the rock, but his only thought is like lifting his board up,
like the
making sure his board stays off the rocks.
Yeah, it looks like a magic one, so it's understandable. But yeah, I think it just got a 9.
Massive number in for Taro. There we go. We just, as you're watching that live, just during that interview there with Rafael, you just always felt this is going to be a huge number. Surely this is excellent. And it absolutely is. 9 points, massive for him. And what a heat we've got on our hands here. Suddenly Marco Migno 10th on the challenges in all sorts at the moment in terms of what he's got on the board. Couple of threes. The good news, got loads of time though. Just gone past the midway point in the heat. But if you're Taro and you've waited a little while to catch a wave, there hasn't been a lot come through. How good does it feel to get a 9?
Well, I think it was a well-deserved 9 just because of the size of the wave and the way the wave hit the bank. Like, seriously, it was probably the best wave we've seen the whole event. It was perfect, steep, and it had like multiple sections until the end. So we have seen a couple of good sections, but the in-between the wave, it's just a bit flat.
The flow hasn't been there, but that one, absolutely no real downtime at all. It's always one rail or the other engaged throughout, and that just makes things look great. It also means you keep your speed up throughout. Here we go. He's on the inside and he'll go again. Glassy section here. Draws out the bottom turn, arrives late to the lip, just about hangs on. Good balance from him. So a quick turn. Meanwhile, here goes the Australian Reginato. Uses priority here. He got a decent start. Then he went a touch. Quite a big pop from him. Gets the rotation and he'll nail that as well. So he tried one of those before and he'll get that one done. And what an entertaining heat this is.
It is. The level, the skill and the level is really high. And I don't think it's going to be a huge number. It missed just a bit of a height, but I think it's going to be better than his 2.5, that's for sure. But awkward landing, and he did a really good job on making that one. But I don't think it's going to be as high as his 6.
We're just seeing so much dynamic surfing today. Just the way the conditions are. And we've seen a lot throughout this week. It's sort of a similar kind of stuff. There's obviously inevitably a certain amount of repetition, but today, much more dynamic, much more entertaining. You're seeing surfers able to find ramps and go at them hard, and go into the air, which always looks cool. As he'll keep prowling on the inside there, waiting for his number to come through. Maxime, the heat leader, got that 7.5 early on. Showed a little bit of frustration prior to that in a way, but opened up with a nice carve, and then just kind of ran out of gas. That was the wave before the one that he really wanted, which is the one Taro was on. He tore it apart for a 9, put himself right up into second. He needs a 4 at first at the moment, so Taro looking really good. There's still loads of time, 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, loads of time, and I think this is going to be a high-scoring heat, just because the momentum they all have got. Maxime started off really well, and yeah, I think we're going to see some excellent surfing coming up next.
Another brilliant performance in the water right now from this guy, Taro Watanabe, one of our surfers out of the top 10. Marco Migno is in the spot of bother here. Can he fire up? Find out when we come back from break. Welcome back to the coast of Portugal. Challenger Series in town. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro. And the round of 64, we're up to heat 14. It's a really, really entertaining one thus far. We just dipped under the 10-minute mark remaining. Who's to know leads this from the American Taro Watanabe, who's absolutely torn away all the way down the point for a big 9-point ride. His backup's reasonably modest. If he improves that to the tune of 4, he'll go to first. Meanwhile, Reginato's rallying. He's got a number drop in. He got 5.9 for that wave that he finished with the air reverse. And he got a quick low number after that. It'll be a throwaway, and he's going again here. So he's staying busy. But we haven't seen a lot from Marco Migno. He's got priority. What's he going to do next, Chico? What's Marco need to do here?
Well, Marco is a really talented surfer. He got us used to some big turns and big maneuvers. And if there's someone that can post a 907, is Marco Mignon, that's for sure. Just because I know if he has the opportunity to catch one of these waves that Alistair is catching, he can throw some big airs. As we see Alistair here on a really good looking wave, and big turn there by Alistair. Really dynamic with the backwash there. So Alistair is looking really good on this one. He needs a 6.51, but Taro Watanabe, only needs to improve on a 3.5. So that's quite attainable for him. But anything can happen. We've seen guys with 9s not getting those backups. But this turn was amazing. Bang! Really powerful. Really dynamic, and the section was a really hard one to navigate through, as we see Marco on a good-looking wave.
Yeah, needs to get going here. Does Marco Migno? 8 minutes and about 10 on the clock. He's winding up. We know what's coming, and he'll go the rotation, full rotation, and he will stomp that. So our runner-up at the US Open. That's why he's in the top 10. And it's that kind of surfing that got him that big result. You said that was coming, Chico. Is that what you wanted me to say then?
Yeah, I just,
well done, mate. Well done.
I just knew it.
Yeah.
Just because of the wind. If he gets one of these double ups, he winds up and gets really low, and he projects to the front of the wave. Okay. It's just a rotation. That claim, everything about Marco is talent. And look at this. Looks over the shoulder, rotates the body, and makes it. So nice air there, full row by Marco.
What do you think that means?
Navigate through airs with safety.
Okay. Where's the score going to go for this?
Well, I think it's going to go into the excellent. It's going to go excellent.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to go excellent.
You think that big? All right, let's see. 7 minutes on the clock here. Chico's put it out there. Let's see what the judges think of that. Smaller wave on the inside, but up loads of speed, found a ramp. And the number will come in shortly. It'll be an important number for him. He needs a 907. He's not going to get quite that. He gets a 717. So not quite in the excellent range. Close to it, though. And a 717 would be very valuable indeed.
Yeah, I just thought it was going to go excellent just because it was like a steep section.
So that's above an 8, which he got 7.
Yeah, but that's a 717,
right,
which is something that, for me, it's more excellent than mediocre, like in the scale of this heat, because Max got the 7.5, and he's really close to that. So he matched the heat, he's back on it, so now he's in a position that it's a lot better to him.
Yeah, he's absolutely back in the heat. He's got a very attainable score to get here. Husano goes up above the lip.
Nice.
And surfing with loads of spark of his own.
Yeah, trying throws the fins there, and he was able to fit one more in. Will he better that 5.5 ball with this one? As we see again, winds off the bottom. Nice ball of the fins there, and it winds up again, and he is able to attack it with a lot of power. I don't know. I think it's going to be close, but I really enjoy the variety on this one. He was able to really regather himself and attack the next section really well.
How's the reaction time from him? So this is super dynamic surfing here, very technical indeed. But look, from here to quickly recover and get straight back up and give it another crack. So let's see if he threatens his high score. He's not going to go near that. 7.5. His low number is a 5.5. He's leading the heat at the moment. We'll see where this number goes exactly. It sets us up with just 5 minutes to go. And really, things have got much more entertaining by the fact that Marco Migno's got involved. The 717 for a full rotation on a smaller section. Chico, you instantly called that. You knew he was going to get rewarded. He did, and he's right back in the heat. He's put his requirement down to 5.34. This is the recap. Husano, good early work.
Yeah, he started off strong. I really like this float. He gets here, he gets a bit of a float with the backwash. Looked dynamic, set it up the wave. He got up there, blows the fins. Everything about this wave was well done by Maxime. That carve there, a bit sticky, but I like the release of the fins and the finish. Not an easy wave, and it was really well served by Maxime. And this one was the backup. Maxime, he's not playing around. Nice gem off the top there by Maxime. A bit more dynamic on that one. Floats over the section and releases the fins there for a 5-5. And this wave was really, really well served. And look at this ball. Take it away, 9-point ride. Taro Watanabe. What do you reckon?
Just beautiful surfing throughout from him. The flow, so good. The wave is really cooperative as well, particularly the inside section. But he's taking risks in here. For how cruisy and sort of stylish he looks, I tell you what, there's a lot of commitment goes in to that inside section there, and he takes it all the way into the rocks. So putting board and body on the line, getting rewarded by the panel. We're seeing some really entertaining surfing. I just want more waves to come through because we've got a situation. One of our top 10 surfers needs a number. But meanwhile, here's a replay of the Aussie, Reginato. And this is Taro, takes the wave.
Taro with a bit of a nice carving there. He looks so in tune with the wave, and the way he's generating speed is it's amazing. And this was a wave of Max. Nice gouging carve there, really tight in the pocket. Another one, really driving speedy on that one, and oh, the back foot just came off. He was on his way to get rid of that 5-5 with ease. That last turn was looking amazing, and unfortunately Maxime lost it. And now with P1 we have Marco Mignon needing a 5-3-4. Can he make it?
Yeah, Maxime, of course, of the championship tour. Briefly, really, didn't make the cut. He was disappointed with that. Didn't have a great, the events that he did surf, and he just never quite found his form. Obviously, you're up against the very best in the world. You'll probably feel like he didn't quite get the opportunity to showcase exactly what he can do, and I think that's where part of his motivation is coming. He'll feel like he's got a bit of unfinished business, and he'd love to get back there. But with that sort of surfing, all right, he got the lack of traction, or the foot slipped off. But the way he's driving that rail, the amount of commitment to those turns, how technical it is, it's gone full body into everything. There's no kind of nursing, there's no playing safe. He's really pushing, and it looks cool. And that's the sort of thing you can afford to do, I guess, when you open up with a 7-5. Good number in for Taro, will go to the lead, 5-5-3 for him. So, apart from the style, we've been quite gushing about, also very aware of where he is in the heat in terms of priority and using that priority just to go the wave. And he'll go into first place position, a little splash of the water. I think that was a happy splash there. He's leading this one. Meanwhile, Marco Mignon with priority needs a number, 120 on the clock. A little stumble to open up. He needs a 5-8-4. It's a little sticky, soft section to open this wave. Not exactly what he wanted. What's he going to do here? He'll go and just drift one above the lip for an incompletion. Chico.
Yeah, I think he went for it. He wanted to go for a big air there, but the section wasn't really there. And when he was going to hit that maneuver, the backwash, hit it at the same time, and it quite disappeared. But yeah, I just feel this wave didn't add the potential for the score. And how close was the draw to it? It was actually really close. But yeah, as you can see, he was going for it, but then when he got up there, the leap wasn't there. So yeah, and the draw was got a bit of his head there.
Final 30 seconds now. Mignon struggling here. He's on the inside. He'll try and get something going. Just if any kind of wave will slip through, we'll try and go it. And he'll probably almost certainly try and go to the air, but I'm not sure he'll get a wave in time. Counting down towards 10 seconds priority with Reginato, who needs a score as well. This looks like Maxime Husano from deep up the reef, winding up here. What's he got for us? Oh, above the lip there, but it won't really affect anything in terms of who's advancing from the heat. Max will go through in second place position. Another very well served. By everyone involved, actually, really. Everyone, I feel like, showed up at some point in that heat. Ultimately, Tara Watanabe with that absolute bomb and that 9-point ride. And they're good enough to get the backup as well and just make sure we got a very respectable score indeed. Maxime will be delighted to make it through a tough heat. And a bit of an upset seeing number 10 on the Challenger Series, Marco Mignot. And he will be eliminated from competition here. So it'll be uncomfortable viewing for him over the next couple of days. He'll watch other surfers in and around him, particularly the ones beneath him, really be the ones he's concerned about, potentially add to their points total and improve their position. Yeah, that's the way it is on the Challenger Series. High stakes indeed, and it's been a really fun day so far. We've got loads left to bring you. We'll shortly be up to heat 15 of the round of 64. It's going to feature Dakota Walters, Gatien Delay, Joan Duru, and Cody Young. We're going to bring in Ben Mundy for the call. More live action from the Challenger Series in Ericeira, Portugal, right after this.
Próxima hora para terminar esta ronda de 64 da competição masculina do EDP Ericeira Pro para os Semifinals da Galicia. Não diverte, eu diverti muito, pá. Muito obrigado por vir, excelente trabalho. É isso. Após as duas baterias desta ronda, right now already in order, heat 15, with red from Australia, Dakota Walters. From France we have blue, Gatien Delay. From France as well, but watch your and from Hawaii.
Welcome back to Ribeira de Ilash. We have some waves, we have some big heat. We've got 4 surfers trying to make their mark in surfing. Some already have, some are about to, some are fighting to keep their dreams alive. Dakota Walters, the young Australian, really talented young kid. Grew up in Ngowri, Yamba area, and now has moved up to the Gold Coast. Gatien Delay, he's also a rangy, tall and explosive surfer from the French Caribbean. Those two are ranked in the top 20 on the Challenger Series, so they're right in the hunt. Joan Duru, the veteran, who is always dangerous, especially on his backhand, especially when there's a bit of power and some great waves. And Cody Young, the Hawaiian from Maui, who is always explosive, got a nice smooth style. So on the break, and it was Gatien Delay first up, Chico.
Nice start here for Gatien, really springy off the top. He's a tall surfer and he can really get high and low really quickly, and looking good at this end section. Looks like there's a bit of a double up here, just a quick snap again and bangs it. So nice solid start, 5.33 for him. So that's a start, Ben. And Gatien Delay has been improving so much.
Yeah, he's really worked hard on his surfing. His Gatien has been just so close there or thereabouts. CT qualification quite some time. He's won events on the qualifying series in Europe many a time. He's had some big results over the years, even the Challenger Series. And yeah, the fact that he's still improving, still showing no sign of letting up. Guadeloupe, really small, tiny little island that has produced so many great surfers over the years, Guadeloupe, and he's always dangerous as these sets keep pouring in at the back. And he's in the first set, it looks like it'll be Cody Young. He doesn't go it. Dakota Walters, he's over here training on surfing. He's got his dad, Walt, who was a professional surfer, Jeremy Walters, a professional surfer back in the day. And also Dakota's younger brother is Harley, who's 2 years below.
He's come over injury, but he's one of Australia's hottest prospects as well. So, yeah, the Walters family steeped in surfing DNA, and we'll see how they go. Dakotah's only young, 21 or so. Had a good result started off on the Gold Coast with a quarterfinal finish. Meanwhile, the Frenchman, Joanne Giroux, waiting for this wave to stand up. And this is his trademark, and he goes a big backhand blast and goes down. So nice contrast of styles. One goofy footer, 3 natural footers. And Joanne Giroux, well, you know, he's been at the top of his game, made the CT for 4 or 5 years, dropped off. He's come really close to getting back a few times. Surfed in the Olympics. And this wave, though, Chico just never quite got that big section he wanted.
Yeah, just a quick snap there. A bit of a little snap to set up, and he kind of lost speed there on that little one he did before the section came at him. And yeah, just a bit of a kick-off wave for Joan. Let's see if someone takes the...
Strange, he's really known for his backhand. Like, well, I mean, one of his strengths, his barrel riding is really known, but his backhand is really strong. He's grown up on the French beach breaks. It's not as if it has more rights or lefts, you know what I mean? It's just they're pretty scattergun approach. Why do you think that growing up in some beach breaks, you just happen to be better on your backhand, or it can be a real weapon?
Well, I think it tends to be on mostly based on your talent. I think some surfers tend to perform better on the front side, but Joanne is one of those surfers that his backside really goes to show how technical his surfing is. And I think he's just basically probably the hours he surfed on his backside, or just his preference on going to a right point, a right sandbank instead of a left one.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe.
He really enjoys to surf on his backside.
Okay, right now we've got an interview down on the beach. We've got Binzi with the winner of the last heat, Taro.
Yeah, cheers, Ben. Taro, it's pumping out there.
Yeah, it's so fun. Yeah, I'm just happy I got a clean wave, and that felt really good to like do my surfing, and I'm so happy.
For mine, that's the heat of the event so far. All 4 of you guys just didn't hold back, but talk to us about that night.
Yeah, I kind of had a really shitty start, kind of just like battling with Marco and like going really deep, and I think I got a wave, and I think he like went behind me, and I was really lucky they didn't call an interference, and then I just waited and kind of just waited for that wave, and it came from deep. It was just like a perfect second wave with a set, and yeah, I just had to just kind of just surf it, pace it, and happy.
When you see a wall like that line up, do you start thinking, or is it like time to turn the brain off and just let the muscle memory do its business?
Yeah, it's all muscle memory. I feel like you can't really be thinking when you're surfing, and definitely before a lot of stuff's going through your head, but then I don't remember really the wave. I just remember like, I think the 3rd turn I did like a cutty. I was like, ooh, like that felt good, and then I like ended up on the rocks, but I was like, I don't care, like I'm so happy, and yeah, that was a gnarly heat. I'm so happy to make it.
I think you'll be pretty happy when you see the replay because it looked incredible from start to finish. How's your Malibu pedigree come through when you're surfing a right point like this?
Yeah, it's a mushy right, just like home, in a wetsuit, 3-2, just like slopey rights. I mean, I haven't been to Portugal. Like, I've been once before, but just surfing this wave, it feels just like home. And yeah, shout out to anyone at home watching.
Bit of word association. Anyone thinks Taro Watanabe, they think style. Style doesn't score you points though, so how do you find the happy medium?
Yeah, it's my own style, but just try to fit in turns and fit turns in that, that's scoring, I guess, but it's still it's surfing, just ride the wave how you want to, and that worked out. I got a 9, so I'm super happy.
For any Groms watching, how do they work on their style and end up looking as good as you do on a wave?
Man, I put in a lot of work with Adrian Crook and Brad Gerlach, a bunch of people who have helped me gain my kind of, foundation and technique, and also working with Chris Gallagher recently. And yeah, it's been really fun. And I have Philippe, local guy not local, but from France, and he's been helping me out with the waves and getting me ready for this event, and yeah, I'm just having fun.
Well, it looked really good just then. The waves are still pumping. Good luck going deeper into the event.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Taro Watanabe, back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Taro. Yeah, great interview, mate. We appreciate that.
lot to unpack. You know, the foundations that he's got. Talk about that style. It's an element that you can't really teach, can you? We talked about some of the legends, Gerlach, for example, a known stylist, Chris Gallagher. But yeah, in terms of style, it's such a difficult one to try and teach, isn't it? You've either got it or you got. Or can you teach style? Shakeup is my question. Can you teach it?
I don't think so. I think that's the good part about surfing. I'm going to hold that thought because we are watching Cody Young just rip a wave. Not an amazing wave in terms of score potential. So a 283 there for Cody. But behind it, Gathia, beautiful carve there towards the wall body, brings the board all the way around and was able to fit a bit of a float here and a turn to finish it off. So Gathia with a pair of fives in the lead with 19 minutes to go and building his outspan.
Yeah, that was the real strong turn right in the pocket. Building a house, couple of fives, just what you want. Just in terms of getting some points on the board and getting right. Here goes Dakota Walters though, the young Aussie. He's grown up in right-hand point breaks as well, and Gary's his home break, and there's a click of the fins out the back. There's another nice turn. He comes around the corner, goes for the air, just quite can't hang on. He's got a massive air game. He's had some sort of big result, not results, but some exposure through his air game to some of the wave pools and things. So that's in his locker. Unfortunately for Dakota, just couldn't quite finish that one off. He was disappointed not to land that. His completion ratio is really, really high. But for some reason, shakeup, he just couldn't quite land this last section.
Yeah, the first turn though was really explosive there. Drifts the fins, and here he cut it short, and you see there he got just a touch stuck on the face of the wave before he went for it, and I think that's why he got a bit late into the air. So unfortunately there for Dakota, not really getting the speed he wanted before the section was there. So not actually the timing of the maneuver, because the timing was great, but just the speed he got before. He got a bit stuck there after that second snap, just because of the lump he had on the face of the wave, and he wasn't able to get there in time, as we see Cody Young there. And in and out, and I wish they could score a bit more points just because of style there.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, I mean, it's not inherently in the criteria. We talk about criteria, flow. I suppose flow is probably the closest in terms of, you know, getting points for flow is part of the criteria, and that's probably the closest related to the style. Yeah, it is an incredible part of surfing where everyone's got their own specific way of going about it. And then it's also quite intriguing that most surfers out there, surf fans, and anyone that's ever surfed has an idea of what style they like, and it's not always the same. But sometimes you just see a surfer and it's inherently likable, and that's like Taro is one of them. It's just a weird thing that all surfers connect with. Same with Tom Curran. You're not going to find many people that don't like Tom Curran's style. So it's weird, but here goes Cody Young. He's trying to get his own style going. He's grown up in Maui, so got some power, and he just clicks off the top, and that wave's not going to count. So Cody Young, unfortunately, just can't quite get that. Couple of mistakes there from those surfers as he goes there. He's on the KT surfboards out of Maui, and Young not able to progress. Meanwhile, Joan Drew, we know his style, and it's this backhand sort of mix of both, sort of not lazy but relaxed, and then sudden injections of pace, sudden injections of power that, you know, it all just sort of works together. Really smooth, always great to watch, especially when he gets some good waves. I think one of his most ever trademark or most notable performances was at J Bay a long time ago in absolutely perfect waves, and that's the type of, when you put Joanne Drew in incredible waves, he just comes to life.
Yeah, the event with was it QS back then?
Yeah, so it's just
I think it was Adriano Souza one, right?
Yeah, Adriano won. Yeah, I think Joanne might have even got to the final.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Nathan Edge had an amazing event as well, that event, and what a throwback you just said, Ben. But as we see, this was not J Bay, but is Joan Drew. So a bit of a snap there, waits for it, and bang, under the lip snap there. So not a long one, but intense one for João Drew, and I think he's gonna get a healthy number there. And for you, what's your favorite style ever? Like the one that when you were young, growing up, you'd be like, oh.
Well, I grew up in an era of probably Oki and Tom Curran, and it's really interesting because those two fundamentally so different in their approaches, aren't they? So, and that probably sums it up. And you kind of had to pick which one you like the most. And being Australian and being impressionable, you know, Oki was my favourite. I was a gifty foot as well. So yeah, I always loved the way Oki surfers was so unique. But it just goes to show, you know, those two guys known for their style, but really, really different approaches. So I used to like Brad Gerlach. Taro just talked about working with Ger. And yeah, so you know, I was trained not to like Americans as an Australian surfer. That was, you were just trained. You were just, you know, that was drilled into you. But as soon as you see, as soon as you saw Ger surf, you're like, well, I don't care. This guy is cool and he surfs amazing. And he's been coaching loads of kids over the years. So yeah, so I loved Ger, and Oki probably my favourites. Right now, though, we've got plenty more stylish surfs to come up. We're going to a short commercial break. Come back with the rest of the heat right after this. Welcome back to live action. Here we are in the heat 15 around 64. There's Gatchin Delahaye snapping the pocket. A lip line hack. A nice, smooth, oh, well, not smooth, kind of radical. Maybe pull out there. I think those rocks were coming up really close. This high tide starts to get pretty gnarly on the inside there, and he just swung out. But he done some damage out the back. So far, he's the man getting the best waves and putting the best sort of combinations together, Chico.
Yeah, nice float there. Looks like a bumpy wave to me. I don't know, but the tide looks really, really high right now. Nice jam there. And here he gets up there in time, looks at the rocks, goes for it, and at the end he decides not to make that turn all the way in just because the rocks were really close. And Dakota, on the other hand, slices the fins there, gets up there again, really quick in transition, and he was able to finish it off. So nice wave there by Dakota Walters, 610, and this was Cody Young trying to come back on this one. Nice turn off the top, gets around it, and bang, off the top again. Really tight in the pocket as well. Doing a lot of hard work there on that wave. Waits for it to build up and kicks out. So Cody Young there with a nice wave as well. So great wave there by Dakota. I think that 610 was really well served.
Yeah, he's a real talent. You see he's got such a skinny frame. There's nothing on him, but still's got power and he's got timing. As we said, growing up on Angari basically is his backyard. An incredible number of surfers he grew up with. His
Batty Trelaw was his next door neighbour, one of the sort of most iconic of Australian surfers. There was the guys Navin Fox, Dan Ross, Laurie Towner. So many great surfers come out of that little sort of zone, and they've all, Bryce Young, Bo Young, you know, they've all got this sort of honed style, and Dakota's following on in that lineage. But unlike those guys, he's always really committed to competitive surfing. He's got it in him. His dad was a fierce competitor, and Dakota not done yet, a 6.10. He's in second place. Gatchin Delahaye has been the busiest of all the surfers. Joan Giroux, only a small score as well. He got a 6.33, one of his waves. So all three surfers up the top of the board, all getting decent numbers. With 10 minutes to go, it's going to come down to that all-important second wave. It often does. It's the way the competitive scoring system is set up to do. And it seems like it's going to be a battle, that backup. Just hard to think. I can't even remember when the two-wave system was brought into place. It was, for a long time, throughout the 70s, 80s, was the best 4 waves. Then it dropped down to the best 3 waves.
4 waves?
Yeah, 4 waves it was, all through the 70s and 80s. Dropped it down to 3 waves, and then eventually, probably at least 15 years ago, so they dropped it down to the best 2, and it has made for much more exciting surfing. People knowing you can go for it a bit more, and you have to get the 2 highest counting scores. Just adds more, a bit more variety, a bit more spice, I think. People throwing more risk out there.
Yeah, and with 4 waves, if the waves were small and a bit of a lull,
yeah,
they'd be scratching their heads just to catch anything.
Yeah,
right?
1s and 2s would count, you know.
Yeah.
Different times, man. Different times.
I'm from that time, actually. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I mentioned it.
Right now.
See.
Said it at the same time. But, yeah,
Cody Young, live action. He was 4th priority, so way down the line. A lumpy, bumpy. There's a nice car, though, despite the bump. Despite being 4th priority, and then he gets the second one up. So good 2-turn combo, and he likes that. To do that under priority was good, and then Gatchin going for a tail high reverse and just gets stuck on the landing. He's got a big aerial game. One of his strengths of his surface as well, but he's just opened the gate there. Now leaving Joanne Giroux, who is in second place, and Dakota Walters out the back. So this wave, without priority, 2-turn combo. What did you like about it, Chico?
Yeah, the layback there. Then he gets really vertical on this last one. Bang. A bit lacking just a bit of speed maybe on that last turn, but the first turn though was really well placed. Nice. Winds up off the bottom and gets up there. Bang. Like more of this angle of the maneuver.
I like in that first thing, you see sort of bend his back knee just to fit it all in and to pivot round that wave. So Cody Young coming up with a 2-turn combo despite being on the inside without priority. And he's going to be happy with that.
And Cody Young gets a 4.7 on his last. He had a bit of an explosive finish there, but maybe lacking just a bit of speed, right, Ben? And with 6 minutes to go, the one that started off really quick, Gatchin Delahaye, is in the lead, right, Ben?
He's still in the lead. Yeah, he's only got a pair of 5s, which you'll know at this stage of the Challenger Series games, potentially not going to be enough. I mean, you can squeak through, but you're never confident sitting on a couple of 5s. We've got Walters needing to back up, just 3.93. Also, the dangerous Joanne Giroux sitting on a 6.33. So it's really, really tight at the moment. 6 minutes to go. And those surfers in first and second will know that it's not enough. They've got to get another bigger wave. Looks like Joanne Giroux got priority, so this is his chance to improve. And it looks like a nice wave. He drives down the line. It's a bigger wave. Goes for a big floater and lands it. He's got a lead foot when it matters, and then drives in the corner. Gets a bit stuck, unlike Joanne. Usually those calves are his specialty. Now he starts to regroup and regain. Gets it up and finished it off. So despite that one little tricky section where he kind of lost his way, he regathered, only needing a 3.70
to move up into second. So you think he might have done that with that wave. Waited patiently and got this wave, but it was just this second section. What do you think about it? It's a big wave, right, Chico?
Yeah, I like the float, and then here he had a lot of speed, but he went through that lump and caught the inside rail, couldn't really get that long line that we are used to see from Joan, but the finish though was great. He got up there, pivoted on the pocket, and was able to finish it off. So he needs a low number, which is 3.7. So, well, I think he's going to go to the lead. Yeah, 5.7. And Joan Duru now in the lead, Ben.
Yeah, got a 5.7, left some points on the board, but didn't matter, well above his potential. Now that leaves Dakota Walters with a 4.36. He's got priority, he's being patient, trying to pick that right wave. He hasn't surfed this wave, this is his first ever trip to Portugal, so he doesn't know the wave. This is his first heat in the event, so it's tricky for these young guys who've come through the regional qualifiers, come here for the first time, and try and get a handle on the sort of scale of the event. Got to get a handle on these surfers. Guys like Joanne and Gatton De La Haye have been surfing this wave for probably a decade. So they've got that experience in the lineup, and he's out there now. The advantage he's got is that he's got priority, and there's sets approaching. So Dakota is going to have to try and pull something out with 4 minutes on the clock. Doesn't need a big number, 4.36. Cody Young as well only needs a 5.76. So both surfers not needing big numbers. The experienced Gatton De La Haye will make Dakota Walters' job very, very difficult if he can. Try and sell him some waves and stick right on him. Use his experience. Use all that heat he's done over the years. He's trying to put pressure on the young Australian. But that set didn't work out for any of the four surfers. So we're going to go for a recap. Chico Alva's going to talk us through it.
Yeah, Gatton De La Haye started off really quick this one. Doing a couple of cars, really smooth surfing, looking well connected with the break, and he was really in control of this one until the others start plugging away scores. But yeah, I thought maybe this one could have gone just a bit higher, 5.33 on that one, and Joan Duru answering back. This was his first wave. A bit of a snap there, and a big finish here for Joan. Bang! Nice finish there for Joan for a 6.33, and this was the backup, the 5.7. Bigger wave and a big float for Joan. No stranger to long right-handers and going full speed. A bit of a bog there, but he reconnected, snap, and he was able to finish it off here. So Joan Duru with a 5.7 on this one, and taking the lead for now with 2 minutes to go. Pressure moments for Dakota Walters, needing 4.36.
Yeah, it really is. He's in a, well, he's not in a good spot because he's in third. You want to be in first, which is where Joan Duru, he's pretty safe right now. He's got 2 minutes to go. He's got that heat lead. Dakota Walters needing a 4.36. Cody Young needing a 5.76, so very small numbers. Dakota's got a decision to make now. He's got 2 minutes on the clock. That is not a big number. He could get it potentially with one manoeuvre. He's got a massive air game, but with time ticking away, the priority is sitting with him. He doesn't need the best wave now. He just needs any wave, really. And if this goes quiet, you can't sort of question his decision-making process. He's done all right. He's waited for the good swells. He's kept his cool, but he's got 90 seconds with which to stay in this event. It's high pressure stakes. This is the Challenger Series. This is what it does. 90 seconds left now. There's a little lump out the back. Joan Duru decides to have a crack, the current heat leader. So he's just trying to consolidate his lead. Almost coming in, really, this wave. Doesn't look like he's surfing it with any particular enthusiasm. He's done his bit. He's going to come in. He's had enough. It's really all about this chase for second spot and whether Dakota Walters can get away. He's let that one go for Gatton De La Haye, so we'll see if that was going to be a particular. De La Haye trying to improve on a 5.13. And I'm not sure if he would have done that. So he looks out the back. He's left his opponent without any pressure, but with only 40 seconds on the clock. And it looks like Dakota's going to have to go this if he wants to have a crack, and he is. So Walters, first turn's going to be crucial. Just a little carving rail turn. Does this hug the reef enough? He's going to hope it stands up. Doesn't need a big number, but he needs something with open face. So far this wave's done nothing for him. Now he starts to put on the burners. Can he get a big finish, an air or anything to get this 4.36? And it's a no. Still going, and you can see the difference, and that is a disappointing finish for the Aussie. Meanwhile, Cody Young leading a 5.76. He has a crack. His tide filling in. There goes the Hooter. You think that wave's not going to be enough either. So the two Europeans, it looks like they've got a lock on this heat. And you see Cody Young still sticking with it. He's not going to give up. Trying to do something special on the 4, and that's not going to be it. So it looks like in expertise, it looks like both Giroux and Delahaye are through, and some more real estate opening up on that Challenger Series board now. Dakota Waddles is sitting around 14, so he's gone. And Cody Young also bows out, unfortunately, for the Maui surfer. So there you go. We've got one more heat of the round of 64. You can see the dejected nature of Cody Young, but he's going to go through. There's Joanne Giroux. They're just going through a bit of post-heat strategy with Yo Martin. Both of them saying how they're doing it. A lot of hand movements, a lot of smiles. So those two just keep doing the imaginary finger wafts. I mean, you get some extra points for those finger turns on the beach. Right now, though, with that luck, we're going to go through a short commercial break, come back with the last heat of the round of 64 after this short commercial break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live action. We are in Ericeira. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and a special guest, Tau Watanabe, a big heat win. We've got the man in the booth to spread a bit of the magic around and just talk us through maybe that heat win and your experiences so far. In the posted interview with Chris, you mentioned that you hadn't spent a lot of time in this part of the world. What's your first reactions about coming to Portugal and hanging out?
Yeah, this is my second time to Europe. I've never really spend any time on this part of the world, so it's really cool. I'm just really having fun. Like, the waves have been really fun every day, and California's flat, so having any waves is sick, and it's been amazing here.
Yeah, it's a good part of the world, isn't it? It's got everything. You got the food, you got the waves, you got, so much going on, but also you're here to do a job, and how important is just to get that first heat out of the way, and with the 9, how good does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, I I was in the round of 80, so I surfed super slow, kind of heat, kind of sketchy heat my first round. And then, yeah, that heat too started really sketchy, just like Marco and I battling. But just I got the wave, and the wave just came from deep, and I knew it was a good one, and I just had to surf it.
Yeah, we did. I did the call with that with Chico. We were saying it looked like you were free surfing that wave. Even in between your turns, you just look so sort of cash and cruisy, nothing hurried at all. You look like you're having fun. And people talk about that, like free surfing in the heat is kind of like the dream scenario, really. How do you do that?
I mean, it takes like a lot of surfing. I mean, training, all this stuff. It leads for this heat, and yeah, I definitely had nerves going in, and the start wasn't the way I wanted, and then. Oh, that wave was just so good. I don't know. I had to just surf it, and yeah, I ended up on the rocks. But I was like, I don't care. I'm so happy I surfed that wave good.
I would say, yeah, free surfing in the heat is one thing, but then when you've got Marco Mignot breathing down your neck in a paddle battle, you know you're in a heat, don't you? And it's competitive, and you've got to have that sort of competitive fire in you as well, right? You seem pretty cruisy character, but that's got to come deep.
No, for sure. I've been competing my whole life, and surfing against guys like Marco, he's from Europe, so I haven't really had a heat with him, and he's an amazing surfer. And yeah, this heat too. I know I surf with Jet all the time in the North America region, but being in the Challengers, seeing Sammy Pupo has been inspiring, and obviously Mateus, I've grown up watching him, but it's just sick being on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and Paul, it's another, I mean, we keep saying it, probably boring ourselves a little bit, but just the stacked heat and the depth of the field. Hold that thought as we see Samuel Pupo. So currently number 2 on the rankings, and there's a reason why. Turns like this, just that little bit of extra speed. Good wave selection. There's a third carve, lots of spray. He's not done yet. This wave just bowling up on the inside, and he's straight up and into it. 5 minutes into the heat, first wave of the day, got it without priority. And we talk about how many good surfers, but he just right now Paul, he's got that sort of confidence. He's right up in the rankings. He's looking good. Meanwhile, behind him is Mateus Hurdy. He's had some great results on the CT's wild cards. He's had some good results here in Portugal. He's got that in his locker, which is big turns, and dealt with a bump as well. So really strong starts from those two natural footers. Still got Jet Schilling out the back, and Minimo Bray to come. So strong start from those two surfers, Paulie.
Yeah, it's intense, this one, isn't it? I mean, 4 surfer heats, Taro. All of these surfers are like CT caliber, and to have 4 people in the water, it's a point break. There's a bit of space on the wave, but still, it seems like it's so intense out there. How do you kind of put the other surfers out of your mind? And what exactly are you focused on? Are you just really thinking about connecting with the waves?
Yeah, it's hard. That's why not many people can do it. But I mean, I thought Mateus surfed this wave really good. This finishing turn was insane to see.
And is it fair to say this wave is kind of harder to surf than it looks, right? Because from up here, it looks fairly straightforward, but a turn like that to finish, how technical is that kind of maneuver?
It's so hard. I've never come here before, and that inside was, making me have trouble in my first heat.
What do you like about Jet surfing?
Jet, I've grown up surfing with Jet, and he's one of the lightest, fastest surfers I know. And it's pretty cool to see how much he's grown, and yeah, he's amazing.
He seems quite an intense competitor as well. He's got some fire.
Yeah, he's got some fire. I remember the heat in Brazil with Medina. He did a huge 4-0, and he's always he's always good energy, but he's just he's a fiery person, and he's cool.
He's a bit of a showman too, isn't he? He seems to like the sort of attention. Some surfers thrive on that, some don't like it, but Jet just seems to come in and loves being, making people laugh, making people have fun, but also just, going pretty competitive, crazy. So Jet Schilling, one to watch, working with Snake Patterson as well, is not known for, he's sort of being lurking back in the background either. And those two seem to make a good pair together.
It's not Shrinking Violet?
No, Shrinking Violet is our Snake, and he's working with those two. A lot of numbers to come in. It's been such a strong start in this heat. Approaching the high water mark. I think that's probably in about half an hour or so, 40 minutes away. Luckily, the swell is big enough, and the direction is from the right direction, that we're going to be able to hopefully sort of power through
high tide and keep running for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Tara, like thinking about like all the nations and the different regions coming in on the Challenger Series, it's been the theme we've talked about that for a couple of years now, about like that collective kind of squad energy that the Brazilians have had it for a while, the Australians as well since like forever, and I feel like the Americans and Californian surfers particularly. Are you part of that crew? Do you roll with them, or are you a little bit kind of doing your own thing? How does it work for you? How do you manage your time?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, I'm really good friends with Cade, Jet, you know, all the San Clemente crew. I always go up and go down and surf lowers, and you know, they've always been really friendly with me. But when I travel, I feel like I either do my own thing, or here I'm with one of my best friends, Levi Slauson, who's also from California and Seaside. And yeah, mainly just, I think in Oz I was staying with Levi, and you know, it's just sick to have like a good, you know, one of your best friends who you're doing the same thing. So it's really fun.
Okay, live action here as we see the Tahitian wind up on his backhand. There's a nice first turn. Hangs it around again. He's known for his vertical surfing, especially his backhand. And now he's swooping around to the inside. This wave, just waiting to hug the reef a little bit more. He keeps cutting back, never a particularly good sign. Now waiting to steepen up a little bit on the inside to get it at least one or maybe two turns in. This might be his finish one here. He finishes off, so he'll be happy with that. All the way to shore. While we're looking at that, we're going to go a heat interview. I think we go down on the beach, Joanne Giroux.
Yeah, thanks, Monty. Well, welcome to Portugal, Joanne. I heard that you just flew in yesterday. What was that? What was happening?
Yeah, we had the big week at the Quicksilver Festival, and my back was really bad. Started to be better yesterday night, so I took a flight and come. So it was a good call.
Well, working wonders for you because you just won your heat. How is it feeling now?
Well, I really like this wave. I really wanted to come, so it's a hard wave, but when you figure it out, it's good. I like on my backside, so I wanted to wait two good waves, and what I did, and it paid off.
And how is the tide working for you?
It's a bit high tide now, so I knew I had to do the all guy strategy, just wait and take the good one. So that was, it paid.
And you got a good support team down here as well?
It's good. I didn't see them before, and I heard of them when my waves are cool. They're here.
So you just come out of your heat and saying hi to all your friends?
Yeah, say hi. Little good food tonight, good rest, and I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but let's go again.
There you go. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. See you.
Okay. Well, there's a different approach. Classic Joanne, isn't he? I mean, you came in pretty late, Paul, on that first late flight on the day before the event started. But yeah, you were saying that some of the competitors there were coming late, but Joanne Giroux has pushed the boat out a little bit. What about you, Tara? Is it hard to work out how many days before an event you come? You want to obviously get in the groove of it, but you don't want to maybe spend too long. And you know, what's your sort of optimum kind of time frame? I'll just look at this wave first. Paul, you might want to talk us through this.
Do you know what this
first
reminded me of? You know when you get dinner and people get sharing plates and you never quite get enough? Like it's kind of tapas and you're just hungry, you just want your own. And
well, I know that's particularly for you, Paul.
It's never quite satisfying. The wave's always backing away from him. Every time you just saw him like kind of reach in for those sections, and the wave was just a bit not quite offering. It did steepen up a little on the inside, but I just feel you saw the intensity in his face. You could actually, the camera looking, you could see his eyebrows, and he was just so intense and ready to go that the wave just wouldn't quite let him give it the treatment. He did actually pretty well to stay composed.
What about this wave, Taro? Let's talk through this. Some nice carves from Matthias. That's one of his strengths, right?
Yeah, he's really springy. I really like his surfing, and obviously he's like one of the best air guys in the world. And let's see, hopefully he does it right here.
Yeah, you called it. Yeah, he let you down.
No, but he's like, I love his surfing. Mateus is like
CT quality surfer for sure.
Yeah, since we were really young, he's been, you know, kind of one of the guys, and it looks like, I think he started with an 8, so he's starting this heat really good, and it's good to see.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer. He actually did a really good interview. I don't know if you guys saw that one on Stab with Mikey C that he did lately. Really interested insights from him, just talking about a lot of the energy around the Brazilian squad and all that sort of thing. Pretty smart young guy as well, and kind of opened up quite a lot about that. So I thought it was really insightful, and he's impressive. I'd love to see him go all the way and get in the big leagues.
Yeah, and he's jet chilling on Soul Goofy footer, and there's that whip. Tara was talking about another foam climb, but just eyeing down the line, not quite getting the sort of open face he needs. Jet hasn't been able to get his teeth into this at all. Mateus with that really big number at the start, an 8, and backed it up then again.
Yeah, Matthias, he's really interesting. He's like, there's always been something about him, hasn't he? He's got this uber confidence, but obviously...
Pretty confident.
He's a pretty confident young man. But beneath that, there's always obviously...
It's well-founded confidence. I think he was, when it was the QS, he was like, I don't know how old he was, and it was first over here, maybe 13, 14. He was tiny, he was a Grom, and he was hanging with like the older Brazilian crew and getting all of that experience. Even if he wasn't necessarily getting in the events, he was over here. He's always been a brilliant surfer, but yeah, it's just trying to put a whole season together and get some results.
And this is a 617, so we haven't seen this, Taro, and this is pretty much classic shilling, right?
Yeah, this is nice. Oh. Yeah, I really like Jet's backside. He's really light, but also, you know, he knows where to place the board, and he throws a lot of spray, and his backside's improved so much, and yeah, he surfed that wave good.
Like traditionally, the sort of surfing that's done well out here, right? We're looking at surfers like guys like David Silver won it last year on the backhand, but even the forehand surfers, the good carvers, the people that surf points. So today, have you been surprised how many airs we've seen go down? It was like every heat we've seen multiple kind of big airs as well. There's been a lot of ramps out there today. We've actually been a little bit surprised about that. Were you?
Yeah, I mean, the last few days I haven't seen airs at all, but then with this like wind into the rights, I knew like, I mean, I saw Joel Vaughn. I mean, just like
every wave almost.
Yeah, boosting, and it was really sick. And I know like Sammy and Mateus, I feel like if they're like maybe struggling a little bit, they'll do a full way to the flats and make it. So, but yeah, this wave it's like I've been here for the last week, and it's just been different every day. Like with the high tide and the low tide and the wind and the swell, it's definitely a tricky wave to try and figure out, but when you do, it's so fun.
Yeah, it's got more moods than Paul, this wave, and it's you know, it takes time. All these guys, we talk about Joe and Giroux, he's been coming down here for 15 years or so, you know what I mean? And that's what you're up against. Dakota Walters up against, we saw Gatien Delahaye, and you know, that muscle memory. But then on the other side of it, coming into it fresh and taking your own approach could be considered, you know, helpful, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes when you're just like, you know, not thinking too much, great stuff happens. And yeah, it's sometimes
it's been the basis of my career, I'll tell you. Not thinking too much, and hopefully something happens.
Yeah.
Bit of gap in the sea. We might just go through these scores, Paul, because that 8 from Mateus. So he's only got a 2.73, so look, he's going to be happy, but he's in 4th priority. Jet Schilling backed up, he's 6.17 with a 3.1, and then Sammy Pupo has got a 7.5, nothing else coming. So we need some second waves, right?
Well, we talked about that confidence from Hurdy, yeah, and getting an 8 for your first wave, that'll give him that. Samuel Pupo, I just think he'll back himself wherever he is in a heat. So those two obviously in a really strong position. Me Minor needs to get going here.
Yeah, he's the only guy without that solid first wave. This wave doesn't look that particularly strong, and that's not going to help. And you talk about Mateus having that maturity, and I think Samuel Pupo is one of those guys as well. Came at 18, obviously with his elder brother, you know, and his dad, but his brother there right by his side, and he was one of those guys that turned up. Obviously his English was, you know, age 12 was impeccable. His maturity was amazing. So yeah, he's one of those guys as well. I mean, a live action Jet Schilling trying to back up his wave, that's not going to do it. So yeah, just to come in at age 16, 17, travel the world and have that sort of maturity, it's got to help your cause. And Schilling. So we're going to have a look right now at some of the best heat scores and individual wave scores of the day. I think I think there might be someone in the booth that might feature in this one somewhat. So there's been some big numbers, and the biggest number at the top there. Oh, if only we could talk to him about that. But Taro Watanabe, that first wave of 9, an 8.5 from Leo. Huckaby, an 8.17. Been really impressed with Ryan. Don't know a lot about his surfing. Taro, you've probably seen him, you know, a lot more than us. But yeah, he's a real talent, right?
Yeah, Huckaby is like, he's like one of the tallest surfers I know, but he has this layback that he has on autopilot. Like he does it like, I think he could do it with his eyes closed. So I don't know. I think his 817 was a full row, but yeah, Huckaby is like one of the biggest gentle giants ever. Yeah,
in terms of your score, mate, like you finished off that last end, you're right on the inside. I mean, you obviously can't help but kind of have an indication in your mind. You probably had a pretty good feeling that was going to go excellent.
I don't know. I kind of forgot what I did other than this the third carve. I was like, ooh, like, that felt good. But I just I remember like landing that turn and then like looking up at like all these Aussies just like cheering me on. I was like, oh, that's sick. And I tried to like jump out again, and ate it, like on the rocks. But I don't know. That was just, I'm just really happy to like get a wave that I surfed, you know, to my potential at, and yeah.
Yeah, you know I'm doing pretty well when the Aussies are cheering on a seppo. I tell you, you know you're doing something right for sure. So that's always a good sign. Yeah, all these guys, they just appreciate good surfing. Yeah, there's Jet there trying to get the scores in. He hasn't been able to back up that 6.17 yet, just 3.10. Still sitting in second place, though. Samuel Pupo with priority next to your name. He's playing the long game. It was Joe Giroux said, playing the old man's game. Just sitting, waiting with priority. Only need to back up that 7.5. And Bray netting a couple of numbers. Still tight, 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it does feel we're getting to that stage of the tide where the early work on the board is just absolutely invaluable. And if you are that surfer, particularly the one chasing, think of Mihi at the moment, what he needs to do, basically compared to what everyone else has got. You know, good score for Jet Schilling, even better for Samo, and excellent for Mateus. So if you're him and you see things slowing up, maybe see some of those in between sets that don't quite hit the reef and they don't break, that's not good news generally at this stage of the tide.
Here we go. So Pupo, he elects not to go that, gives it to Bray, who doesn't have priority, so he's got less of a chance. Schilling, he says, righto, I've had enough of this, I'm going again. So Schilling trying to improve on that. 3.1, a lot of S-turns on the open face. Now he starts to get a bit sparky, waits for it, nice and composed, and finishes off strong.
Sick.
So it just goes to show, good decision to take off on that wave and capitalise well, backing up that score of a 6.17. That's smart surfing from Jet. You'd be happy with that, you'd think, Taro.
Yeah, that was sick, and I like his art. I think he said his dad did it, which is super sick. But yeah, Jet, yeah, his backside is really good. And, let's see, Sammy.
Yeah, so Sammy up there's the first trademark carve. Just waited a long time for this wave. So it's got one of those hugging the reef a little bit better. A bit frothy here, which does happen on this wave, but he's powered through it. There's a carve, and then regains. If he gets another bonus section, he'll be happy, and he does. So that is incredible surfing. There was a lot to negotiate on that one, Paul. It wasn't straightforward, and every time he looked like he might just been a tiniest bit of strife, he powered through it and did something pretty special at the end.
Yeah, I mean, like, first impression as you're watching it live is just his read on the wave and how good it is, because nothing's rushed or forced. It can be a bit of a tendency just trying to overdo it a bit. Sometimes you wait for this wave to stand up, and it sort of is a little reluctant to do so, and you can see surfers throwing shapes. Not so with Samuel. It just really matches the rhythm and the pace of the wave beautifully. Nothing's forced. And yet, when he needs to, there's plenty of aggression and power and spark to the manoeuvres. And the finish was really cool as well, quite dynamic. Knew he didn't need to do too much. Just saw this section, just a little bonus pop up for him. And that is really nicely done indeed. So showing a bit of polish as well to finish there, Samuel Pupo. There's a reason why generally whenever he's on the Challenger Series, he qualifies immediately to get back to the CT. And I've got a pretty strong feeling that might happen again this year.
Yeah, he's right up there. You know, I think he makes the semi-final. Sorry, he makes the quarterfinals in this event. He's qualified, so he's probably only 2 weeks away if he keeps going. And not the no-claim there. What about your claim work, Taro? You've been working on that on the Challenger Series. Is that part of your repertoire?
No, not for me, but I've let a few slip, I feel like. But
okay, Mateus Hurdy. He's partial to a claim. Don't worry about that. That wave's not going to be it. Just bottomed out in that channel with the tide coming up. Pupo thinks it's going to be a big number. He's going to look to, well, yeah, he needs a tiny score to move up in the second. But you think that could be as good as his first wave potentially. This wave just filled up. A big wave, Paul. Once again, that's not always the best way.
It's a road to nowhere is what it is. It went absolutely, it just went into a hole here. It just went a couple of fathoms deep and not what he wanted. And I just wonder, Taro, what stage, like under 8 minutes now, what stage does it get weird? You got an 8, but you got a 2. And at what stage do you start trying to think maybe yourself, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, starting off with an 8 is like such a good thing always. But then, you know, when it gets like to this like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, you definitely want to back it up. And I feel like in my heat I got the 9, but I just like didn't really have anything. So definitely like in the next few minutes you want to, you know, get like a 6 and just like, you know, just like put it in like.
Yeah, well, he's still going to be nervous. That wave, you know, it was a solid wave.
I mean,
8. He also knows Pupo's got a score coming in. He would have heard the cheers, so he probably knows already by now he's in 3rd if he didn't before. So, yeah, he was starting to feel the pinch despite that big number in his locker. Pupo. There we go. So Mateus not waiting around. He's going again. This wave, he's got a bit more drive down the line. He's going to go to the air here. He goes through a massive rotation. And there's the claim. So we talked about the claim work. And on road, he just did it. I might get Taro to break down that air because...
and then the punch of the board.
And the punch of the board for good measure. Meanwhile, Bray, he's got to do something special now with 7 minutes to go. It's not going to happen on that wave. And it goes down. Yeah, Hurdy, we talked about that box office. We talked about that ability to entertain. Well, he's just gone for it. I think it's the kind of rotation was so clean and so high. Bray, not happy with this wave or his performance. He hasn't had much luck just with the quality of the waves.
Yeah, he's in all sorts here. And he just missed that section there. And just goes down kind of weird as well. So just not happening for him. But by contrast, look at this, just teeing up this section. And the pop's crazy, Taro. Really nice technical surfing. And then the tongue out for an extended period of time. I think he likes it.
Yeah, that was really sick. I think Mateus has probably some of the sickest style in the air, honestly. Like, wow. That was just so perfect. And yeah, I love watching it.
And we were talking about before, Paul, Jim, they love a clean. They love a clean landing.
That's sick.
Almost the hacker going on there. The All Blacks.
Also, just the time of it. Like, you know, I don't think I've seen a longer claim in terms of duration.
I think underwater he's still at his time.
Yeah. So in terms of length of claim, I know length of ride is not so much a factor anymore, but length of claim's right up there. The judges got some work to do in trying to place that in the scheme of things. One turn manoeuvre, it's always a little bit tricky to gauge it up against these long walls.
He needs a 3.94. I'm confident he's getting that, Ben.
Yeah, I think he's got that, definitely. And we like to see progression. So that wave of 6.8 came in for Sam. Pupo said, but Hurdy did go into 3rd, as you say. More sets approaching them. We've got 4.5 minutes at least. This ain't going anywhere. The swell is still pouring in from the Atlantic Ocean. Ex-hurricane swells from the east coast of America, and they're hitting this reef square on. Even with this tide filling in, there's still plenty of opportunity and plenty of different ways of getting this cat and winning a heat. And Pupo and Hurdy right now looking pretty solid with those big numbers.
Yeah, this one's been really entertaining. And, you know, we were talking about the predicament that Mateus was finding himself in. He just kept rolling the dice, didn't he? And the thing that happens when you can do that, if you can find a section and you back yourself and you're absolutely confident in what you're doing. Of course, you've got that 8 in the bag already, so that's going to give him extra spark, and he'll just keep swinging it.
Yeah, now his confidence is up, you'd imagine. And there he goes. He starts to loosen up. We've seen him do this on the European circuit. Once he starts getting a few heats, a few good waves, he really starts to put the pedal to the metal. Here he goes again. He's got some speed. Now he's just having a bit of fun with it and going down there. So Hurdy, the entertainer, that wave's not going to go into his can. It's all about this big air that hasn't been locked in yet. The judges taking their time with it, actually, showing that it's not an easy task to do. How much do you work on your airs? Is it part of your game, Taro, just to do it when you're surfing, or do you do it actual drills or training? Is it factored in, or is it more of a natural sort of approach to the wave?
Wow, that's an 807.
There you go. Well, an 807. He's been working on them.
Yeah,
big numbers.
I'm not like too much like airs, I feel like, but I think they're so sick. Like, and that's definitely something I want to work on. And I feel like, you know, slowly but surely I'm working on them. But yeah, like guys like, to me, like Mateus, Levi, Eli Hanneman, and also Jet right here.
There you go. Well, that is good commentary work from Taro, because he called it. So he spins, he's still going in. So that was a functional maneuver out the back, and there's a little squirt, and there's another one. So he likes it. He does the snake Leighton Hewitt claim. So the claims are coming out. And Jet Schilling, we needed an 813. So at the very least, he's got himself right back into the game.
There's a name I wasn't expecting to hear today. Leighton Hewitt, Australian tennis player from the 90s.
Oh, there's Mateus. He's got his groove on. I've seen him do this on the dance floor as well. Once he gets warms up, he starts to get really on fire. But yeah, Leighton Hewitt's a famous Australian tennis player, and that's used to that
used to do that claim, and then Jake Patterson famously did it at Pipe when he won Pipe. He did the claim and made national news, and now young Jet Schilling's taken on board. So multi-generational claim. Good to see. 2 minutes on the clock. Schilling is going to need that score come in pretty quick. If it's not the 8.13, he's going to at least have a smaller wave to get his next one. Sets it so well though. Had a lot of variety. Had the air at the back. Had the turns on the inside. It's going to be interesting to see where that goes. And it's been such an incredible heat. Just like the biggest numbers we've seen probably across the board, Paul.
Yeah, we're just watching really quality surfing as well, aren't we? And surfers, when they're going after big scores, I mean, as fans, as spectators, ultimately we're the winners, really, just watching all of this go down. And you see Mateus Hurdy with a pair of 8s in the bag. I mean, we talked about the confidence that he naturally has. Just got loads of flair as well. He's got that X factor ability to take it at different parts of the wave. But I thought here, I don't know what you think, Tara, when he spun this, I just thought when the landing, he caught it maybe a touch early. I thought it was going to go down. He did so well to stay light on his feet.
Yeah, that was really sick. That's like so risky to do. And then he did this sick turn on the inside. It might be close. 6.57.
So you're right, 6.57. So a good number. Now needs a 7.73.
Oh, what a heat.
And minimate Bray, so he's just been probably the only surfer yet to get any really big numbers, but he's still firing away. It's probably not his last wave of the heat and potentially of the event. Made the final. Chopes as a wild card in the CT. That's the caliber that we're looking at. And unfortunately, for me, he just hasn't been able to get a foothold in this particular heat. Looks like he's got no time left. Jet Schilling might. Well, he has made his way out the back, and he only needs a 7.73, so if he gets a chance to do a Hail Mary, he might be in there. You see Pupo now trying to get close to him. A set approaching. There's Miggy's brother looking pretty nervous, so he just want to hang on for 10 seconds. Looks like Samuel's going to go this just as a way to try and block his opponent. 4 seconds on the clock. This could be his last wave, so Pupo, he's just going to finish off. He looks out the back. He knows he's left his opponent with nothing. And that's 2 Brazilians. Well, it's no surprise that these Brazilians, there's probably the majority of the field in terms of percentage. There are a lot of great surfers, and few are surfing better on the Challenger Series than that man. Mateus Hurdy showed his class. Saw Pupo get through one of the waves of the day yesterday. We saw David still get through the waves of the day yesterday, the day before.
Yeah, I thought another interesting takeaway there from Sam. Well, it's still early rounds, right? That was like we're round of 64 still. There's loads yet to come. I felt like he got good numbers there, 14.3, with barely even given that much of himself across. I think he's got loads more in the tank, Ben.
Yeah, he only needs to, by my reckoning, win 2 more heats, and he's a CT surfer for 2025. So incredible surfing. Well, Taro, thanks, mate, for taking the time, coming in and sharing your experiences, your insight. Really appreciate coming in and, shooting the breeze with us. And good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you for having me. That was fun.
Keep it going, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So, with Taro going to go surfing, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome back to Portugal, the Challenger Series in town. The EDP Ericeira Pro has been firing today. Having a look at another great looking heat. Carlito Munoz from Costa Rica, Nolan Raposa, Luke Thompson, the youngster out of South Africa, Jorgen Cousinet of France, and Paul Evans, joined by Chico Alves. That last heat, mate, performances were way, way up there in terms of quality, and we reckon we're going to get more of the same here, mate.
Yeah, what a heat. The previous one, you could kind of tell by the names that Mateus and Samuel, big mates and performing at the highest level. Unfortunately, one of the best in the world, Jet Schilling, past junior world champion. And what a surfer, unfortunately bowing out, and Miman as well.
Brutal, isn't it, really? I mean, it's like every heat you're seeing real quality names. It's almost like every heat's an upset in a way, because you're just seeing really, really great surfers go down. I mean, relatively early, really, in terms of that round of 64. Of course, we're through to the next round here. So this is round of 32. The first heat of that, and the waves are still breaking well, still offering excellent numbers. So we are straight in with this next round. And we're looking at Costa Rican, who we were chatting to in the studio earlier this week, and he's pretty happy with the way things are going with his life. He's had a little bit of a reset, you know, he's a family man now, and he's comfortable and cruisy with the way everything's going. He looks very relaxed as well, indeed. And we talk about surfing styles that match the wave. Nolan Raposa, explosive surfer, really fun, just an entertaining surfer to watch the way he does heats as well. He's going to be looking to go big on the backhand out here. Luke Thompson, one of the outstanding surfers, really. In terms of style from the early rounds, like just surfed amazing, made it look so good out here. And of course, Jorgen Cousinet, the powerhouse, who a little bit of comeback energy from him in terms of this event. Like really good results a couple of years ago. Got very close to qualifying a couple of times. And he's been off that pace a little bit since. So a really good opportunity here in Europe to go deep into the event.
Yeah, Jorgen is one of the best in Europe. He made the final in Pantin, the regionals season, just a few weeks back. And I know Jorgen had a bit of a rough moment throughout his mental health and not the ideal condition to compete. I'm really close to him, and I had the chance to compete when we were really young. And I know when he has the mind on the right spot, he's really, really good. We've seen signs of it. He almost qualified a few times, but he's a really emotional guy, so everything needs to be connected for him to do well. And now training with, I'm not mistaken, with Jan Martin, I think they're doing such a good job.
Let's go and hear from a man who's posted the highest heat total of the event. Mateus Herdy is standing by for an interview.
Cheers, Paul. All right, 2 World Junior Champions in that last heat, and it was this man, Mateus Herdy, taking the win. That was a cracker.
Yeah, it was a tough heat. I know I had 2 8s, but it didn't feel like this. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, it looked like you were surfing relaxed, even though that you're saying you weren't. Talk to us about your performance.
I mean, in my first wave, I was relaxed because you know, it was just my first wave, and I thought I was just too much time in the clock, so I was just cruising. Not cruising, but I felt relaxed, and then I made it that last turn. I guess the judges liked it. I didn't expect an 8 on that one, but felt good to hit that. And then, but at the same time, I you know, it was hard. I don't know, but I lost priority. I did a priority mistake, and then I had that wave that I don't know, it was a closeout, and I just went for air. So I didn't even think. I just did it.
You and Sam both in that heat together. You're good friends. Do you talk to each other in the water?
We did. It's pretty funny though. We both had the first 2 A's. He did a 7.5, and then he looked back at the beach. He was stoked, and then we heard my score, and he looked at me, like, "What did you do?" I was like, 3 turns. And then we were like talking about like, oh, let's get the backup score, and but. Yeah, we don't really talk too much. We just, you know, we liked each other. We were pretty much brothers, and I'm sure João was watching that heat too, so it was pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
You're currently coming 40th on the Challenger Series. What's your motivation at an event like this? Is it to just get through as many rounds as possible and see where you can finish the year, or are you trying to show the world you've still got your surfing skills that are as good as it gets?
I mean, there's 2 chances, so I'll definitely gonna give my 100% on these last 2 events. I saw Al and Marco, a few guys losing, and they're like in the top 10, and they only have one result. So I think the door is open. So this year it's a really different year. So there's still chance. So I'm gonna go for it, and yeah, just take heat by heat. I know I made 2 8s in this heat, but I'm trying not to think about it. Just
How hard is it to block out the noise? Like, are you aware of the ratings? Do you look at the points that you're getting in every round and that kind of thing?
Everyone knows it. Everyone watches the rankings. Like,
they're just pretending? No, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they're just pretending they don't know. But they know exactly, oh, this guy's in the top 10. This guy's like, oh, he has a 5th. Or, yeah, they're all nerds about the points and shit. So, but yeah, now I'm not really thinking about it. I know it's a long way, and but I'm gonna try my best.
Does a little bit of the pressure get lifted when there are waves and you don't have to think about hassling people as much or grinding it out?
I mean, not really. You know what? Cause like you see the heats, and every heat is just so gnarly. It could have been a final. So when you're out there with those guys, it's just like you gotta give your 100% because everyone's so gnarly. So I thought, oh, there's gonna be ways to be fun. Like I'm just gonna focus on myself, but everyone's ripping. So you never know. I saw Cade, losing earlier, and he had like 7 and a 6. So yeah, it's pretty gnarly. The challengers, it's gnarly, man.
Well, reading your body language, seems like you give that heat about a 6 or a 7 out of 10 for yourself, but you got 2 8s. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when you're coming in with a 10 out of 10 heat,
Yeah, thank you. I'll try my best. I did like 2 turns on that heat, so I want to do more turns in this wave. This wave is a long way.
Awesome. Matthias, Erdi, congratulations. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Benzi. Great insights there from Matthias. Love just that one takeaway. The door is open. He is lurking with intent. He knows surfers in the top 10 that have been knocked out, and he's on a bit of a roll here. Let's get caught back up with live action at the moment, and it is the Costa Rican Munoz arriving late to a lip, giving it a little extra fizz. So that'll be his first legit. He's just got a very short throwaway number. And the one score that has come in, the American Raposa, 5, 6, 7 for him. And we're still waiting really for action for Luke Thompson and Jorgen Cousinet. But Matthias Hurdy there with that thorough debrief, and just basically Chico, he's saying, yeah, everyone says they don't look at the ranks, but they're all lying, we all do. And you know what? I'll tell you what, 2 results. One of them's going to be in Brazil as well. If he goes deep in this, who knows where it could put him.
Yeah, it's true, and you kind of have the sense he can do it because he's that talented and he's so good. And one person that is really good as well is Carlos Munoz, who has been on the CT before, and with turns like this, you can get really far on this event as well because Carlos, he looks free in this event. I like when Carlos is surfing like this, just throwing everything at any section. And this is the replay of Nolan. Nolan, first time he makes a heat here in Ribeira. Of course, he's feeling confident, and nice under the lip snap there. And a bit late into this one, but I like the intent. He tried to do a huge foam climb over that huge amount of water, and sometimes that can be hard. And Nolan, 5, 6, 7. Carlos, 4, 3, 3. So with 19 minutes to go, shots are fired. Nolan and Carlos looking good.
Yeah, so some surfers will be doing battle, taking to the water for the 2nd time today. Is that gonna be tiring? How hard is it to surf 2 heats on the challenges in the same day, Chico?
Well, it can be really, really tiring. I know it's only 30 minutes, but
it's a long wave.
Yeah, it's a long wave, and they give it all. Like they give 120% every time they surf. So as we see live action now.
Yeah, Luke Thompson, here he goes, just setting up really out the back. He's got a meaty section here, and I'll just swing on it and just dig that rail in. He bleeds off a bit of speed, but that's okay because the wave slowed down as well. So he's just kind of matching it, and then never really committing particularly to that maneuver. He's just setting up, he's eyeing something down the line. This thing will get steep here, that's really nice. So opens up the body and gives it a good hit. Here goes Jorgen Cousinet swinging and arriving with really good timing. When you got the timing done and the speed's good as well, he'll get big spray, the back foot pressure, just pushing hard with his right foot. And a strong finish on that wave. So those two now getting involved, and we'll get our first sort of legit situation really with everybody riding a wave. First question is, who had a better wave, Thompson or Cousinet?
Well, I think we need to just see the start of the wave of Jorgen. Last turn of Thompson was big, we know that, but a lot of downtime as we see the replay of Jorgen. Nice, bit of a float out the back, cuts back, waits for the wave to build up, comes off the bottom, gets a bit of a wrap there. Nice, kind of like short snap and a finish. So, yep. This last turn was a tricky one to make, and he made it look cool, and making sure he makes it. So nice start there for Jorgen. I think, yeah, I just think Jorgen is going to get the nod on this one, just because Thompson had a lot of downtime. He waited the whole wave to get that section at the end. So yeah, Jorgen is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. But this last turn was great. Great intent there. 4.83 for that one. I think Jorgen's wave is going to be higher than Nolan's wave, in my opinion. But that's only my opinion. We've got amazing judges here with us, and they're doing such a good job this event. I feel like this is one of... Yeah, I've been really impressed by the scores. I think it has been really fair. We haven't seen any like major talking points about any situation. So I think they're doing an amazing job. I feel like sometimes people get a bit biased on how they perform, and I'm giving them the hands down.
Always good to get insights from Coach's Corner. Let's go down into Nolan Raposa's camp with Matt Myers and Chris Binns.
All right, thanks a lot, Evo. Yep, down here, feet are well and truly in the wet sand. I'm with Matt Myers from the Wet Shoulders League. Yeah. That's your crew's little catch cry, obviously cheering people up after a win. Matt, talk to us about what Nolan's got going on in this heat right now.
Yeah, we might be the Wet Shoulder League. We're also the Wet Foot Club right now on the inside, getting washed in by this peak 10.2 high tide. But Nolan started well. He picked a clean wave. Didn't fully maximize it, but I take the 5, 6, 7 all day. He's got first priority for this next big exchange, so I love his position.
How much do we love it when there's waves? It really changes the ballgame, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's waves, but it's really tricky. It's like you never really want that peak high tide heat, and that's right this second. But Nolan's managing it well so far, and we'll see how it shakes out. This is a big event for him, you know, coming off that second in Bolito.
So, got to ask you, what are you writing down on your clipboard?
Secrets. No, 30 minutes is long. It's a lot. These are long heats. A lot of things go on. I'm looking at positioning. I'm looking at wave selection, and of course how they're performing. But at the end of the day, then I have it all written down, and I know what I was thinking in that moment.
And without giving away too many secrets, I saw all of your crew yesterday writing in their own clipboards. What's going on there? Is that some journaling, some writing down where the waves are breaking?
No, I just highly encourage journaling. It's good getting pen to paper. And Nolan even just uses his phone, but it's good getting your thoughts out.
All right, well, he got a second in Bolito. What's it going to take to make it through to the highest level?
Just doing what he does best, and that's ripping.
Well, you're ripping too, Matt. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the booth. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Binzy.
He went for the handshake, but I think
Myers left him hanging.
Yeah. Can we see the replay of that?
Ice cold.
we need to see the replay of the handshake.
Such a shame when it's on the broadcast as well for everyone to see.
And you start touching the arm to say, oh, this is it.
Hey. I tell you what, though, cause in all seriousness, Kuzane ripped away. He got a smaller one. He stood up. Nothing happened. Let's have a look at it here. It's a weird beginning to this wave, but he tore into it down the reef.
Funny part of this is it was in first priority, so he went just to have a look. Ended up being a really good one. I love this carve. Wow, really tight in the pocket. A bit of a snap here, and the finishing, bang.
Whoa. So he won the opening exchange, and he did really well there. Get another look from another angle here, and just admire this wave. So he stuck with this. He obviously saw something in this wave.
I just love the board position on this turn. Was on a really critical section, and he and he applied a lot of pressure, and the finishing turn, a big one as well. So I think he will improve on that 6-4-3, and I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion, just because that gouging snap was huge.
On the reef, wasn't he? On this peak high tide that Myers was talking about there, some of the bigger ones, they're going to push wider and just nothing's going to happen. Like your fastest you go is as you're dropping in from taking off on the wave. By contrast, that one on the reef, and I think he saw that double up miles coming, because he was kind of S-ing, and we were like,
miles away. Like,
he looked like he was bringing it in after a heat, right? When he stood up, he looked like he was just coming back to the beach. He was waiting and waiting, and then he absolutely delivered a 7.1. There's Justin Becret. He's getting ready. That's his buddy Nanook there. He's got his mum over here too, so he's got his squad all taken care of. I'm just thinking about handshakes. Was that the most awkward one we've seen since Mundy and Fred Moraes up in Santa Cruz on the QS a couple of years ago? Remember that one?
Yeah, I think Bin's once, just because he was like touching the arm afterwards. Just hey, mine is here. It's a handshake, buddy. But yeah, you never know. Like, it's sometimes, you know, the set is coming. Sometimes it takes a while, and that handshake took a while. I feel like. Do you think they did it after? I feel like Binz needs. He has some unfinished work with Matt Myers. I think he needs to go back in there, get him interviewed again over the course of this event for Nolan's heat and get the handshake done. I think that's the challenge we should Binzi on. So, and Carlos there waiting for the wave, Nolan as well.
It's like lost over half the time in this heat gone so far. Not loads of waves ridden, is it? 6 waves between these 4 surfers, and the best of them were the last 2, actually, both ridden by the Frenchman Jorgen Cousinet. He's in the green jersey there. He's got a decent total on the board, really. 13.53 are really good numbers considering the opportunities that have come through. We're going to get a quick commercial break. The Frenchman Cousinet's ripping. Nolan reposes in second at the moment. Will Munoz or Thompson come back? Find out when we return from break. Welcome back to Ribeira-Dillas, home of the EDP Ericeira Pro 2024, presented by Estrella Galicia. The Frenchman Cousinet at the moment, he's got a dominating position on the scoreboard. Not a lot of ways ridden in this, but good enough with his 2 opening rides to do some serious damage here. And he's looking well on his way to the round of 16 right now. Behind him, Munoz did this during the break. Chico.
Yeah, nice looking wave. Looks like a double up. And let's see what he did. Nice gouge off the top. Really stylish. This board is looking amazing under his feet. And let's see. He finished it off. Yes, he did. But oh, he got caught by the backwash there and yeah, a bit of a fall. So a rare mistake there for Carlos Munoz. And Luke Thompson here on the other hand. Cleaner wave, nice snap here. Winds up off the bottom. Will he make it in time? Yes, he will. And a fall again. So 2 falls in a row, which is rare at this level. So with 8 minutes to go,
Jörgen Kizine might be feeling really good on the driver's seat.
Yeah, you know what Myers mentioned, top of the tide, isn't it? And these surfers all day have been watching just dreamy waves roll down the point here. Right now, conditions a little different, and there are still good waves out there, but they're not all breaking with that same sort of consistent shape down the reef. So there is a bit to deal with here. And it's a wave that's ever tricky to surf, particularly at certain stages of the tide. So surfers having to make an adjustment right now, but that's all part of it. They'll be well used to that. Let's check out great rail work here. Nice and crisp from Munoz. And again, driving. Wow, and he slides out the fins. Really dynamic. Really enjoyed that turn from him. I think he liked it too. And then he'll go and look for an inside here. Will he find something? So maybe on the inside a little double. That will try and bring this all the way in. He won't actually get a section. That one will just gargle and sort of surge straight up the sand here. But it doesn't look overly flustered. Particularly nice carving work with the rail there.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. This first carve really opens up the upper body, torques all the way around again, and I just like the drift of the fins at the end there, showing a bit of variety. And as you said, no end section. I don't think it's going to go. I don't think it's going to be a massive number, just because the size of the wave wasn't really there. But the second turn, though, let's talk about technique. That's how you want to do a carving. That's how coaches teach you how to do a carving. And Carlos Munoz, that putting on a clinic on how to do a perfect carve on the face of the wave. And I would watch that all day, just because it was that technical and that beautiful. And with 6 minutes to go, a lot of shaky moments on this one.
Oh, very good. I see what you've done there. You're pleased with yourself there, aren't you, Chico? Yeah, you happy with that?
It's just like...
This is your time to sort of come alive, isn't it? In the early afternoon, this is when you fire up a bit, mate. All right, live action here. Raposa looking to fire up himself. Bang! He banks over a slopey section and then drives down, carving on the backhand. He's got one score in. This will count. This is a nice section in here. Bigger inside. Gives it a bit of treatment, plenty of spray, and then just loses the fins on the bottom turn. So uncharacteristic. You mentioned a couple of mistakes and surfers wiping out, and he left a little bit on that there.
Yes, and it's impressive. It happens, it's rare, but it happens a lot. So I don't know what's happening on this one, but you see he was having a bit of trouble on holding the line during those bumps and lumps. And that turn looked great, and he was on his way to a good number. And unfortunately there, he couldn't hold his rail, and he disengaged completely out of that wave. So yeah, the fall, unfortunately, he had a lot of speed and missing a bit of some inch there.
Paddle ball.
Oh, we love it. Someone that is not interested in is Carlos Munoz. He looks really relaxed.
He's like, go for it, mate. If you really want it that much, have it. If you want third priority that much, get involved. He'll just let him do it. So Raposa motoring out past Carlos Munoz. He'll just stop and sit and go, you know what, I'll just wait in here, actually. That's the 5-minute warning. You can see that's the analog situation with the red disc, letting surfers know, or square in this case, letting surfers know it's less than 5 minutes. Of course, they do have the Apple Watch tech as well. They'll also have our beach announcers letting them know how much time is left in the heat. So Nolan Raposa will pick up the third prior. Munoz doesn't get any assigned. He's not deemed to be quite in the lineup yet. He'll just sit there on the inside and go, you know, might get a wide one, just shake down the reef, maybe something on the inside even. He's in a position at the moment to advance and stay alive in the event, but in order for that to happen, it will need a situation where Luke Thompson doesn't get a 4.61 or better, or Nolan a 3.76. So those are not big numbers at all. So he'll need to try and improve, and he might try and do that here if he can get on this wave. He won't quite get there, but he knows he needs more.
Yeah, he needs more, and this is going to be a really close one, just because Nolan only needs a 3.75. And Luke Thompson needs a 4.51. So this is going to be one of those that is going to come down to the wire. With 3 minutes to go, Carlos might be not feeling too safe on that second spot.
Let's check the recap.
Yeah, I think it was all about Jorgen until now. He's got a 7-1-0 and a 6-4-3, and he just performed on the best waves that came, and he didn't fall. So Jorgen here with a bit of a snap there and the finish. So he did a good job on this one to land that last maneuver. And this one under the radar, no one was looking at it, but he applied some big turns, and he made his best number so far, 7-1-0. So with tight gouges like this and big finishing turns, he's in the lead and doing such a good event so far. So Jorgen Cuisinier showing off his rhythm pole. As we see Carlos here with his 5-1-0, this one. So it was actually his best wave, this two-turn combination. So he improved, and he did a good job on going on that small one. So with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, let's see if Nola Raposa can come back, or Luke Thompson on this one.
Big bomb out the back. Thompson went away, didn't do a lot with it by the looks of the scoreboard. So he's on the inside, and he's still needing a score. He doesn't need a lot. The 4-6-1 is Munoz in the spot here. Here he'll go from wide and inside if he'll get there. And looking to try and defend, really, his second place position. He'll flare up above the lip, and that section never really quite there in terms of a launch pad. He did well to just liberate the board from the lip line, but never really with the sort of speed or the momentum to get that done. All right, here's Thompson. Needs to find something. 4-6-1 is what he needs inside 2 minutes. There's a quick snap off the top. Now a wall, and he'll go a quick re-entry. So Luke Thompson with speed down the line. 4-6-1 the number, Shika. Did we see that?
Well, from that angle, I don't know. The first turn, let's see it. First turn, steep section, great. Bit of a snap. And this one, he had the section there, but he played a bit safe, in my opinion. I don't know if the judges will give it to him.
Meanwhile, Raposa looking for 3-7-6. Live action here. He'll keep swinging. So here he goes through to an inside section. He'll keep the board alive. Multiple turns for him with plenty of whip. And he'll look for a strong finish if at all possible. Gives it a crack. It's still keeping that board chattering over the bumps. And then he just lets the panel know, you know what? 3-7-6 is my number. Surely I got that. That, of course, depends on Luke not getting the score. Chico didn't feel it. I've been inclined to agree with him. I'm not sure I saw a high 4 on Luke's wave, which will mean, if that is the case, which is speculating, that it will be that 3-7-6. That is the number. Now, did we see that there? It's a much easier number to get.
Yeah, 3-7-6. I don't think we saw the start of that one. I think he did something else out the back. Otherwise, I think it won't be enough. I need to see the full wave, but this is Jorgen. Victory lap.
Yeah,
might be stoked.
Heat leader Cuisinier with 20 on the clock. He'll just bring this in here. And he did all of his work in the opening exchange, really, those first 2 waves. He only rode 3. Nolan Raposa has also only ridden 3 waves. Meanwhile, here we go. Munoz going to have something to say here. Nice combo of turns. Comes out the lip into the flats. That could be crucial for him as well, because he just wanted to add and make that requirement more difficult. So Munoz will go all the way through to the Shuri. And there was just that one moment that we picked up where the wave got steep and he comboed it up. Quick succession. We've talked about that sort of liberty that he's surfing with throughout, and we saw more of that here, Chico.
Yeah, I think this was a lot better. He had the layback and then the big finish, and the section was steep and the wave was big. So
4-3-3 is his backup number. Does he better that here?
Yeah, for sure. I think that was really good in the last turn as well. Really committed and really hard section to make that turn happen. And yeah, I think Carlos will improve that 4-3-3. I don't know if Luke did enough. I felt he left some points there on that one, and Nolan's wave. Well, from what I'm seeing here, well, I don't think
it's bouncy, isn't it?
Well, he did a lot of stuff, but the section wasn't quite there, so I don't think it's going to be enough for Nolan. I don't know. I think it's going to be, everything is going to be real close.
Well, he did a lot of stuff, none of it that good, to be fair. I mean, the wave was just chattering the whole way, and he could never really drive that surfboard as he likes to do. You know, he's so good off the bottom, isn't he? And so incisive and aggressive when he attacks, goes up in the lip. But on that one, it was really sort of soft, quick sections, and he had to try to sort of tag it, really. He joined it up. Luke Thompson's numbers going to come in. It looks like it will be under. It will be his best score, but he won't get it, though. As we suspected, as we watched live and on replays, nervous moments for Nolan Raposa. There's the judging panel up there in their ivory tower, and they are passing judgment on the action we've just seen. Chico, your thoughts?
I think Carlos is going to get a high five, and Nolan, even if he gets it, he's going to be by a little, and Carlos is going to turn the heat around.
That's what you're saying. Well, yeah. I think I'm inclined to agree with you there, mate. You've been pretty much spot on, actually, in fairness to you, with the judging. So Nolan's number comes in. It's not enough anyway, so comes in quite a bit under, actually. So Carlos Munoz, whatever his score will be, will advance, and you can see how much it means here. And you've got to feel for this guy after such a good result in South Africa earlier in the season, going all the way to the final there. And it is absolutely brutal on the Challenger Series with so much at stake. And he'll eventually have to process on this and then think about coming back and bringing that spark that we know he's got so much of. The American will have to bring that back for Brazil, because we're all wrapped up here, and it's Jorge Cousinet who continues with his fine form. He's looking good here in Portugal this year. Carlos Munoz as well. Didn't put on a classic in terms of the heat from him, but he won't mind at all. Just that quiet achiever energy through the early rounds. So those two through to the round of 16 and really setting up for a solid result here in Portugal. Still waiting for this number to drop in for Carlos, but it's inconsequential, really. He's not going to get the 8 he needs to go to first, so it's as we were. Cousinet and Munoz are the 1-2. Disappointment for Nolan Raposa. You have to feel for him. We're all wrapped up with our first heat of the round of 32. We've got another great looking heat. See a lot of power in the water coming in this next matchup. McRae, Barry, Gragia and Muniz will bring Mundy in for the call as well. We've got loads more action to bring you from the Challenger Series here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. More live when we come back from break.
And we are back live. We can go straight down with Chris Spins with the winner of the last heat.
Yes, welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro, and I am down here with very relieved Jorgen Cousinet. Congratulations on the heat win, mate.
Oh, thank you so much. I was a bit stressing about the tide because I haven't really surfed when it was that high, and it's funny because just before my heat, you know, the tide was just pushing so hard that we just got all wet. All the stuff got wet, so yeah, I'm really excited about surfing some other heats here because I think it's probably like the best Ericeira we've ever had, so I'm really happy with that.
You didn't have to stress about the competition, though, because you sat out comfortably in the lead and the other three just battled for second the whole time. It must be nice to sit back and get to enjoy that a little bit.
It's so good, you know, because the two other heats I was a bit struggling. The guys were needing like 6 points to pass me, so every time it was coming close, you know, so I was like, oh. In this heat I was feeling a bit relaxed because I knew they only had like 5 points and like low score, so yeah, it's just super nice to be out there and like be in rhythm, you know, because the last few days has been tough for me, going through a heartbroken, so heartbroken. So yeah, I think the sea is giving me back my rhythm, and yeah, let's do this. I'm ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, who've spent a lot of time in this part of the world, to say this is some of the best Ribeira you've ever surfed, that's huge.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't surfed this wave much, but Ericeira is such a good place. There's so many nice people over here. I love the food, I love the pastel de nata, and yeah, let's keep going.
Any last words for friends and family and everyone who's supported you?
Definitely. Merci à tous. Vous savez que c'est pas, bon, il y en a certains qui savent pas, mais c'est un petit peu dur en ce moment. Du coup, ça fait plaisir de recevoir vos messages sur Internet, sur Instagram, etc. Donc voilà, je vous fais une grosse bise et j'espère que je vais aller ramener ça à la maison. Et puis voilà, let's go. Hein. Woo.
Stay strong, mate, and keep taking it out on the ocean. All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Jorgen had a tough year in the personal life, bit of heartbreak. It all happens, you know, we've all been there. Well, I haven't. I'm more of a heartbreaker kind of a guy. But
wow, you've always been the elegant.
Yeah, the elegant one. Yeah. But yeah, you know, often you forget that these surfers obviously have their own lives going on. All sorts of things happen, both good and bad, and you know, they've got to turn up to the events and just try and get their game face on. Not always easy. In this case, Jorgen just focusing on the heats and getting in the ocean and doing what he loves. And so far, it's got him into the round of 16, which is already a pretty good result for Jorgen. He hasn't had a great year on the Challenger Series, and it's great to see him back where he belongs.
Yeah, it's great. I feel like if you can do a big result here, you can jump a few spots. We've seen guys launch themselves from 50 to 10th. So I think it's a good moment for him to do just that. So we had a bit of a shaky moment during his heat. I know you just got here now, but we had the best end shake of the whole competition during his heat, and Jorgen enjoyed that as well. And what a heat we have on our hands now, Ben.
Yeah, it's been a slow start, but this is the first wave ridden by Edgar Grosjean. The Brazilian had a strong heat win yesterday, looked really comfortable. And here he goes again. He's got a really whippy style. You see the bumps and lumps, pretty much at the height of the tide. It's going to improve as the tide goes to the right. Now Edgar getting the first wave, and there's a really nice snap in the pocket given the wave, and he's still zigging and zagging, and does an exclamation point at the end. So that is a very good wave given the circumstances. He's got the first wave without priority, and he's ridden it all the way to the shore. Yeah, I heard there was a bit of yeah, I was listening to that. Yeah, Pearl Binsey got left hanging. I know you brought up my little issue me and Federico Moraes had with a funny old handshake a few years ago. You guys tend to have long memories with such stuff. You really sort of really sparked up when that was going on, Chico.
Well, I know there's theirs, I know there's barrels, I know there's the replay of Edgar, but a missed end shake is just like on the next level of commitment and disappointment in a surf event. But yeah, Edgar did such a good job here. Started off slow, okay. The wave was really hard to surf, but here is where he starts to plug away some big turns. Big lay back there, waits for it, and I love the timing of this one just before the backwash. Bang! Makes it. Grosjean, one of the best out of Brazil, always a standout. And he's got a good relationship with Ribeiradilhas. I feel like every time he comes here, he does really well. So Edgar here flicking the tail of the back of that one. And we've got some big names coming up next, Ben.
Yeah, there's some stacked heats. Yeah, it's huge heats coming up in Nat Young. We've got David Silva, former winner of the event from last year. Afonso Antunes, a wildcard winner. The young Portuguese kid who's been on a fire. And, of course, Kanoa Igarashi, so the top seed in the event. So, yeah, we're in the round of 32 now. Look, some of these guys are surfing around of 80. We're really getting to the pointy end of this event. And there's big names all across the board.
And so it's just going to keep going on and on all the way till we go to the finals, whenever that shall be. We've got waves, we've got swell, short, the tide's a bit high, but there's still plenty of opportunities. And this is Oscar Berry, the Australian, paddling for that. He's put in some hard yards and can't quite get on it. Looks like these servers are just recalibrating. There's the Australians' brain trust. Jay Bottle Thompson, you got Chipper Wilson, all hanging on. Hugh Vaughan, sorry, Joel Vaughan. So they're all looking at life, just trying to help their mates. Bottle is the coach. Big, big support crew. Just saw Vaughany, Joel Vaughan's dad, out there as well. He's coming over here. He's loving Portugal, loving the waves. And, yeah, the Aussies, pretty tight-knit crew. And Oscar Berry, he's one of those young kids just come through. You don't get the chance to see a lot of these. What is the beauty of the system where the individual qualifies is how you get on the Challenger Series, Chico. And if you haven't been following the territories, which not, you know, you wouldn't be expected to follow the Brazilian QS or the Australian ones, and then suddenly these guys turn up. You haven't seen a lot of. So much talent in all the territories, and Oscar Berry's just another one of those Aussies. Just turns up, plenty of style, plenty of talent. It's great to see.
Yeah, he's good. He's good, and I feel like Oscar is one of those guys, just like I would say Callum, that show up and suddenly they're on tour and doing such a good job on being a guy that flies under the radar, but when he shows off, he's ripping. So we saw like Dylan Moffat doing the same, and those kind of guys.
Yeah,
like,
they're all really just confident, competent surfers that you haven't seen a lot of, and yeah, gnarly. As we see a big set come through, and that's the other thing, they can break a bit wide just sometimes with the swell increasing, the tide still coming up. Well, it's pretty much going out now. We should start to see it improve slowly as the tide drops out, but all four surfers just unable to get their hands on one of those sets that came through. Edgar Groggia, the only one that's got off to a start with a 5.5. That could prove really crucial, actually. 10 minutes gone. He's the only surfer that has managed to get a score on the board. The others fighting for priority. Becret's on the inside, as he often is, and Justin Becret is going to pull the trigger on his first wave of the round of 32. And there's a big lip line floater. Good aggression. It's a soupy section. He deals with that well, just being nice and calm and patient. So he's got 2 turns in already he'll be happy with. Now just looking for a finish. It's soupy because of those sets that came through before, added that white water to the texture, but the Becret is still in the game. There's another turn, a little bit soft, but he might get a finish in. Try and go big as he can. Oh, he did. I mean, he couldn't have gone much bigger. And he's comes up. He's okay, but there's rocks everywhere. Crikey, that shows you just the level of commitment. Rocks everywhere. Oh, he has to duck dive that and does so. So Justin Becret done most of his work out the back, surfed it really well. Got a score on the board. Had to wait to the dying minutes or dying seconds of the heat yesterday to progress. He'll be hoping for a bit less drama, but this is a pretty well surf. These first 2 turns were crucial.
Yeah, the first one was a really meaty section, hard one to deal with, and he did a really good job on attacking that first section. He went for it, and we know Justin, he's not afraid of some big waves. He really enjoys the power of the ocean. So yeah, every time Justin can, he will go for it. And this last turn, I tell you what, that was quite sketchy, because look where he is.
I know, incredible, right in those rocks. Looks like he managed to miss all of them just. Easily crack your skull on one of those. He got through there. Yeah, at one stage it was sort of entirely possible that Justin may have went down the big wave path. He was putting in some time at Jaws. You know, he was travelling around. Obviously, Chopi he'd done some loads of sessions in Maverick. So yeah, he was really, you know, he's got this real ability in big waves, real talent, and it looked like at one stage that could have been a potential career path for him, but instead he just concentrated on his love of, you know, performance surfing. You know, and that could come often. Some of those best big wave surfers, the ones that are really, really good, are the guys that are really super talented in all waves. You know, you look at Zhao Xianka, for example, really talented surfer in his own right. Guys like Shane Dorian, obviously, even Ian Walsh to a degree. So those guys that have got, you know, a natural ability on a short board, when they go up into that big wave realm, it adds there's a little bit something different. But anyway, that's down the track right now. Justin's got a 4.17, so he's got a score on the board. He's travelling over here. His mum's come down as part of the Brains Trust. Got a good little crew, knows this wave well. And after, as we said, that clutch bit of surfing yesterday, he's got some confidence. Let's see how he goes as he sees this insider. Surf is sort of really starting to stretch out now on this reef, and we see Justin Becret going again. So insider comes around the corner, clicks it off the top, nice. There's a lot of bump, but he does through that well, drives through the bump, and there's a nice carve. And here he goes again, waiting for another finish. Didn't get it last time, he gets it that time. That's good surfing from Justin. I'll tell you what, I'd say I've watched so many heats of Justin over the years, and I really enjoy surfing, but I'd say one of the problems he used to have was just lack of completion. He'd fall off on waves sometimes. That was probably an area he's been working on the most. And those two waves, he just looks so solid and compact, hasn't he? Really confident, never looked like falling off at any stage.
Yeah, he's making everything, and it wasn't an easy make as we see the replay. Comes off the bottom and bangs it really hard. Actually releases the fin. He's able to get up there again with all that backwash bumps and lumps on the face of the wave. And this last one, look how shaky that board is. And he just got up there and blew that thing. Look at this. Bango, right on the money there. And I just love the timing. The timing was perfect, and that's why that third looked so good. And we see out the back, Alejo Muniz.
Okay, so he's waited a long time for this Alejo. It's his first wave after 15 minutes. Currently sitting really high in the rankings. Comes around the corner, and there he goes. That little injection of speed, and there was lump. He almost got slingshotted by the bump, and that gave him so much speed he couldn't hang on to it. Oscar Berry just paddled for that wave. He's going to lose priority potentially. That could be a mistake. He hasn't got a wave yet either. So we just saw Alejo. Thought he made that, but here goes groggy out. Surf is doing really well with these conditions. So that's almost double overhead, that wave. The size is there, and there's a big turn as well. That low centre of gravity. And now he starts going to town on the inside. Wow. And that's great surfing. He's not done yet. What? And another. That is awesome, awesome surfing. On the rocks again. So Grogio has just been really, really solid on his feet. I hope he's all right. He's on those rocks, man. These guys put it all on the line. We had Taro Watanabe in here saying, I didn't care. I was going to go for it. I don't care about the rocks. And all these guys are the same. Like, putting literally your life, I don't know, your life on the line, but your body on the line. And he absolutely murdered that wave. And really strong surfing from the Brazilian.
Yeah, amazing first turn, really hard section. Winds up off the bottom, big projection float over the top of that wave. Really hard to make that turn. Nice gouging carve there. Gets up there in time, just a bit of a fin release here, and he makes it right on the rocks, as he said. So they put their body on the line, and what a way to get a back up there for Edgar. And Alejo on the other end, nice carve. And I just feel like he timed it well, but I think he just pushed a bit too much, because when he pushed a bit too much, he got up there and the backwash was coming his on the way of the wave, and he had the bounce on the layback, so that's why he lost it.
Yeah, the hands on heads there from their good friend Samuel and Miguel Pupo. He thought he'd come through. He'd sort of got the slingshot, got the speed, and just skipped out. Did everything to hang on. And a 7.77 came through for the other Brazilian, Edgar. So that is a great, great score. Backs up a 5.5. So at the moment, it's Groggia and Becret taking some big, solid hits on this. But he goes, Alejo going again. That trademark style. And there's a big, aggressive first turn. A nice shroud and carve. He's so centered on his board. And there he goes again, just enough nice swooping cutbacks. Just trying to get the screw on the board. And this little inside bowl, now he's got some speed. He'll try and release the fins if he can. Really hard snap, and then just gets buckled by the water. So most of the work done out the back, but given he'd fallen off that last wave, I think he was just pretty happy to get straight back on that horse and get a score under his belt. 30 minutes on the clock. That's probably smart surfing from Alejo, the veteran.
It looks like the waves are picking up, right?
Definitely.
There's some sizes out there.
and a lot of power. And this turn, bang, started off really well there, really tight. Another wrap there. I like the intent there at the end of each turn. You can tell he's committed and he wants to make this as bad as possible. And Alejo here, unfortunately, he timed it right, but then he had a bit of a lump in front of the wave, and he had the fall. As you see there, Miguel Pupo and Samuel rooting for Alejo. They made the tour together a couple of years back, and they were there together, so probably wishing Alejo makes a few more heats to join them, to join Samuel and Miguel on the CT. So
yeah, that's exactly right. So the swells seems to be increasing. All 4 surfers now, with the exception, well, 3 surfers all getting waves. Oscar Berry, the young Australian, the only one not getting a bite of the cherry. But we've got plenty of time. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back what looks to be a fascinating ending to this heat of the EDP Ericeira Pro after this. Welcome back to round of 32, heat number 2, and there's a big turn from Oscar Berry, the Aussie. He's been waiting a while for these waves. He's got one in the brakes, he's got another one here. Belts it off the top and finishes it off. Really strong, sturdy, and those rocks again, it's gonna make me a little bit uncomfortable. Just waiting to see someone kind of get absolutely shrouded. So far, so good. Oscar's getting through this. While he gets over the rocks, we've got Joanna Garnell down on the beach with Noah Igarashi in the next heat.
Yeah, look who I grabbed. I mean, I thought there was something really funny because you were asking Hiroto for some advice before your heat, but it's like your second home.
No, I mean, the last time I surfed this wave was in my heat last year. So it's a really, really hard wave to surf, and I needed some advice. But he told me a good strategy, and let's see if I can do it. And if it works, let's see if he was right on the strategy.
So you're going to keep it a secret?
It's a secret, but he told me to not fall, so it's not a secret.
And have fun as well?
He didn't tell me to have fun, but I think it's a good idea.
Well, go have fun. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Keiji Igarashi. They won't reveal the secrets.
They were quite whispering,
yeah,
right?
I just
like playing a game before the heat.
Grazia, the Brazilian, he's out. Or is he? He thought he was going to kick off, but he said, you know what? No money, I'm still going. And he's going around the corner, nice and relaxed. I like his cool kind of style. That wave does eventually kicked out. Meanwhile, Alejo, there's a carving turn. We've seen that a few times over the last 10 years of surfing. There's a little karate chop to the left. Another spray, and he keeps getting that backwash, puts his arms out just to deal with the jolts and the vibrations. A few more S-turns, he won't go near these rocks, or will he? They just keep doing it to me. He decides against doing a bit of rock hopping. Got some numbers to come in from all 4 surfers, 2 for Oscar, and some more numbers from the others. It looks like it's groggy out in front. Here's Alejo again, though.
a lot going on, isn't there, Chico? A lot of, you know, it's just hard to stay on your feet, let alone do turns.
Yeah, two wrap around cutbacks out the back. Nice snap there, a bit better, and a nice one. That gouging snap was beautiful. So yeah, I think this might be his best wave so far.
Yeah, I think it's a 4.81 to move up into second as it stands. So not huge numbers. And this is the way that I thought he was going to kick off, and maybe he should have.
He almost kicked out there, and a bit of a foam climb there, and nothing really on offer on this one, as he said. Should have kicked out a bit earlier, and this one looks like a good one for Oscar Berry. Nice jamming snap there on a clean face. Winds up again and bangs it off the top. So quite like a simple wave in terms of what he did, but like really like working into his favor because he needed that. And this is the second one. Nice snap there off the top, winds up again and bangs it. So pretty similar waves. I enjoyed a bit more the first one, but
yeah, I mean, he took so long to get his waves, so it's good that he's got two in a row in quick succession, got himself back into the game. Edgard with that 7.77 has probably got a bit of a lock on this heat. The other three surfers really tightly bunched. Berry fighting back hard after a really, really slow start. Paddled for loads of waves and missed the loads of waves, but now he's going to be back in the game. There's another score to come in. He needs a 4.95 to move up into second, depending on how Alejo's goes. So, yeah, it's going to be looking like we're setting up ourselves up for a pretty nice barnstorming finish over the last 5 minutes. Becret still in the hunt with priority though, so he's going to be fairly happy with his position. Alejo, the veteran, sitting number 4 on the Challenger Series rating, so he's really, really close to achieving his dream, but getting back on the CT after a really long break. Be interesting to see. Surfers have had the longest time in between CT things. There's a ranking, Chico, so you see Alejo way down there, not in 4th, so he's had a great year. George Patal's already out. Sam's still in. Miguel, Jackson, Emrod, Cleland's out. McDonough's out. And Midnio's out. So, you know what? These are all live update scores. So, you know, if Alejo can get through this, he can really put some space. And look at Edgar Grosjean there in 11th with a relatively low scoring wave. Lawler's gone. Raposa's gone. Harito's still in. Wilcox and Delahaye behind him. Dakota Walters also gone. Jarvisell also gone. Winter Vincent also gone. So there's a lot of, you know, in those top 20, I just counted probably 6 or 7 guys in the top 20 already out of the event. That means there's a huge, huge amount of steps that can be made in the next, 4 heats to get that all-important CT ranking. Alejo, though, now gets a 6.07 for that last wave. So he gets closer to his dream of returning. Yeah, what would you say would be the longest sort of time between drinks in terms of CT guys? Being on the CT, falling off and coming back. Chico.
I think Alejo might be the one.
Yeah, but before Alejo, who else would he be sort of up against? Nat Young was away from the CT for a while and came back quite strong. Mick Campbell had a couple of years off, 3 years off, and came back really for a sort of second stage of his career, did really well. Got anything else on me? You just got no answers for me. You just
Nathan Edge?
Yeah, I don't think he ever made the CT. Hold the phone. Here goes that man right now. There's a nice little foam climb. Alejo, the veteran, Schrauping, seems to get his mojo back. Becret behind him, and there's a turn. Here he goes, Justin. So he's waited a while for this. Bit more of a bowly wave. Standing up here. Nice little turn in the pocket, a little bit laboured. Aiming for a nice finish, another sort of slow carving turn. He hasn't put any much zap into his legs, look tired, if anything. Here he goes, now he warms up, fires up and smashes it. And that is a big finish from Justin, needing a 5.45. He'd gone down to 4th in the blink of an eye. So Becret, right on those rocks again. That's what you got to do. Oh, and that DHD, I think it is. He's been riding Daniel's boards for long. Darren's boards for a while. Hopefully just got out of that one there. It's been messing with those basalt, and this wave out the back was a little bit slow, but he ended up with a big turn at the end.
Yeah, as you said, a bit slow. I like this wraparound.
here. Looked like he was going to get a better section, and just a bit of a wrap under the lip there. Another kind of like setup maneuver, and I think it's going to be all about this last maneuver. He did a really, really good job on making this turn. Bango, really hard to make that turn over the rocks, so a lot of commitment there for Justin, and this was the replay of Alejo's wave. Nice off the top, nice cutback, and he was forced to kick out just because the wave wasn't really helping him to get rid of that 4.57, and the replay of Grosjean. So Grosjean here with a bit of a snap, winds up again. He's going to the air for sure. Oh, can he make it? No, just the pop wasn't really there. We haven't spoke too much about the pop this event. The what? The pop on the air? The pop? Yeah, I know we have been a bit intense about talking who has the best pop.
Matthias Hurd, he's got the best pop. He had an amazing big aero in his heat. I think he's got some pop on him.
Were you a guy with pop?
No.
Oh.
No pop. The severe lack of pop.
Severe
lacking
lack of
pop. Yeah, popless.
Popless.
Yeah, absolutely popless.
Can we say shakeless?
Yeah, all those. Couldn't pop a cherry. And I tell you what, it's not like these guys. Becker's got an air game, but he's going to the power, so we're waiting on the score to come in. Big numbers right now needed. This man here is the current heat leader, Grosjean. He's waiting on this one, and that's not going to count. Justin will be nervous. 55 seconds on the clock, needing a score to come in. He wanted a 5.45 when he took off, and they're just deliberating. They have to. It's a pretty important score. He did this yesterday, to be honest. He had a clutch bit of surfing to get through his heat yesterday. Looks like history is repeating itself to a degree. The Munoz is the one in trouble. Oscar Berry needing a small score as well. He has got priority. What he hasn't got is time. And the Gold Coast surfer desperately willing something to come in. At least Justin's put himself in the mix. He's waiting for the score. He pretty much knows he might not get another chance. Is that wave of 5.45? Some turns out the back, a slopey section. Berry, Oscar, and he's paddling with all his might, and he can't get into it, and that's his last paddle. That's his last heat in Portugal. Well, for now, he's going to come back. He's got such a bright future. The Aussies lose another one. There's some, probably the Aussies have been losing the most, I would say. They've had some high rated of their surfers all go down, and there's another one. So Berry is out. We're just waiting on this score still for Justin Bechet. He needs a 5.45, and that would be a boil over. If he can replace Alejo Muniz, who was currently ranked number 4 on the Challenger Series rankings, you're going to see the two sides of this potential score here. One elation, one despair. And we're just waiting. The judges take a long time on it. That's how much it means. It always means it's going to be close. It's like, you know, it's going to be there or thereabouts. It's really hard to differentiate the two. They might be checking the two waves. And what do we have here? One score got enough. One didn't. It's going to be right on the money. And it's came in at a 5.33. So Bechet, he wanted a 5.42. He got a 5.33, 0.10 of a point off, which means that man there in the green is going to get through and potentially nail a CT spot this week. There you go. He knows who to thank for that one. And he's happy. He's not being overly elated. He's actually just still waiting for a bit of clarification. There's the heat winner. Yeah, there it is. Now he finds out officially. He's so out there's his good mate. Look how much it means to the man. He's fought so hard to get there. Look, you got to feel for Justin being so close, but this is a man that's overcome injuries. He's been off the tour for a long time, and he's now fighting so hard to get back where he belongs. He's fit. He's determined. So on that particularly heartwarming note, we see Alejo Muniz all smiles. He fights on. We're going on a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
We are back in Portugal, and we are back with an absolutely cracker-jack of a heat. Nat Young, legend, backhand surfer from Santa Cruz. He's dangerous out here. He's got to the final. We've got David Silva, who is the defending champion. We've got Afonso Antunes, the winner of the wild card here, won the trials event, and of course that man Kanoa Igarashi. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Chris Benz. I'm liking the look of this heat, Chris. Are you?
Oh, absolutely. Kanoa Igarashi, local property mogul, has a mansion a couple of bays over, loves this part of the world. Portuguese, one of about 8 languages he speaks, and he's a megastar here, like he is in Japan, US, everywhere else.
Yeah, he's box office. Nat Young, good to see Nat Young. Talk about veterans. Well, he's one that was always chipping away, maintained his speed, maintained his form, and absolutely lethal on his backhand.
As is David Silva.
Yeah.
Unbelievable backhand.
So 2 goofies, 2 natural footers, and Antunes, who yesterday scraped through at the very last. Well, didn't scrape through. He just did some clutch surfing to get the score and get over the line. So he'll take a lot of credit. He's actually taken 2 years off out of the sport, not out of sport, but out of competitive high-level surfing to just regroup. And now he's come back fresh and excited. So even the young guys can get burnt out and get a bit jaded. He's not, though. He's fresh. See what he can do up against the world's best. And we've got 26 minutes on the clock. We've got a building swell. We've got a tide that's drawing out. So pretty much every factor you want to tick, tick, tick in terms of things on the improve. And the first surfer up is that man, Nat Young. There he goes, first turn. You've seen that style over the years. Always likes to redirect towards the foam. He drives off the bottom with speed. There's the trademark Nat Young whip. There's the carve. And this is the first wave ridden after Kanoa's just managed to get a finish and kicks out before it gets dry. So just a little taster of what that man can offer. At one, probably 3rd or 4th turn, the money turn. He's so dangerous out here, Benzi. Hasn't lost any of his spark when he came on as a, fresh-faced Grom 10 years ago. Hold that thought. Here's the local hope. Antunes, a bigger wave and a bigger turn. Gets around the first one. Still at some green face. And there's a second big turn. Can he hang on? And a dismount of note.
He's looking lively, isn't he?
He really is fired up.
Never
he's
seen
confident.
so many hair flicks in a 50-metre section. And then, the double eject.
He's by his 80 minutes. He said he's been guilty of being a bit hard on himself and maybe overthinking his earlier days on when he was going up as quite a heralded young Grom. But here he is just attacking, just in free surf mode almost.
Yeah, why not? Flying down the line. The conditions are a little bit fluky right now. We're past the peak of the tide, but there's a lot of water filling in. I know because last interview I did on the sand was, wary of wet feet the whole time. Here's Nat Young going to work on his backhand. Yesterday, by his own admission, said he's been having a bit of a shocker on the Challenger Series this year, so he's pretty happy just to be surfing through a few heats and getting put his lethal backhand to work. Of course, coming from Santa Cruz, surfs Steamer Lane. Which, it's a funny wave, Steamer Lane. Sometimes
yeah, it's pretty funky
right,
as well, isn't it?
Sometimes it's a left. But yeah, he's got a deadly backhand, and here's the replay of Afonso Antunes. I'm guessing this is another wave he's just caught. Skating through to the inside, and yeah, you mentioned he's taken a couple of years off. Nothing wrong with having a circuit breaker, just to refresh, regroup. Here goes Kanoa Igarashi. This event's probably a bit of a circuit breaker for Kanoa, to be honest. He doesn't have to be here. Obviously, he's already well and truly cemented his position on the Championship Tour for 2025, but as someone who spends a lot of time in this part of the world, why not come and get a few reps in at uncrowded Ribeira de Lache? And speaking of guys who get reps out here, David Silva surfed all the way through to the final and hoisted the silverware at last year's EDP Ericeira Pro, and that was his opening wave for the man in blue. Oh, it is non-stop, another wave of Kanoa. So I have no idea where we're at. This is Kanoa's opener, apparently. This was a 3.5, so...
She's a lot of bump, a lot of foam. He did a rock and roll floater, but yeah, dealt with it well. But interesting, just before he entered the water, a little chat with Joanna Garnell and said, look, I haven't surfed this wave since last year in the event.
being pretty honest, but you know, he lives here, he surfs, he just doesn't surf this wave. Like, there's so many good waves here that sometimes, you know, there's waves, same direction, same options. Look, let's be clear, there's better waves close by. But in terms of competition, he knows it very, very well. And he drives around the corner, and there's a bit of trademark Igarashi. And there's another one, a little drop wallet, a nice carve. And there's another one. I'll tell you what, he doesn't surf that often, but when he does, oh, and he just slides out the tail. And that's that extra bit of class, finesse. Binzi, he's looking dangerous now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's got a house between two other right point breaks just in the region. Eyeballs one of them off his balcony, and then out of the back deck, arguably the best point in, some might even say, Europe.
Yeah, there's some good waves around this neck of the world, and Kanoa's positioned himself pretty front and centre next to a couple of them. You know, he comes from Huntington Beach. It's no surprise. Perhaps he might try and go further afield and try and get some quality waves. He divides his time between here and California, where his parents are. Spends a lot of time in his country of his birth in Japan. So he's, yeah, he's a man of the world. And right now, he's looking like he's got a pretty solid score there. Speaking of people of the world, I think Joanna Garnell, is she down on the beach with an interview?
Thanks, guys. Congratulations. Tell us about it.
Oh God, I'm so happy. I'm super stoked about my heat, about my year. So I just feeling good, and thank you God for this opportunity. And yeah, I'm so happy to make my heat, and it's so hard heat because it's a great surfers this heat, Alejo, and I'm so happy to hit. So yeah. That's it, and I'm so happy. Let's go hit my heat, and I'm enjoying the process, and yeah, I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling so happy. And thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna let you speak a bit of Portuguese because I know it's a bit hard for you. O seu surf está tão bom, você tem que começar a aprender inglês porque vai haver muitas entrevistas assim. Mas fala aí como é que correu a bateria.
Sim, peço desculpa para a galera com relação ao meu inglês. É um ano bem longo, o circuito está bem difícil, né? Se manter dentro do challenge é muito difícil. A gente tem que competir o QS, né? QS 1000, QS 3000, todos que tiverem, né? Para poder se manter. Se caso a gente não vai bem no challenge, é uma montanha-russa, né? O challenge é um desafio muito grande, né? Uma etapa a gente vai muito bem, na outra a gente vai de cara, e aí depois, né? Não passando o primeiro round, e na outra a gente... É muito complicado, então é um ano bem longo. Eu também estou competindo em outro circuito no Brasil, o Dream Tour, e também é um campeonato muito importante para mim, então acaba que o ano fica bem longo, muitas coisas, e eu estou tentando, estou treinando. Eu acho que tenho que agradecer vários gringos que vêm falar comigo e ter um pouco de paciência de me entender, me escutar, e assim eu vou aprendendo na marra, mas... Bom, é isso, acho que tudo no teu tempo, acho que a minha realidade tem sido assim, né? Foi um processo bem longo para estar aqui e só Deus sabe o quanto eu lutei, trabalhei muito para estar aqui, então eu quero agradecer a todos que estão comigo. E foi tudo muito rápido, né? Com a minha volta, meu 4º ano aqui e o 4º ano de muita luta para poder se manter e brigando pela vaga para realizar o meu sonho, mas é isso, estou no processo de evolução, processo de melhora comigo mesmo, com as pranchas, principalmente esse é o primeiro ano que eu faço inteiro com a Silver, então é um processo muito longo, então requer muito trabalho, mas no meu tempo Deus tem me abençoado, tem me abençoando e suportando esse processo, e eu estou muito feliz por isso, e é isso, agradecer a todo mundo. E vamos que vamos, bateria por bateria, a gente vai chegar lá.
Congratulations. I was just asking, I was telling Edgar that he's been winning a lot of heats, so he needs to start to learn some English, and he just ran with the Portuguese, just saying it's been a long year. He has a lot on his plate. It's a roller coaster, but he's happy with what he's been doing so far, and just thanking everyone that's been supporting him. Back to you guys.
Guys, yeah, well, there's some action going on there. Yeah, I love Grosjean. He likes to sort of unleash, and he's having fun. He's up. He was 11th in the rankings. He's going to go up potentially in the all-important top 10. I suppose when you're just so close to the CT, you know what? Why not be excited? But there's been some big numbers dropping while that was going on. Afonso dropped a 7-point ride, and he's just got another one here. Benzie, talk us through it, please.
Yeah, all right. So he had a little bit of downtime to open up, but just biding his time and waiting for things to get a little bit spicy down the bottom. We've already seen his energies right up there, turns like that, really throwing everything into it. And, well, even a dramatic dismount at the end. So I don't think this is going to be a super high score for Afonso, but his second wave came in at a 7, so that's pretty handy. We also heard some roaring, I'm thinking, for David Silva's second wave, which we might need to catch up. And this is Nat Young's last wave, which we're waiting on a score on. There's a lot of water filling in with the high tide at the moment, so there's backwashy stuff going on. The beach is quite steep, and you're going to see all kinds of wobbly, wonky sections going on. The beauty is that there's so much power behind this swell at the moment that we've managed to push straight through the high tide. No need to go on hold. This was, I'm thinking, the wave that drew a fair bit of volume out of the crowd. Bit of drama. The pistons of David Silva's mighty baby cows, the calves, just going ballistic there. Even a dramatic dismount as well. 16:45 to run on this one.
Yeah, Silva, we've seen this before. Just winding up and then just bucking over that. There was lumps and bumps. He still got the tail out. So Silva, big score to come in from him. Big numbers all around. We saw Kanoa get an 8.77 for his wave. That one that had that crazy finish. So we've got some big numbers. We've got some, well, which is perhaps unsurprising, Chris. We've got bigger swell, we've got better surfers. Not better surfers, we've got informed surfers now in the draw in the round of 32, so you might expect the scores to go up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really no dark art, is it, that better waves, better surf contest?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a story as old as time itself, and we've got good waves, so we've got a good surf contest. We've got a man here that knows a thing or two about how to wrestle some lumps and bumps. Here he goes. That's a nice first turn. He's so strong in the legs. He can power through these sections. He did a few foam climbs that last wave that were just sheer muscle power, and then he just clicks the fins out on that sort of backwashy section. You know, he needs to back up that one wave of 5.33, so he's just going to get up there. He knows his opponents are all registering some pretty serious numbers, and Nat Young will keep chipping away.
Yeah, have a look at that. David Silva, a pair of 6s. Kanoa, a high 8. Afonso, a 7. So the standard as we move into the round of 32, you know, there's 1,700 Challenger Series points on the line if you make it through this one, that's starting to be a bit of a keeper. So there is high stakes as we move into the second half of this heat. 15 minutes to run. There's an interesting little bobble, added a little bit of drama. Don't think it was anything that's going to garner too many points for Nat. This is going to be another 5. So he's got a pair of 5s now, 5.33 and a 5.23. He's sitting in second. He needs a 6.95. So we're seeing those scores definitely jumping up straight away as we get into the deeper rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we want to see. Bigger numbers. And Nat Young, yeah, that wave just around the same as that first one. Just a bit wobbly, and unlike David Silva, he just hasn't been able to find those waves. It's incredible that Silva can just keep picking off those waves. He's got that down-the-line speed. I mean, he's surfing incredibly well, but part of his success at this wave is just impeccable wave selection. He's just got the rhythm. I'm not sure, you know, we've seen people struggle. We've seen guys like Federico Moraes has surfed this all his life. We've seen some veterans, you know, come up short, but Silva, he just connects with this wave somehow.
Yeah, he sure does. I mean, I would imagine 2014 he was here in World Juniors, that kind of same class as Italo Ferreira, you know, and yeah, they've just meshed with this wave back then.
They love it. I mean, the Portuguese, obviously, they speak the language, speak the lingo. He's had wins here, and he's just knows how to read the waves so well. We've seen there, but you know, he's not done yet. We've still got 13 minutes to go. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the finish of this heat right after this.
device is green, Gabriel Medina, green, you have priority. Your left leg green, 877, best wave of the gate as well. And your second best green, it's a 3.5 that you can improve. To lead, green needs a 4.6. Third place, it's red, net yank, red, you have fourth priority. Your top two red, a 533 and a 523. Your requirement red to get second, it's a 695. Fourth place, white upholstered boots.
Welcome back to the bird's eye view of four surfers trying to keep their CT dreams alive. David Silva, well, last year, about 12 months ago, he made that dream happen with an incredible run of surfing at this very wave. We've seen him already this year sort of put that same momentum back into it. But last year, on a finals day that featured 6-foot sets, beautiful sunny skies, packed crowds, we saw one of the performances of the Challenger Series of all year. We might just go have a quick look at this, sort of go through some old memories and look at David Silva at the height of his powers, which is no small thing indeed. Just one of those guys we were just talking about before the break, Benji, just being able to connect with the wave and just know how to read, get the right waves and the right sets, and then once he builds on that connection just with that natural talent, it's a pretty good combo.
Sure is. The blue wetty, blue rashy, that's a good combo as well. I love it.
But he's got four different wetsuits based on the singlet.
Do you think he does?
Yeah, I know he does. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the green one's good. I like the white one, and then the red one, obviously.
And the white one's obviously shades of Kelly Slater from the Bundy Bear days.
Yeah.
10, 15 years
I've seen
ago.
a nice white wetsuit on one of the surfers this event as well. I like it. Bit of a statement. But he's rocking the blue today. And I tell you what, it's working. It's all working together right now. And following on from an incredible performance last year. Meanwhile, that's a surfer in red. Nat Young just kicks off. Nothing much happening there. So, yeah, let's have a look at wetsuit he did wear last year, Benzie. See if whether it was a blue that made it work, and or any other factors. But I tell you what, I was lucky enough to be here for it, and it was an incredible performance. Let's have a quick look at it, and I'll get your take on it.
Yeah, red, white, and blue.
There you go, mate.
Controversial, but I love it. It's obviously worked. The sun was out.
It used to go a bit sort of shady when that spray that he was doing sort of covered the sun. Just the sheer amount of spray that he was. There it is again. Just so much rail work, timing was so good, and that got him onto the CT. He didn't make the cut, that's why he's back here again. But I'll tell you what, if he can maintain that sort of incredible level of surfing at this wave, he's doing it again here, 6.87 and 6.5. He's currently ahead of Noah Igarashi, and that means that Nat Young in red needing a 6.95. Alfonso Antunes has got a 7 also in his locker, and now needs a 5.28. So
yeah, they're going to need a lot more than that though, because Kanoa's backup is just a 3.5, so he's going to significantly upgrade his two-wave tally over the next 9 minutes. You would all but bet on, and that's going to leave Nat Young and Alfonso Antunes, chasing 7s and 8s.
Yeah, you would say Nat Young needs to. Well, he needs 2 scores, doesn't he, to get up to a minimum of. If you're saying there's no doubt that Kanoa's going to better his score, let's give him a conservative heat total of 15 points. You already got 13.37 for Silva, so yeah, Nat Young's going to need 2 waves around the 7-point mark at least. But Alfonso, he's in a better position, right? He's already got a 7.
Yep.
And if he thinks 14 points might get him over the line, he just needs to replicate that again. So he's he's got a heart. It's a difficult task because there's big numbers, but he's showing what he can do, and there's some big sets approaching out the back. Kanoa's got priority, and he's sitting pretty nice and calm in the middle. The other lads might have to sort of scrap and get in position. Alfonso looks at this one, and he goes. So, Alfonso Antunes, nice first turn, deals a little bit of shampoo to the face, drives off. That wave didn't work. Meanwhile, Kanoa, we talked about bettering his score. This wave looks pretty nice. Good pace to it already. Drives around.
Nice foam climb, not a jitter. There he goes again, and there's another one. This is good surfing on a big wave. He's not finished, and he is now. So 4 solid turns. You talked about basically getting his back up. Well, he's done that, hasn't he, in some, Chris? You called it.
Yeah.
And as much as it pains for me to admit, on this occasion, you would bang on right.
Yeah, consider the 3.5 banished. And Nat Young and Afonso Antunes, their job has just got significantly harder. Here goes Kanoa. It wasn't the greatest of waves. It was, you know, sort of quantity over quality. It was a big one. It was a little bit burgery, but Kanoa, he didn't let that stop him one little bit. He harnessed the power of the Atlantic Ocean, matched power with power from start to finish. Great variety of turns. You know, none of this just repetitive carve, carve, carve. We saw some foam climbs. We saw some... you know, some searing rail work up at the lip, and that's going to be a solid second score for Kanoa. You would imagine that'll put him into the lead, and well, might just be a battle for second place, but it's going to be a tough ask for Nat Young and Afonso Antunes with 6 minutes 20 to run.
Yeah, really, really solid surfing, just showing the class of the man, top ranked seed in the event. And Igarashi has put a pretty good stamp on that, looking to move up in the round of 16. And he'll paddle back out, going to make these jobs a little bit harder. Now, he'll go into first, you'd imagine. And Nat Young will need some high numbers, and Tunes also. Still 6 minutes on the clock. You saw the size of that wave. So there's plenty of swell pouring through. You can see that line up there. Sort of typical point break kind of setup, just reeling, refracting down the reef. Some hug those insides, some stand up a bit wider. The low tide has started to draw out, so you get a bit more length in terms of area in the lineup zone. It's a bit elongated. You've got a few more options, but still, you've got to be in the right spot, the right time with priority. That's what Kanoa was.
That's a huge playing field, isn't it? From you know, all the way finishing up on the rocks to the southern end of the beach, way up north to.
Is it your classic football? Playing fields tend to be measured in surfing football fields, don't they? That's your standard measurement term. Sunset's about 3 or 4 football fields.
Well, I guess you've got to talk about your gauge of football field as well. What football are we?
Probably 100 metres long, I would say, is the average football field, would you say?
So, as in
100 metres squared.
Football, as in
soccer or
rugby.
Rugby. Yeah. I mean, they're all similar size-ish, aren't they? Would you say?
Well, yeah, but for me, a football field is, say, AFL, which is about MCG is 168 metres long, maybe.
Right.
So
yeah, I don't know if the AFL scheme works in surfing.
No. I mean, the oval, though, so that covers a little bit more, you know, fits into some corners that maybe a rectangle
American
doesn't.
gridiron football, how big's that?
The 50-yard line's the middle, isn't it? So it's 100 yards, but what's that in the metric?
It's about 100 metres. Anyway,
110 yards.
It's a big old
changed to the 100.
Big old area, and we've got 4 surfers just trying to go. We've got the recap as we hold our horses before Kanoa without priority. Now he's comfortable. He's got some big numbers. An 8.77 backed up by a 6.57. Binz is pretty much bang on. A couple of 2 points behind that first wave just because of the fatness of it. But here he goes, Igarashi showing his class in this heat, Chris.
Yep, so he's on a 15.34 two-wave total, just working his way through the gears on his first score. Drops the other shoulder straight into a meaty layback. Yeah, it's a big section here, matches power with power. Slams it, keeps on careering down the line. Had that little moment of drama where the fins released and then they comfortably caught, and in time for him to sort of establish that he'd completed the maneuver before jettisoning his craft as he ran out of water. This was David Silva with a 6.5 to open his campaign. Big, just sheets of spray fly off his backhand. How he gets it so vertical and wrenches it around that quickly. He's a thing of beauty. 6.57 the result for Kanoa Igarashi's second scorer. And it was nicely done. He knew it wasn't going to take much to put him in the lead, but he didn't want just a little bit to put him in the lead. He wanted to significantly gap himself from second, third and fourth, and he's done that. A 6.57, a 15.34 total. David Silva needs an 8.48 just to get up to first. Nat Young needs an 8.04 to get to second. Afonso Antunes a little bit closer. He needs a 6.37 on the strength of his 7-point high-scoring wave. Here goes Kanoa again. Lacing some turns together through to the inside. That was a jazzy one. Big, beautiful prescribed arc of spray. He's not done yet either. Rhythmical surfing from the Japanese shredder, and he is out of there. Here goes Afonso Antunes. We know he's going to throw everything he's got at that one. We'll need to catch up on what he did at the top of that wave because the crowd loved it.
Kanoa Igarashi just got that wave from way up the point. It wasn't one of the bigger ones. It was one of those waves that just reels all the way down line. He read it incredibly well, but he's way out in front. He's not of that interest in terms of the heat sort of thing. He's an interest because he's one of the best servers in the world and he's ripping. But in terms of the heat and getting through, it's all about that young man, Antunes, needing a 6.37 to get up into that all-important second spot, knock the defending champion out of the event. The crowd liked it, so we're going to go through it here. What's he got, Binzi?
Well, he gave it a real wrenching big turn out of the lip on the first section. And kind of the same thing for a second time as he gets out of there. Not sure if it's 6.37. Not a huge amount of spray. It had some drama.
He got a 7 for his 2-turn combo on his first wave. And then that wave, yeah, that second turn, you just think it could have been more. But this wave, you couldn't have read it or surfed it any better. This just gets better and better as the wave progressed. He starts limbering up. He's in the lip. He's throwing spray. He's connecting, and then he even gets even better on the inside. There's a layback to finish off. That is an exceptionally well-ridden wave from one of the best servers in the world. Meanwhile, Silva also winding up. Oh, there's that spray we've been talking about. Gets caught up. There's the second one. Bit better pace this wave. Trying to improve on a 6.57. Goes down the line. Can he finish it off? He does. And that could make Afonso Antunes' job a little bit harder. Igarashi's got another massive excellent score in the 8.57, so he's got the highest heat total of the event so far with an 8.57 and 8.77. It's all about this wave from Antunes, really.
Yeah, well, that last score of David Silva's come in at a 5.17. Hasn't changed his situation. Afonso Antunes is chasing a 6.37. You've got to look at his high-scoring 7. And imagine where you think this one sits. Kanoa Igarashi, he never had any stress in this heat. It's probably translated to how comfortably he surfed it and how beautifully he looked. We saw him just drop an 8.57 for a wave that in the scheme of things didn't mean a whole lot. What does is this last score of Afonso Antunes. He's looking for a 6.37. It comes in at a 5.07, enough to put him to third, not to second. That's the end of his EDP Ericeira Pro campaign.
He surfed really well, surfed all the way from the trials event, won the final, had some clutch heats. But when he comes up against the caliber of Igarashi and Silva, two CT surfers on a tear, Kanoa was just incredible. That was one of the best surfing I've seen today. And then, of course, Silva, the defending champion, did enough as well. So, well, you know, well surfed and a great effort. Good confidence boost for Antunes, but class was just too good. Anyway, we're going to go for a short commercial break. We're going to come back with more live action. Paul Evans is going to be in the booth with Chris Binns right after this.
EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live coverage from Portugal, the Challenger Series in Ericeira. It's the EDP Pro having a look at Jackson Bunch, going great in the ratings, 7th place at the moment. If he stays where he is, he's heading to the CT. A lot of surfing yet to come, though. Also looking at Lucas Silveira of Brazil. Won his World Junior title at this spot a few years ago now, though. Couple of Aussies, heavy hitters. Jacob Wilcox recently on the CT, of course. Callum Robson as well fell foul of the cut. I'm Evans, he's Mundy, and this looks like a great heat.
Yeah, really, really solid. I mean, they all are, but I like Jackson Bunch. I think he's one of the most exciting young surfers to come out, even a bit underrated if such a thing were possible. Well, Wilcox, we've talked about yesterday, good guy, good surfer, CT calibre. Callum Robson, just a heavy foot, always on fire. And this man here, the World Junior Champion from a long time ago, he's always in the mix. So yeah, it's packed, Paul, it's packed.
Yeah, here's Lucas, good looking bowl section on the outside part of the reef for him, and smoothly done. There's some nice power in that, and he is just carving this thing before he goes into the lip and belts it. I think he wants a board change here, that's what that means. So it looks like he's bringing this in, and whether something went wrong on the wave or whether he just didn't like the feel of it, it's all the way through on the inside, so it won't cost him loads of time here. But he is going for the board change.
Yeah, he just moved on to Dylan surfboards about 3 months ago. Dylan Longbottom, a lot of the Brazilian big wave riders and tow riders are riding, obviously Lucas Shanker being one. And something's happened to that black board. It was looking good too, wasn't it? Paul didn't really seem to affect the actual wave itself, but something's gone on. Maybe a change from epoxy to another one, but it must be something to do with that board, because he wouldn't change it based on just the feel of it, you would imagine.
So Halley Batista there, who's helping him out in this corner with the backup raft. And he's back in the water heading out. So that'll be a second wave for him. But have another look. It looked nice on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it was really smooth. Pretty lacking a bit of the board speed, potentially. But then he just started to wind up. He's not a hurried kind of a guy. He's never frantic. He's always puts the board in the right spot at the right time. Nice carve there. If anything, just maybe a lack of progression, and just finished off, and as soon as away, it's a changeover. That's the universal sign for a change of board, that one.
Is this the step down? It's Swallowtail, looks a little bit wider. Maybe we'll find out. Let's have a look at first wave here from Cal.
Yeah, Robson, similar surfers really in many respects, got the same strengths, really solid competitors, make a few mistakes and do big, big rail turns. You see him bending his knees there as he just sort of unleashes on that forehand, goes up, and that one just not quite getting there. So Callum staying busy and just carving. Don't mind that yellow rail board, that looks pretty sharp as well. Oh, and there's a big carve in the pocket. A lot of his points can get on that end section. He can go really big when there's a big section like that. Can he hang on? Just saying, he doesn't make mistakes and his end section works incredible, and he fails to deliver on both accounts. So potentially two ways that had a bit more scoring potential there for the Aussie.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about power surfers there. They're just hard carving, a really dynamic final turn that will be incomplete for Robson. Did some damage before that. Good number for Lucas, 683. On his way to changing the equipment, so he was just taking that one in to change the board. He picked up nearly 7 points for his travails there, which is a pretty good return for him. Still waiting for Jackson and Jacob to get involved. Out the back there, half an hour on the clock. 2 best waves will give surfers the opportunity to come back for round of 16, and for a lot of people that will be a result. Obviously, you think of 10 surfers qualify, so really getting past that into quarters and setting up for something really rather special now.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can start to sniff a big result if you get through this.
You know, the glittering prize.
Yeah.
Bang. Meanwhile, Bunch, look at the speed he generates. So much zip to him. And just probing with that board. Relatively sort of thinner and relatively lighter looking equipment anyway, dealing really well with the bumps in the face hit. As he just knifes his way through sections. It just keeps it alive, so kind of twitchy to keep the board speed up, and then bang, vertical hit with a nice bit of release as well. So he travels to lots of places on the wave, and he looks like he enjoys it.
He does, yeah. He's from Maui. And this sort of new batch of Hawaiian surfers coming through the ranks, you look at, you know, some of the surfers doing well in the CT, Baron Mamiya, for example. Guys like Jackson Barch absolutely charge Hawaii, you know, good at pipe, good in barrels, got an air game and got the rail game. They're so well-rounded. I think it's a real advantage of growing up in that part of the world. And you just see this style, he can go to whatever kind of mode that he wants. In this mode, he just went to kind of vertical backhand shrouping, basically. Put that into the program and rode all the way through. That was away from right at the back. So a well-read and a good wave, a good start from the young Hawaiian. He's right up there in the rankings too, in the top 10, wants to consolidate. We've already seen some guys fall out of that, and he's trying to capitalise, and that was a very well-read and well-surfed wave.
Jackson Bunch with an average heat score of 11.72 in the Challenger Series this year. He's won 5 heats on this tour. That gets him inside the top 10. You don't necessarily need to win loads of heats to get yourselves in contention. And the way things are, that best result came over at the US Open. And that's set him up with a platform, but still with work to do. There's no way you're resting on your laurels at all, where he's sitting in coming into this. So he'll want to just keep on improving and just applying pressure to surfers around him. Seen a bunch of surfers fall out of the draw today in particular. Let's see Lucas Silveira here. Just a little sticky off the top, and then this one doubles up. Look, a powerful section. He knows exactly what to do with that. He's got that physique which can kind of match these heavier sections. Doesn't need to do too much. And then again, another one here. And he'll go up, just sort of carve into the lip there, really. So Manuga's selection was always going to be tricky there. Couldn't really take on the lip as such, kind of tag it. Didn't want to carve before it. He sort of did a bit of both there.
Yeah, did a bit of everything. Did pretty well to change that board, get back out there, get a wave, and trying to back up that pretty solid 6.83 he got from the start. He took about average heat scores throughout the course. Yeah, I mean, this is another one from Jackson as well, just saying really busy. There's a wind up. Well, that's a good first turn. And as I said from the man, he's got a few modes. He just comes off in that second turn. That would have been a pretty good keeper after getting a 6-1 on his first wave. And this is his frothy burger. I know you don't like the froth on a wave, Paul, but that was a pretty well. That's a nice little lip one climb. And then you can see that new board probably filling it out a little bit. Always difficult to go from, you know, changing boards midstream. You've got to recalibrate a little bit. And just finishes it off and kicks out. Yeah, we're lucky he had those stats packing. Those average heat scores, which should be a pretty good indicator of how you're going about your business, wouldn't it be? And there's one real outlier there. That's Sammy Pupo. 13.68 average heat score. Everyone else is in the 11s and 12s, and Pupo's way up there. It's really probably indicative of the performance he's putting in. Look at these sets coming in,
solid
Evans.
stuff, some really big waves. This swell just pulsing again. It's what it's been doing all week, really. Sometimes it drops off a bit down to like, what, that 4-foot range, and then all of a sudden you've seen some bigger waves come through again. We're at that stage of the tide now, though, where the bottom of the wave, there's so much uneven, turbulent water. The reef's really uneven at this stage of the tide. That will all get uncovered and we'll get those rocks kind of pop out. But when you see that, you see there's some big holes between the rocks. And that's why it's almost like a rip bowl reef at the moment, just the way the water's churning underneath the surface fins in front of them. You really saw that on that last wave of Lucas Silveira as he brought it through to the inside. And it's sort of a testament, really, to the control of these surfers, that they're able to get their manoeuvres done under such conditions. Lucas's numbers, well, we're still waiting for that last one to come through. Robson 6.67, so really similar. We watched those two waves in that early exchange, and we said it was quite similar. Judges agreed those numbers really, really close. Cow at the moment with the lead in this. Where's Jacob Wilcox? He's not ridden a wave yet, but
Well, he's not ridden a wave. He hasn't got priority either. So somehow he's made a mistake, you'd imagine, in the course of that happening. And he hasn't had a wave. He's a patient guy. That's part of his strength. But he'll be now a little bit nervous. Cal Robson just managing to get a wave.
Yeah, Wilcox got miles back, came in, ranked 16th. So big opportunity for him to move up and add points considerably. I mean, he's doing that already. He's improving by being in the round of 32. He'll add to his overall total. Let's see where exactly he can go by the end of the week here. Of course, got that qualification done last year. He's around for a long time before that happens. Made a load of appearances as a wild card on the CT. Got his spot. Fortunately for him, couldn't quite get over the cut line as that event wrapped up the first part of the season in his home in Western Australia. And then a little bit less pressure. He talked about it already. Actually, we had that interview with him, and he said he wasn't feeling so much pressure on him in terms of getting qualification done. Someone else that's not worried about qualification is Kanoa Igarashi. He absolutely smashed his last heat. He's with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. That's right. Kanoa, the highest heat total of the event so far. Can we give props to Hiroto, or is it all you?
No. Hiroto had a big part of that heat. No.
What was the secret?
The secret, he said, don't fall and get 2 6s. So I did a little bit better, but no, honestly, an advice that he didn't give me was to have fun. But I just really wanted to have fun, and the waves are a little bit tricky, but the shape of the wave is so good. Even on high tide, it's just like a point break. So it feels really nice to be surfing waves like this in a QS.
I told you to have fun, and I saw you were smiling in the water.
Yeah, I was having so much fun. I feel like I'm just here surfing, and I would be surfing right now even if I wasn't competing. So it just feels good to be competing and surfing. I was having a lot of fun. I saw Jake and Hiroto and all my friends on the beach, and seeing them cheering for me gave me a lot of energy.
Are you ever worried about those rocks, or you're just going to do whatever?
And honestly, I've gotten destroyed on those rocks many times. And even surfing this morning, I was getting destroyed on the rocks. So it is what it is. And I know if something happened, my friends will grab me out of the water. So I'm okay, sort of.
Nothing to lose except your life.
Exactly. So anything for a heat win.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Igarashi with the winning, feeling here, Mandy. Does that make you feel good?
Yeah, it does. Also, just so you know, if you were caught in the rocks, I'm not going to go in to help you, mate. Just like put that on record. I just think that you're probably better off to do that on your own. So
you say that now, but I reckon if you really saw me in trouble, I think instinct would just kick in there. Wouldn't it?
I don't know.
It'd be straight out there.
It'd be a roller coaster of emotion. It'd be initial enjoyment, and then slight worry, and then, oh no, I've got to save his life again. But yeah, Kanoa, it's great to have him in the event, just that bit of box office, and when he's putting in those numbers, just really fired up.
It's great to have him in the event as a fan, as a commentator. Is it great to have him in the event if you're trying to qualify for the championship tour and you've got a heat, you need to make it? It's a really crucial one. You're coming up against someone that's, that's tough, isn't it?
It's tough, but the whole point of this is to try and find people who are CT ready. And if you're CT ready, you're going to go up against him, in a man-on-man heat. So look, you got to do it. I don't mind it. I think it's good for these young guys or CT aspirators to try and meet the best and bring it on, I say.
Great stuff. Here we go. Jackson Bunch, the Goofy, on a sort of a slopier wave, so a lot less energy with this one. Let's see what he does with it. He's patient out the back though, just kind of prodding and probing. Bang! And then he gives it an absolute thwack in the pocket. Nice vert, crisp, late re-entry hit. Unfortunately, from his point of view, down he goes. Wilcox still with second priority, still out the back. Not particularly interested thus far. Silveira, the heat leader. Quick in and out for him. So he's done. We've got 6s for Callum, for Lucas, and for Jackson Bunch. Just waiting for Wilcox to get involved here.
On that note of being CT ready, Paul, do you think the Challenger Series is a pretty good sort of, furnace in which to get you ready for that next jump up? Do you think they could maybe improve that side of it, or is it fit for purpose?
I mean, the idea is just to send surface for qualification. It's not like a training ground as such, is it? So, I mean, ultimately, they're distinctly different sort of tours, aren't they? I suppose if you look at the events on the Challenger Series in terms of sort of the number of them in a season, it's sort of the number of events before a cut. But they're really different sort of venues, aren't they? I mean, well, we are seeing some venues like Snapper, of course, but go back to being on the CT, of course, it was there for a long, long time. Is that
yeah, that's the Huckster. high, hard Huckaby.
High centre of gravity.
Very high centre of gravity. Well, I think, yeah, it was Taros. He's the tallest surfer he's ever met, which I really loved. Gentle Giant as well. I've been really enjoying these post-head interviews as well. He's just real calm and considered, articulate. And he hasn't won a heat all year, and all of a sudden he's starting to blow up. So, yeah, that's a very tall centre of gravity. Up against Taro, who's probably one of the, a bit lower centre of gravity. So it all works. And Huckaby, yeah, it's got a pretty stacked heat against your mate Hiroto, low centre of gravity. Joel Vaughan and Morgan Siblick. So, yeah, these heats just keep piling through. Big names, a mix of experience, a mix of sort of new blood coming through. That's why the Challenger Series is so interesting in my eyes.
Yeah, Hiroto O'Hara came into this one just one spot ahead of Wilcox, actually. Got a marginally better average heat score of 12.05. He's won 4 heats on tour this year. That's not count.
That can't be true.
No, because you get through in second. Basically, that stat's a little bit misleading.
Gotcha, okay.
I mean, an advancement.
Not heat progressions.
And a progression would be kind of give you a bit more info, because you're thinking, how do you get close to the top 10?
I'd go in
heats all year. Yeah, so it's advancements that really count, isn't it, Ben? You get through in second, obviously, and then at the latter stages, we do go surfer on surfer in the Challenger Series, and if you get to that stage, you're really building up a platform for a really big result. It's been a number of years we've been watching Lucas Silveira. We were here to see that junior title. He hasn't been able to step up yet. When's it going to happen, Ben?
Yeah, look, I was just thinking about that before. I hold that thought as Jackson pulls the trigger on a smaller insider. Didn't have priority. I was thinking, when's the statute of limitations when you can stop talking about the World Junior title, basically? Because I think, they win it when they're 18. Lucas has got to be, I know he's a dad. He's got to be sort of 28, 30s, I would say. So, I don't know if that World Junior title is such an indicator of future success. So, I don't know. He's ready. He's a great surfer. He's CT ready, but yeah, I don't know about that World Junior title.
We're going to get a quick commercial break. More live action from Heat 4, the round of 32 on the Challenger Series in Portugal, right after this. Welcome back to Portugal, and there's plenty of waves still out in the water. This swell continuing to pulse and fill in. This water will drain out of the reef here. We'll get down towards that mid-tide section, which generally offers the best opportunity of fun day of competition thus far. But it ain't over yet. We'll wrap up this one, and then a couple more heats yet to come as well. We've seen a bunch of progressive maneuvers. The airs have been scoring big today, and now we've switched back to more of that traditional kind of point type surfing, the carving, hitting the lip, all of that kind of stuff. Kanoa Igarashi, a couple of big numbers for a huge total in the previous heat. And even in this one, Ben, nothing better scores. Those sixes, they've come from some powerful carving work from the likes of Lucas Silveira, from the likes of Callan Robson. And they've had a little while to think about those sixes that they all dropped, because, yeah, not a lot has happened since then. I'm just wondering what is going on inside Jacob Wilcox's head. 0 points, nul point on the board.
Yeah, I would say mild panic. I mean,
look, he's a calm, composed guy and he backs his ability, but 8 minutes to go, not a wave ridden at such a clutch moment in his career. You've got to be concerned. So, you know, look at the body language of the Aussies. They're all kind of freaking out too. They just want their man to get a wave and get back in this game.
Benzie looks more worried than any of them.
He's just so close to these guys.
All right, Lucas Silveira here, your heat leader. Jamming back into the white water. Check this out. Look at the focus from him. And he'll just wrap one. Just shrouping in the pocket again. And just laying it all on a rail. Bang! And he'll get the finish too. Meanwhile, behind him, swinging also with power and speed, Robson. Look at the flow from this guy into the lip. Absolutely smacks it again. Smashes it. Gets some nice release from the tail. The Aussie squad enjoy that.
Yeah, great surfing from Callum and from, you know, that first from Lucas. But why on earth, it's, you know, how is Silveira getting those waves under Wilcox's watch is the question. It just sort of, is it positioning? Is it luck? It's just a really bad, everything's come together in a negative way for Jacob, and it's just not working. Meanwhile, Robson is just making absolute hay. He got the priority. He was going to give his mate any inch. Of course he wasn't.
He's making haymakers.
He's making hay and haymaking. Meanwhile, Silveira just chipping away, really. Only improving a 4.4, so he knows that's a nice carve. There's another one. Bit of fin showing on that board, and then out the back, I mean, Robson got the far better of the exchange, but Silveira improved his position.
He's got that sort of silent assassin vibe about him. You could imagine him in a sort of a black turtleneck, can't you? With a sort of sports coupe with various sort of, you know, maybe concealed weaponry out there, some communication equipment that we've never heard of.
Just turned up in like the new remake of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. He was just up in like a glass building in the Alps, just going.
He's got some.
That wouldn't surprise me.
He's got some tech in there that can't be picked up on radar.
Oh, mate, he's got like stuff that James Bond freaks out about. He just goes about his business, does the job. Right now, he's potentially improved his lead. Wilcox got 6 minutes now to turn his, not only his heat, his event, his season around effectively, and he's got to.
Yeah, he's not in a bad spot. You know, we mentioned that coming into this. He's not miles back. I mean, in this heat, he's in a terrible spot. But on the rankings, he's not far away. And we talked about surfers falling out the draw already. Big opportunities opening up. Let's see what he can do here. He's going to have to surf a 5.5 minute heat. Let's see if we can get him a wave. He's way deep. Yeah, way deep. All right, here we go. It looks like Lucas will go again here. Your heat leader. He won't wait for his score to come in for his last effort. Oh, nice turn from him. Good hit with the drift. And then grabs the rail, which always looks cool. Groans of pleasure from fans of power surfing as Silveira gives it another full-blooded hack. And the Brazilian squad, they'll clap that one politely. And the judges will think of a number for that. 5 on the clock here, Mundy.
Yeah, incredible. I really like that. Involuntary gasps. He just, that second turn, he almost grabbed the rail, a bit of old school flair. Again, I don't want to keep over-egging this, but this is under Wilcox's watch again. And Silveira just goes through the lip. This is the turn I like. Watch this. Really pushes it. Almost grabs the rail just for added effect and nothing else. And then just another little roundhouse sort of swoop in the pocket. And he likes it. That's about as sort of over emotional as he ever gets. He had the fins out. That's a great combination of turns. And you can just see Jacob's at the back going, oh, well, there's another one. Just slept through underneath me. And these two, you know, we talked about their real similar kind of styles. And both two just setting some markers between them. The lighter-footed Jackson Bunch and the, well, completely wrong-footed Jacob Wilkes at this stage.
Yeah, it looks on the face of the likes of Mikey Madonna, who's unfortunately, from his point of view, fallen out of the draw here. He lost relatively early. He will be vulnerable and have to really watch his fate unfold for this event. Of course, still another one yet to come as we head over and wrap up the Challenger Series season over there in Brazil. It's coming up in a couple of weeks' time, mid-October. But right now, we're in Portugal and we're watching one of our Brazilians, Lucas Silveira, who's had good results here in Portugal in his career already. At the moment, leading this. Good number for him. 6.87 previous to last. He'll get another score as well. And we're a bit baffled, really, as to exactly what Jacob Wilcox is kind of thinking. I mean, he knows how to surf a heat,
but he's just not been tempted at all into anything thus far. He's sitting deeper than everybody, so he hasn't really been tempted to move. I mean, if he gets a couple of waves here, it'll be genius from him, but right now we're just questioning it a bit, Ben.
Yeah, and he will be too. I think he's in that position too where he's waited so long, he's not going to go anything. You know, he's not going to go a smaller wave because he's so committed to the big number. But with that time scale, even that strategy's got to go out the window now. I mean, he's just going to have a crack at something to give himself any whiff of a chance. It's pretty much all gone. Yeah, he obviously made a mistake to lose that priority because he hasn't caught a wave and didn't have priority. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. There was probably, that's a small mistake and that can happen. But since then, there's been so many good waves ridden. I think he's just positioned himself wrong, which seems a strange mistake to make, given just how good he reads the ocean and just how classy surfer is. But let's see, if he gets one chance, he might just go absolutely bananas. He's got nothing to lose. Here he goes. So he's going to go this one.
Yeah, Wilcox is deep here, and he's found himself a wave. 2:20 on the clock. Jacob Wilcox of the CT earlier this year, and they're trying to get back there, and he's not going to do it with surfing like that in terms of going deep into this event, because he waited a long time for that, and it'll just be a throwaway number. Meanwhile, Bunch, he needs to get going too, actually. Another surfer inside that top 10 at the moment. He's looking at elimination here. He needs a number. He needs a pretty good one, a 7.6. Here's Jacob, so he'll go again here. So picked up another wave immediately after his incomplete wave. And he'll bring this through to an inside. Just standing on the tail. Not looking particularly overly enthralled about the way life's going at the moment, and he will. Let's try and paddle back out. He'll have about 90 seconds in order to do that. He needs a couple of numbers. He's a couple of sixes or better. Meanwhile, Silveira is about to improve his overall position in terms of his score, because he's got a number to drop for prior to that. Meanwhile, Callum Robson, heat leader. Prior to these numbers coming in for Silveira, and that's what these two have really just gone at it, hammer and tongs all heat. They've been carving up really hard, and then the cards set up assaults on the lip, really.
Yeah,
it's been really good to see the heavy-footed surfer shine.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way that offers everything for every surfer. A lot of opportunities, a lot of different way to skin the cat. And Robson and Silveira, just, you know what, it's just really, I might consider it a little bit meat potato surfing, but when you're putting so much rail, so much energy in that, there's got a bit of flair there as well.
People like meat, people like potatoes, Ben. I mean, two key ingredients.
Yeah, and Silveira too, just this is a little icing on the cake. And yeah, been really impressive. Changed his board up. I'll tell you what, that was another little tactical decision that worked, whether it was enforced or not. If it wasn't, even more credit to him, because he's identified. And yeah, meanwhile,
he got 7-4 prior to that, Silveira.
Chipper, you know, he kept going, but he maybe stick to that hiking in the German, in the Rhine forest after that performance. I feel for him. It happens.
Belinda.
Yeah. Have a chat about that cruise down the Danube.
We're counting down here. It will be Callum Robson for now in that first place position, but we are waiting for numbers actually, so we'll just wait till those come in before we see exactly where it's going to be in terms of who's advancing. But I mean, it looks like we know who the personnel is. It's just all a case of what order, and the power surfers just going at it. All smiles from those two. They significantly increased the relative humidity here by throwing buckets of spray into this afternoon atmosphere here at Ribeira-Dillas, and very difficult to figure out exactly what's going on with Jacob Wilcox, as he'll basically go out with a bit of a whimper here, which is unfortunate from his point of view. Lucas Silveira's number for his last wave will come in, and he'll stay in second place anyway. So Callum Robson's number, and we've got that 7.83 as the high score of the heat by just going full power, going at it hard. And unfortunately, for the point of view of Jackson Bunch as well, who's also inside that top 10. Looks like he'll be bowing out of competition here. Well, he will. And that'll be it for his campaign in Portugal. He'll head over to Brazil, to Saquarema, and look to try and regroup, redouble his efforts, and see if he can get that qualification over the line. Loads of scenarios to unfold here. And as ever, very high stakes on the Challenger Series. Crunch moments in careers, and a load of really interesting talking points as well. Callum Robson very pleased with his afternoon's work, and he looked like he had no trouble at all. Just finding his rhythm out there, finding the right waves. It's part of the job of Also got to do the surfing as well, and very much finding the favour of the judges. He did get a bit of an improvement from the panel with his last wave. He got another 7 decent totals from him. 15.5, he'll advance alongside the Brazilian Silveira. It'll be Bunch and Wilcox that are bow out. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We've got a great looking heat coming up next. We've also got a very special guest joining us in the booth. More live action from Ericeira right after this. Welcome back to Portugal, and it's another wave-blessed afternoon here as we're checking out high-stakes heat on the Challenger Series. It's the men's round of 32. Heavy hitters out in the water, bringing in a very special guest to join myself, Paul Evans and Chico Alves, winner on the Challenger Series this year over in Australia. Mikey Madonna, welcome, mate.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so from your point of view, disappointing, obviously, to get that loss early on. It was a tough heat.
Yeah, it was really tough. It was a pretty weird day, a lot of holds and waiting around, wondering if we were going to run or not. So, yeah, it was tough to switch off and switch back on. And, yeah, the waves looked really fun yesterday afternoon, so I was pretty excited. But, yeah, it was just a slow heat. It was pretty on and off. And I just kind of got the short end of the stick and sort of, I thought I'd get another opportunity. But, yeah, kind of, that's just what happens when you're going up against Mother Nature, I guess. It can be a pretty cruel sport sometimes, but yeah.
And from the highest to highs to dealing with those losses, how do you deal with it all? Do you beat yourself up? Do you think about it a lot? What's your process?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to win a lot more than you're going to lose a lot more than you win, I guess, in these Challenger Series. They're just such hard events. Everyone surfs so well and has the capability to win the comp. So yeah, I think. Yeah, just try and brush it off as quick as you can and look forward to the next opportunity. Got another chance down in Brazil next week. So, yeah, the year's definitely not done yet. And I'm looking forward to hopefully going down there and closing the year out, hopefully.
Yeah, and I guess another positive outlet as well is, you got that really great squad energy. You guys, the Australians, been backing each other forever, really, on tour. But, we saw that you guys in the last heat watching on, and we've got more Australian action in the water in this one. But I guess, you changed that role into kind of supporting your mates.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, doing this travel on the road the last 3 years with the same crew, you become very close to these guys, and they become sort of, pretty well your best mates, and you become very close to them and develop really good bonds with everyone. And so, yeah, it's I think it's definitely, it's a tough one to...
All right, here's the action. Let's get caught up in this. It's Morgan Sibilic Chico. This was his first effort.
Yeah, nice flick off the top there. Really nice cut back here, just waiting for the wave to offer a bit more here on the inside. Winds off the bottom. It's a bit of a snap and kicks out. So I don't think this is going to be a huge number. This was Vog's replay during the break. This looks a bit better. Nice gouge there on the pocket, releasing a bit of fins. A bit of a white water in the face of the wave and banks it. So 583.
quite a good start for Vogue, and yeah, with 25 minutes to go, that's quite the only number we have reading yet.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan's number, that 5.83. Morgan Sibley will get a flat 4 also out in the water. We're watching Hiroto Ohara. He's got priority out the back. He'll look to carve up this face when the right wave comes through. We've got Ryan Huckaby as well. Here we go. Having a look at Huckaby right now as he'll just drive down here. Look at this section in front of him. Looks really nice. He gets some lip and just kind of tags that one. Doesn't need to do too much with the board there. Just uses the speed. And then through some bumps, deals with them pretty well. Onto an inside, gets a bit of lip, and again, similar sort of turn. Just kind of prods it down. And then gouging, it'll feel nice as well. Feel some spray and some speed off the rail, and a decent finish from him.
Yeah, what a wave. And I'm wondering why Hiroto didn't win on that one. Just because he had priority over Ryan, and he was really close to him. So probably thought was something better behind it, but that wave looked really good to me. Looks like the swell is kicking in. There's a lot more big sets, and when the waves get a bit bigger here, it gets a bit harder to identify what's a good wave or not. So you kind of need to just go and see what happens at the end there. But yeah, this is quite a big set for today.
Yeah, a bit of a bomb out the back here, and no takers on that one. Pushed a little wider. Is Hiroto Ohara. He's got priority top of the peak. Next to him, it's Joel Vaughan on the prowl. We're going to get another look here at Ryan Huckaby, just carving this one up.
Yeah, I like the first section. Bang. Almost fell there with the lip coming back up, but then got the snap there, and the wave kept building throughout the whole bank. So he did a good job on maintaining control and surfing through the pace of the wave. Nice carve here. It was stoked. You can see by the body language there. So great wave there by Ryan. He's been surfing good throughout the whole event. Didn't make one eat the whole year, and looks like he's kind of like the breakthrough result for him this event. And he's with the momentum, you know. And 23 minutes to go. And what do you, Mikey, this one is for you. What do you reckon it's the hardest thing here in Ribeiradilhas in terms of wave selection?
Yeah. Yeah, I think like on a day like this, there's so many. I think there's like a couple of different spots in the lineup where I think you can sit, and I think it's definitely a hard one to like be right in the zone. You don't want to be too wide or too deep, because you want to be right where it peaks up, especially with this swell direction. So yeah, I think it can be quite a tricky wave to choose the right wave of the set for sure.
You think it can get a bit confusing sometimes, just because we see guys sitting a bit deep and getting big scores with like a turn or two,
yeah,
and guys getting like big numbers as well, riding all the way in. So
yeah, for sure. I think in this swell direction where it's a little bit more straight on, almost like coming at it, I think it's a little bit easier to sit deep, but like maybe saw the last couple of days the wider section was better. Yeah, so I think like each day changing, it's you got to sort of adapt to where the best waves are coming from for sure.
And how hard is it when you're surfing AE to not sit close to them and sitting on the inside and think, well, am I sitting on the right spot? Am I?
Yeah.
Because that section wider, it feels like you're sitting on the inside almost.
Yeah, for sure. I think sitting out the back and sort of trying to sit out the back and wait for sets can be a trap sometimes for sure. Like I think you see it a lot in the free surfs, guys who sit off that end bit, just catching so many good waves, and you can get trapped by sitting out the back trying to wait for the sets. And I think there's a certain way to surf Ribeira for sure.
Yeah, it's just like we've seen guys over the years competing here, and they kind of like do like a good one, and when they're paddling back out, they paddle slow, so they can get in a position where they get the wide one as a backup.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just like a really tricky wave to compete, because you can lose your rhythm really easy, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think paddling, like you said, paddling back out, there's guys can be sitting out back with priority, but you can be on the way back out. And with the way this wave breaks, sometimes waves just completely miss out the back and swing in underneath and hit the inside shelf. So I think you've got to be very aware of that for sure.
Well, and truly true. And with 20 minutes to go, this has been quite a slow eat for the first 10 minutes. So
Ryan Huckaby, 7.5 for that one, Paul.
Yeah, big score for him. And just carved his way all the way down the point, didn't he? So great number to kick things off early on in the heat. Get the 7.5 locked in. That filling with loads of confidence. Hiroto Ohara has been very patient. He doesn't want to get too patient. We just saw what happened to Jacob Wilcox in that last heat. Waited forever. And just couldn't find anything. Left himself basically too little time. Caught a couple of waves at the end of the heat. It's nowhere near enough. But generally, Mikey, that Aussie squad has the energy, has the vibes. What can you tell us about these two, for example, Joel and Morgan? Are they fun to travel with, to hang with?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, traveled with these two for the last couple of years, and they've become really close friends of mine. Both, I think, very different surfers. Morgs is very low center of gravity, crazy power game, and yeah, pretty vicious on the open face, and everyone's seeing what Joel can do above the lip. So yeah, it's unfortunate to see them come up against each other this close. This sort of at the start of the event, it would be nice to see them come up against each other, you know, down the road a little bit. But yeah, no, it's exciting to watch.
Let's see how they go about this. Still over 19 minutes to go. We're really waiting for this one to fire up. In fact, that one, glimpse of quality, the 7.5. The surfer, the tall surfer out of Florida, Ryan Huckaby, just carved his way down to big numbers on a big wave. We've seen a bit of a difference in sort of height as well. So some sets around about head high and then some considerably bigger than that. That swell's continued to pulse this week. So we've been pretty lucky in terms of having swell on our side. Fog's been a little bit of an issue. We had some hold time this morning, but we've been able to run ever since then, ran all the way through the high tide. Meanwhile, with a bit of interest, it's a heat leader. And this one is one of those deep waves. And there's not a lot of energy to it at all. And he just thought, you know, why not give it a crack, see what happens. That one just completely fizzled out. It doesn't offer him anything. We'll just watch and see whatever did happen down the line. We're waiting for O'Hara to make a move. And we're talking about his technique, Chico. And now this wave is one of those spots that also tends to suit him, but no interest from him so far. We're getting towards the halfway mark.
Yeah, we can see Hiroto. He's really quiet on this one. Yeah, it's quite dangerous. I feel like I've said it a couple of times, but this is one of those places that you don't want to stick with priority too long, because you can kind of get too picky. And yeah, sometimes the one that looks good is just the worst one. And the one behind it is just the perfect one that swings in and you get an 8 or a 7. So sometimes like having third or fourth priority here is the best, like just because you're free making decisions. And once there's a wave breaking, you just go not expecting nothing major, and you end up doing an excellent score. As we see more lines approaching, Paul.
Yeah, just a little paddle from all of our surfers, just redirecting here. They've seen some energy pulse through. We're picking up lines here, and we're picking up. Here we go. This is Morgs, and he goes off the bottom. Wow. There's that carving style that Mikey was talking about. And just belting that, and then really sort of desperately trying to get back out on the face. The whitewater's super awkward for him, though. It just doesn't want to let him out. Eventually, he'll do really well just to stick with that. But by that time, a lot of the energy's drained out of that wave. He'll get a little connect through to the inside. So really committed carving work out the back, and he does get a finish as well. And he'll just click it, just clean that thing up on the outside. All right, O'Hara here, flares up, gets the rotation and collects that. So waited a while there, and maybe sort of adjusting in terms of the sort of wave he is waiting for, being a bit practical, pragmatic. A nice rotation that we picked up on the end of that wave from him. So will be scores for those two to come in. O'Hara, that paddle back out with maybe a little bit more sort of fire and a bit of impetus. Now after catching that wave, after a long period with not a lot happening, here's the replay.
Yeah, started off with a bit of a cutback, a lot of white water in the face of this wave. I like the variety. It's not something we see a lot from Hiroto, just going for a blow tail reverse, but looked nice. I don't expect the score to go huge, but it's going to be a mid-range score for sure, just to start this one off and to get those nerves out of the way. But this one from Morgs, I think it was a lot better. Just the open face out the back, the big carve and the big hit out the back. Judges have been loving that combination of big maneuvers out the back. So no downtime there. And he was actually able to finish it off. What do you thought about this one from Morgs?
Yeah, like I said, like It's a pretty big turn out the back, which I think a lot of judges love. And he managed to get around it. Took his time, but managed to get around it and get a finish. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good score. Yeah, this is just what he does all day. Just big turns, high speed. I think they'll probably love that.
Yeah, another surfer that really suits this wave well. 6.33 in for Morgan Sibilic. Takes him into first place. So one or two Australians out in the water at the moment in first place with just 2 waves ridden. We're at the midway point in the heats. Ryan Huckaby sitting in second. He's still sitting on a 0.5, so he needs not much at all to go to first. Joel Vaughan and Hiroto O'Hara are doing the chasing. More live action from Heat 5 at the round of 32. Mikey Madonna in the studio helping us talk you through it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Portugal as we fly high over Ribeira de las. Right now in Heat 5 of the round of 32, we're sending the Floridian Huckaby and a surfer from Australia, Sibilic. At the moment, they're going into the next round. That's round of 16. Joining myself, Paul Evans and Chico Alves. We've got Mikey Madonna, mate. It's a pleasure to have you in. And you know what? It's a little bit slightly gloomy afternoon. Let's bring a bit of sunshine because I think it's time to take a look back to what went down on the Gold Coast earlier this year, mate. This must be amazing memories for you. Talk us through it.
Yeah, like I've said it a few times, you know, growing up, like this is what made me, going up to watch the CT snappers, kind of like really what drove my dream of becoming a professional surfer. Like that was kind of what did it for me. So I think winning at snapper was just like, yeah, it was like the biggest thing ever for me ever since I was a kid. So kind of just the whole day, the way it played out, like had all my friends there from home and friends and family and tour crew, and yeah, it just didn't feel real. Yeah, like it was the best day of my life, and yeah, I feel like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to top that feeling. It was pretty surreal.
Oh, mate, there's plenty more where that came from. Yeah, what a special moment that was. Almost felt like it's sort of in between a Challenger and a CT event, just with everything that went down at that one this year. Really incredible. The waves so good.
Yeah, I think the waves were pumping the whole time. We had such a good forecast, and everyone was putting together such good heats. And yeah, like I guess Snapper being the premier CT venue for so long, I think that's what kind of made it a bit of a big deal. I think everyone wants to watch Snapper, so yeah.
I mean, a lot of surfers go their whole career waiting for a win like that. Yours came like pretty early. You're still young. How long did you sort of stay high for? Like, how long did it take to kind of beat back down to earth?
I mean, I had Narrabeen like a couple days later.
Okay,
but,
so that's a good grounder.
Yeah, it was definitely a grounder. You know, I think a win like that for me was just, yeah, like I said, meant so much to me. It definitely took a while to come down from. Probably after copping a few losses was when it really hit me. I think like a win like that was so big for me, and but at the same time, you know, the end goal was to, you know, qualify for the CT. So I think like it actually, I had to sort of snap out of it, and focus on the end goal and focus on what's in front of me. Been a bit of a rocky road since then, but yeah, hopefully I can finish strong.
Yeah, of course, we'll finish up the season in Brazil. Another great opportunity for you over there. Watching Dogmarsh and Leo Fioravanti there. Game faces on, sizing up conditions right now. They're watching the heat lead at Ryan Huckaby, surfer out of Florida, with the pretty big lead, actually. Got a 5.23 as a backup, so he's way out in front. Joel Vaughan doesn't need a big number here. 4.51. He's been really quiet, just 2 ways ridden, but he's got a section here. What's he going to do with it? And he makes it look so smooth, and he pumps that board out of the recovery. The whole board kind of elevates out of the water. That's how much drive and lift he gets. And he just hasn't seen much in terms of waves. It tickled his fancy, really, in this one. He's not seen much that he's gone for. So let's see where this puts him numbers-wise. 4.51. It's not a big number for him. He's still got time, but it's just been a little bit quiet, this one. Huckaby's caught loads of waves. Everyone else been a little bit stranded out there. Let's get another look here at Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan with just a poor wave selection. This one didn't have anything on offer. He was looking for air at the end there, but the section wasn't quite there. But I like the pace on this one. He waited off the bottom for a while, and then he hits right on the money there. So I think that gave a little extra, just the pace, just the patience he had off the bottom to really wait for the wave to stand up and hit it on the right moment, as we see. Really critical maneuver. I think judges will actually love that.
Yeah, they did. They gave him a 5.4 for that. So really good return for that one turn, and gets him up into second place. So his mate Morgan Siblick now drops to third, needing a 4.9. And a little bit of time will tick away here. Hiroto Ohara in fourth place, looking for that 5.74. Just the one wave ridden by him. Morgan has only had 2. 3 waves for Joel Vaughan. So those 3 really between them, they've been trying to deal with the scraps, essentially. It's Ryan Huckaby's caught a load of waves. That's actually quite misleading anyway, because apart from his 2 scores, he's got 5, 6 numbers under a 0.5. So just a load of throwaways for Ryan. So just not loads of opportunity in this one. And Mike, how do you deal with that in these slow heats? Like, I guess different people have kind of different procedure. You think of like songs in your head? You have little kind of mental notes that you go to?
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone deals with it differently. I guess you've just got to kind of think about everything, like the effort that you put in, and if the wave comes for you to get the score, then yeah, just backing yourself, and yeah, just a lot of breathing, and yeah, like I said, there's not much you can do but sit there and wait.
You know, if waves are coming through all the time, I guess you don't really have to think about it. Everyone just wants to catch waves and surf, but just sitting there, makes one of the things that makes the sport really unique. There's not many sports where a lot of the time you just got to sit there with just inside your own head with all that noise going on. You might have the crowd on the beach and other external factors, but you're basically just waiting.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, that's just the sport that it is. I think that's what makes it so cruel, but then I think that's what makes it so rewarding at times as well. So yeah, you definitely have those heats, especially out here. You know, I think like it's definitely a way where when it's on, and then it definitely goes through its moments where it wants to have a break, and yeah, I think you've just got to be prepared for it, for sure.
And talking about your victory back in the Goldie, when was the round you just start believing you could win it? Because I feel like every time you win a comp, there's a moment where you feel it, like there's the ingredients, you see something, like everything is going your way, you're surfing good, you don't fall. What round was that? Like quarters, semis?
Probably from, I think, probably from the quarters onwards. I think I kind of came from behind in my quarter, and yeah, so I think from then on in, just kind of was so stoked with the result already that I just kind of freed up a whole lot more, and just kind of stopped thinking. Just everything was just flowing for me, I think.
Yeah, you
really well.
were not even thinking about competing, right?
No,
it was so good already surfing those waves.
Yeah, I think
with only one guy out.
Yeah, for sure. I think just the like I said, just getting to surf 4 heats out Snapper, one other guy out. I think it was just like every heat from then on in was a bonus. And
it was like a cruise control mode where you freed up and you show your best surfing.
Yeah, 100%.
That feels amazing. As we see there, a couple of Aussies looking for Morgan and Joel. Quite a sketchy situation to be, because both are really close and they are second and third. It would be much better if they are first and second for you.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
But Ryan kind of ran away with this one with that 7-5 at the start. And Hiroto, as I said, someone that waits a lot, normally with priority here, ends up losing, which is quite weird because every comp, what coaches say is wait for the good one, right? And here, although it's a point break, you gotta get your rhythm going, as we see Joel here.
Joel Vaughan, he'll get the spin, he'll collect that rotation, do well just to recover that. So acrobatic, lithe and limber. And it'll just be that one softer section though. Judges will sort of take that into consideration as well.
We haven't spoke too much about Pop this event. How much Pop does he have? Look at this. Nice air reverse there. Wasn't much there. The section wasn't that good. And he did a good job to get that high. So how important is Pop, Mikey? We speak about a lot about Pop, but there's guys that look like they can just pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. Joel, Mateus, Sammy, like all those guys seem to just be able to do it so easily. And I think it's just probably a big thing these days too. I think the judges, they're so aware of the degree of difficulty of an air these days. Everyone can do an air reverse, but those guys I think are doing it at another level for sure.
Just over 4 on the clock. Let's check the recap. Heat 5. Well, it's been a bit of a slow burner, really, just in terms of the frequency of waves ridden. But Joel Vaughan, who does have an absolute ton of pop, he's got some great maneuvers as well. And carving and snapping like this, that board looking so loose and liberated at the same time, incisive on a rail. And it's good enough at the moment for a second place position. This was the early work, got him the 583 Chico.
Yeah, then he was able to back it up. This was the one I thought Hiroto might have gone, but was Ryan, and Ryan surfed it really well. The sections were there. He applied the pressure, applied the power, didn't foul, no mistakes, and did such a good job to connect all the dots on this one. This was a hard wave to surf, and he did a good job just connecting all the dots from start to finish with all those bumps and lumps on the face of the wave. And and then Joel with a bit of a comeback, not a comeback wave, but the wave that put him into second with a 5.4 with a big turn. And judges really gave him a 5.4 for a single maneuver, so they really enjoy that turn. And this is Ryan's backup, the 5.23. Just a smaller wave, a lot of work done, but not as good as the 7.5, but trademark. Layback snap for him.
Yeah, pretty dynamic turn as well. Just sort of surfing up the potential of that wave, and you need a backup score. He could be tempted to play it safe. He didn't do that. He got rewarded his way out in front of this. 2.5 on the clock. It's one of the two Australians, Joel Vaughan at the moment in seconds. Morgan Sibilic, his requirement unchanged. Just needs a 4.9. He's got second priority. First priority is with Hiroto Ohara. We need a set here to give us something to get excited about just in terms of the advancing of Sibilic and Ohara and their potential, because those are really, really low numbers that they need. They're more than capable of that, but they just need a wave. Ohara has ridden one wave in 28 minutes. It's reasonable. 5.5 is decent. You think, yeah, that's a good start, particularly if you get that in the first couple of minutes. And he needs something of that order, just slightly better than that at the moment. Morgan Sibilic just needing a 4.9, so even more modest. But what he also is hoping for is a two-wave set, basically, or continued disinterest from Ohara. So Morgan's going to have to play second fiddle in terms of that priority to Hiroto, who might hopefully fire up here. Let's see, he's heading towards something. We see some lines bending in, getting down towards 90 on the clock. Who are we sending to the round of 16? It looks like these two trying to get wide now, Sibilic and Ohara. It will be Hiroto with priority. And he only needs, just a reminder, he needs 5.74. Here he goes. Drops with a bit of speed, does well with some bumps, and then over a section with some wobbles to deal with as well. He'll kind of clean that up reasonably well, but hasn't scored a lot of points thus far. There's a nice carve to snap from him, and then he's all surrounded by white water, and it's bumpy and lumpy. So just one kind of legit turn on that wave. Chico Alves, you've been pretty spot on with his scores throughout the day. Did we see 5.74 there?
Unfortunately for Hiroto, no. Fortunately for Joel, yes, we won't see that number that high. Just based on what we've seen throughout the whole heat, yeah, it was a hard wave to surf. Just a bit of a float there.
One of the bumpiest waves we've seen all event.
Yeah, the wave is going to get awarded for that. But yeah, just a cool snap there. But yeah, the potential of the wave wasn't really there. So he couldn't do much more than what he did, unfortunately. But yeah, a 4-4 for him. So 20 seconds to go. Let's see if Morgan can do something else. And this was draw behind on a frothy wave. Looks like he didn't do much. So with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, looks like we're all wrapped up here. We're going to count down. It looks like we're not going to see a ride for Morgan. So again, we're going to see another surfer, very highly rated. He's got qualification done before. We're going to see him bow out of competition here. And it's absolutely brutal on the Challenger Series. And we're mixing up in terms of these ratings. Loads of storylines. We'll break all those down for you in the Estrella Galicia post-show. Loads of talking points for another big day of competition, an eventful one. Plenty of swell throughout, but some holes and some inconsistent heats as well. And a little bit of luck as ever involved in making it through. When you're putting together powerful lines, as Ryan Huckaby did for that 7-5, then you're building a platform. So a little winner's debrief between Joel and Ryan as they make their way in. Pretty happy with the way things have gone. They're through to round of 16. And we'll keep going with our final heat of the day. It's going to feature Leo Fioravanti, Kai Odriozola, Miguel Pupo and Luca Messinas. We'll say thanks to Mikey Madonna for joining us for the call. Good luck in Brazil, mate. We'll bring in Monday for the call. More live action when we come back from break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back. There's Huck, the Huckaby. He's had an absolute tear all event. Hasn't won a heat on the Challenger Series until now. And then suddenly, sometimes that flick gets switched. It all comes together. And you can see how stoked he is. Really enjoying his surfing, enjoying his whole vibe, really. Big, tall surfer. Seems to really know his stuff, really knows his surfing. Been really articulate and enjoying himself and got the rewards it deserves. But we're going to push on. Another big heat. The last heat of the day, folks. I'm sorry to bring that bad news to you, but we've got to stop somewhere. And we've got a packed heat. Leonardo Fioravanti, the Italian CT surfer. Only 1 or 2 CT surfers. Meanwhile, also Luca Messinas, the Peruvian. He's up and riding. Swooping cutback. He's a technical, fine surfer. Good technique. He's driving down the line, waiting for an end section and belts it. And can't make it. Went too hard on the risk. That man is Miguel Pupo. Luca Messinas, Leo, and of course Kai Odriozola, the young bass surfer. So mix of both old school talent, some veterans,
some current CT assassins and some of the future of the sport, Chico Alves. So, yeah, really nicely poised, nicely weighted heat, I would say.
Yeah, amazing heat. We've got the new generation and then the veterans. So I think it's going to be a good testament for Caio Driozola if he can make some damage on this one, because there's some big names here, and it's not going to be easy heat, that's for sure. So as we see a bit of a paddle battle there behind, and I think we haven't seen Leo catch a wave, but I don't know why he doesn't have priority, actually.
Yeah, maybe a mistake was made there. Those two surfers just going, doesn't matter. Pupo uses his priority as well. Here he goes, Miguel. There's a nice big top turn. Second one, oh, so much spray. Wide stance, but still smooth with it. Little check turn to get around the section, but doesn't in that case. Miguel Pupo currently sitting in 6th spot on the Challenger Series rankings. His brother's in 2nd, trying to consolidate up into that upper echelon. So I tell you what, looking at the Challenger Series ratings, which I know you've been studying ferociously, Chico Alves, there's been a bit of movement in above the line in terms of you know, the top 10 rankings. We've lost Mikey McDonough, who was just in the booth then. We lost Alan Cleland, he got knocked out.
Jackson Bunch.
Jackson Bunch, Marco Migno. Hold that thought as you see the replay here of Miguel. And as we said, looked good at the start, but just ran away from him. 2 nice turns. I think he probably would have went a bit more big on that turn if he realised it was going to run out.
Maybe if he had finished that snap and he came off the bottom and waited, he would have finished really strong. So
yeah,
just maybe a misread there,
potentially, which is not like a Miggy Pupo, is it? So yeah, in terms of, let's go through this top 20 on the Challenge Series. Once it all sort of settles down a little bit out the back, here goes Leo. This is his wave. Oh, and there's a nice big turn in the pocket. Waited a little while for this one, but he's waited and he's got a nice little wave that tends to hug the reef. And there's a nice snap in the pocket. The CT surfers just a little bit more finesse, a little bit more aggression. That's a really strong start. Probably the best wave of the exchange. Yeah, so by my reckonings, Ian Gavea, well, he hasn't surfed. He's already qualified, so he didn't even come here. So he's out. George Patara is out. Miguel Pupo is in this heat. Jackson Bunch is out. Mikey McDonough is out. Alan Cleland is out. Migno, Lawler, Raposa, Walters, O'Hara, Wilcox, Earl Vincent, and Abelli. So by my reckoning, there's at least 15 or 14 of the top 20 surfers are not going to make it to the round of 16. So
Dele is in.
Yeah, Gatien made it. Yeah. So what we have is a massive scramble of that leaderboard. There's going to be some surfers coming from the lower ranks, sitting down in 20s and 30s that could potentially make a big mark on this. You know, so it's really open. Samuel Pupo looks kind of almost, so he has to make the quarterfinals. But yeah, the other ones, Alejo's looking strong, Emrod's looking good. From down there, below the 5 and 6, there's so much real estate starting to open up as we see Miguel just kick out of that one. So it's been really fascinating at some of those.
So guys like David, Joel, and Joel Bog, they're going to make big moves because they're sitting in just on those 20th positions, as you said. And if they keep going, they're going to actually get a lot of ground. Guys like Mateus sitting in 40. A lot of guys until the 40th position have lost. So yeah, that goes to show how competitive is the Challenger and how difficult is it to compete in Quebradillas.
Yeah, a combination of both. You know, you can got to find these waves and make your mark, but you get it wrong and you're out, and then suddenly people are there breathing down your neck, ready to really make you pay for it. So it's going to be fascinating. We've still got a big shakedown. We're only going into the round of 16. Well, round of 32, we're going to almost be there, but there's so many surfers now that have such a big prize on offer. Big chance to scream up that leaderboard, get in with a chance of Brazil, which yeah, will be amazing. Anyway, that's the bigger picture. Let's knuckle down on the small pitch, and that first wave coming in from Leo, a 7.33. So really, really solid, committed surfing from the Italian. And like Kanoa before him, the only two CT surfers, and one that is actually, you know, a big chance of going all the way. That's the other problem that some of these, you know, guys in the 30s and 40s have. They've got to come across, you know, the likes of Kanoa and Leo, you know, Samuel Pupo up there. So not easy, as we see the young bass surfer Kai up and riding. You know, young guy, such a bright future ahead of him. Really nerveless. There's a little squeeze in the pocket. Another one. Just needs a bit more amplitude on these turns. Gets the third one in. You could tell by his body language, just wanted a bit more from that. Like his confidence though. He's been working a long time with Zé Ziabra, who a bit of a legend in the Portuguese scene, and he's a pretty even-handed kind of a guy, and you know he teaches his kids to remain calm under most pressure situations. And Kai just getting a score. There's David Silva, the defending champion, carefully looking after his mate Pupo. They've travelled the world for the last 12 years together, been through all the ups and downs, and now with the prize so close to be back on that CT, you can see how nervous they are looking. Miguel got a 4.83 for one of his waves, his first wave, so solid, but not the start. Meanwhile, Luke has Messinas, the Peruvian, sticking to that blackboard. A smaller wave, but one that he hopes hugs the reef and rifles down the line. Good old lip line and gets a combo in. So a shorter wave, 3-turn combo. Really whip smart. Those last two had to come really quickly together. He ran out of room, managed to tag them. So again, good surfing, but not the kind of surfing that you think is going to get him past some of these experienced surfers like Miguel and Leo. He's got to really up his game a little.
Yeah, Lucas has been catching these kind of like inside ones and sitting deeper than everyone else. Every round he did that with Fred on the previous heat, and he's been surfing good, these runners, like the ones that start quite small and then they give you a bit of a steep section at the end. And as you said, on Kai's wave, you said there's a lack of amplitude, just because he was trying to just generate speed the whole wave. The wave was not really opening up and letting him come off the bottom and off the top. So just not the ideal wave to open up for Kai, but you got to start 3.33, and I think the number reflects that. Messinas 3.5 on that last, so Leo with priority 7.33, and with the chance here to really get himself on the drive seat of this one.
Yeah, he really likes to control these heats, doesn't he, Leo? That's his trademark. He comes out strong. He likes to get on the inside often in the heats, get a strong start, and then, you know, start to, you know, boss it about, basically. He's done that with a 7.33, a really strong number. Now he's got priority. So, yeah, he's in the driving seat. He won't get ahead of himself. But, yeah, right now it's kind of gone exactly as he would have wanted it to. He would have set a plan, and the plan right now, he's ticked most of the boxes. Just needs to back up that high number. And then it could be a case of just letting the other three scrap it out for that all in second place. You know, he's not as much on the line for him. So, Luca desperately trying to paddle in this one. He has done it. No small amount of effort. Now waiting for a bigger section, and you can just tell often you spend that amount of time trying to get into the wave. Often it's got a lack in a bit of energy, or you're in the wrong spot. But no harm, no foul. He is fourth on priority. He can get back out there, hopefully before a set comes. As well as maintained its sort of energy all day, hasn't it, Chico? Like, just never dip below that 3 to 4 foot range, and every now and again you get a couple of sort of heats, you know, every second heat where it kind of surges for 15 or 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's really sleepy. I feel like yesterday in the afternoon we saw the same. When it gets a bit late here in Portugal, the waves tend to kind of go to sleep a bit. We don't see those pulses like all the time. So
quite interesting stuff. But Lucas there, how good was that paddling technique? He put his head on the pillow like this, and he got it. Like,
yeah, he really did. Yeah.
Normally you see with the chin, like
down or the kicking.
Yeah, but he went like this, like on the side.
A rest.
If we can see the replay of that in and out, would be amazing. Just because of the paddling technique, we haven't seen a replay of a paddling technique that good. I don't know if we have many people that would be able to catch that wave, because that was really good paddling.
Elite level paddling. And he got into it. He's going to go again. Oh, he's looking at those little insiders. He's eyeing them off on the inside of that reef. Unfortunately for Messinas, not quite getting there. Made the Olympics this year to Tahiti and had that experience representing Peru. And, he's been on this sort of Challenger Series and qualifying series before that for probably at least 6 or 7 years. Here we go. Here's the paddling team. Talk me through it.
He was fine, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm not making it." Look, his head to the side, and he got that extra.
He did, unorthodox.
It was like avoiding the wind, you know, like when you're like
a cyclist.
Like, yeah, it was like just hiding from behind the nose of his board, and he made it. Like, so quite an interesting situation there. I know. There hasn't been a lot happening, but that paddle technique was
a bit of a highlight. A bit of a shows it's been a little bit of a slow heat.
Yeah.
When some of the highlights, including a man paddling very hard for a wave and putting his head on the pillow, but he's still in the mix. Odriozola, that lays a 3.33 for that one that he had to kind of push his turns through, as you said, generate his own speed. And so why? We're going to hope for a bit of a pulse towards the back half of this heat. While that's happening, we're going to go a short commercial break. Come back to the last 12 minutes of the last heat of the day at the EDP Ericeira Pro. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's still all going on. Welcome back, and we've got some action here in the water. We go back to Ericeira, and it is Kai Odriozola. First turn's important. Just gets a little bit hung up, drives around again for a second one, goes to the air, throws a bit of risk. Gromit not afraid to take it on, just couldn't quite land it. He's got a pretty good aerial game. Identified that section and thought, you know what, let's go for it. What went wrong with his last turn, Chico?
I think he did everything right. I like the carve. And then he was like, okay, I've got one more opportunity. I think
he didn't do everything right because he fell off.
No, it's just like the landing there is just hard just because of the white water. There's a lot of water moving, and this is Miguel's wave. Bit of a float. Nice float there, really lofty there over that section. So he's carrying a lot of speed. I think he's going to go big here. Nice turn there by Miguel. Big turn, throw the fins out. Smooth surfing by Miguel. As we see David Silva and Pupo there, Samuel stoked for his brother. And we saw a bit of, we see the replay there of of Leo's wave, winding off the top, and bang, huge turn by Leo Fioravanti there. That was really athletic, Ben.
It was a strange, like a different maneuver, isn't it? Hangs it up for this first one. You know, it's all about finishing, but he just throws a bit of risk, whips it around. It's like a layback, but there the board goes out and he just manages to hang on. That's all that core work, all that strength. And we talked about being in the driver's seat. Well, he backed up a 7.33 with that wave, so he's good. There's a nice swooping carve from Luca, and another more spray. He's got his zone on here, and a third one. He's going to hope to finish it off here with a big one, and he does. That is good surfing from the Peruvian. So we've caught fire. And speaking of people catching fire, Semi Pupo is down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, well, we're up in the athlete area. Miguel just did a wave. Do you think he got the score?
It's still early in the heat a little bit, but I feel like that wave was really important for him to get in the heat, you know, have a good score to work out the last part of the heat. And it's going to be a tight one, I think. Luca just did a pretty good wave, and hopefully Miggy can get another wave and get a big score.
Who's more nervous, you or him?
Oh, me for sure. It's a lot harder to be out here than to be surfing for sure. So all his heats are pretty tough to watch. He's a really calm guy, waits a lot for his waves. But it mostly works out, so let's go.
I've never seen you this nervous. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's true. It's harder when you're watching. You can't, it's out of your control, obviously. See Leo and Miggy talking about their last waves. He's a calm type of a guy, says his brother, who knows him better than anybody. And his point was just getting back in the game is important for Miggy at this stage, Chico. No more than that, just trying to build a platform to maybe, you know, the next one's going to be important.
Yeah, he got a 6.5, and Luca will improve for sure. That was the best wave he got, the whole heat. So it was right there in the mix, as his brother said. 6.5, it's a good number for Miguel. And if we think that we have someone that can improve a 4.83, it's Miguel for sure. So Leo there with only 2 waves, and a 7.33 and a 6.77, and Lucas 5.67.
Yeah, 5.67 for Luca. I thought it might have been a bit higher, but again, talking about being in that driver's seat. We talked about Leo. Now he's got 2 of the highest scoring waves of the heat. He's got priority again. So he's just put some daylight between him and the opponents. Meanwhile, Messinas just keeps swinging. Tags it off the top. Second turn doesn't exist. Meanwhile, the heat leader is shrouding through the first section. Wave selection's been impeccable. Hasn't made any mistakes. Trying to improve on a 6.77 here, and that ain't going to do it. So that's probably the first little tiny misstep. But the experienced Italian knows how to win out here. He's got a pretty good handle on the account. It's all about this second place. All about the chance to get up into the round of 16, make some serious moves on this Challenger Series leaderboard. Pupo already in the top 10. You know, you can start to taste that dream. And he's really got a hold on it. He's in second spot. Messinas now just needing a 5.67. The young bass surfer is the one that needs a couple of big scores. He hasn't been able to get any sort of serious purchase in this heat. 7 minutes on the clock. Those Brazilians aren't going to be any less nervous now. He's got the score, which is great, but he knows that Messinas is breathing down his neck, needing a relatively small number. There he is, you can see him. I mean, just the body language a bit there, that a bit fidgety. It's a bit hard to hear what's going on, I think, for Miggy. That southwest breeze has picked up. And Miggy just heard, hopefully, he got a 6.5. And we're going to go through with 7 minutes. Well, 6 minutes 45 remaining. A bit of a recap how we got here. It's been about Leo from the start. He's just been too good, too strong.
Yeah, he just posted a big number to start this one off. A 7.33. Started off with a carve, then sets it up. The rest of the wave just clinical. Leo being Leo, that snap there looked good. And these last few turns, bang. Nice turn again. So Leo just connecting all the dots. He knows this wave well, and it's just too easy for him to get scores going. And he did his Ryan Huckaby impression as well.
Yeah, so. You got the Huckaby hack.
Yeah, Huckaby hack on this one. And Miguel, 6.5 on this one. I love the lofty float. Look at this. He kind of did like a float with an air coming back towards the wave and bangs it. So
yeah, he covered so much territory for that last turn, did he? And then just suddenly release. Still got the capacity to surprise as the Brazilian veteran. Can whip it up fast when you least expect it. And that got him back into the all-important second place. We've got Luca now chasing a 5.67. Kai Odriozola in 4th place, sending a big number. Pupo has priority though, which is a nice position to be in. Hasn't really, although the whole priority, Luca Messina's taken an approach of just taking any wave he can get, isn't he? Hasn't been too worried about priority, Chico.
Yeah, he's kind of like flying under priority, trying to get those numbers under everyone's eye, and it has been working for him until now, but looks like now he needs to kind of like settle in and really wait for a good one. This looks like a good one for Miguel.
So here goes Miguel Pupo. Coming down the line, first turn is a pretty trademark turn from Miggy. Nice little check turn on the second one. Now he starts sort of S-turning, waiting for the wave and the potential for the final re-entry on the inside. Bides his time. There's another top turn, and he's going to try and finish off with one. So just pretty, that's the experience right there. Silva and Sammy like it. Not the most unbiased of fans, but I'll tell you what, they know it's cool. They think he's improved that 4.83, don't they? They're pretty positive that he's probably just improved his score and made life a bit harder for Luca. Has he though, Chico? Has he?
Yeah, I think so. This first turn was massive, was really explosive. He blew the fins out. Then he connected all the dots really, just really smooth Pupo, you know. This is what he does. That's why he's a former CT surfer, and he's that good. And yeah, I think he will improve. If by a lot, I don't know, but I think he's going to come into the 5 range, something like that.
He's won a CT, didn't he? One in Chopu.
Yeah, look at this turn. Oh, that's a pretty cool maneuver. Really technical, and really stylish surfer. He does everything.
Does everything.
No, makes everything look easy.
He really does. Yeah, his technique's so good, isn't he? There's no rough edges.
He's kind of like the Machado from my generation. You know?
Yeah, I reckon so. Brazilian Machado. I remember, a long time ago, I remember when Mick Fanning won his world title at Pipe, that big day, and was smacking 15, 10-foot pipe. And the first time I came over the hill and saw someone sailing into like a 10 to 12-foot perfect pipe, came around, and it was Miggy Pupo. And at that stage, he was known as a great surfer, but didn't really, no one sort of understood just how good he was in those type of waves as well. So, like most of those Brazilians, he's so well-rounded. He can handle 10-foot pipe. He's won at Chopu. And you put him in 3-foot or 4-foot right-hand points, he's bang on. And there's the ranking. So he's down there in 6th. If he can get through this, he's going to just improve that score. So Jackson Bunch, he's ahead of him already. He got a 5.17 for that one. So Jackson Bunch has gone out of this event. George Patia has gone as well. So there's still room to make up. See Leo, he's just got out of there. That's pretty sort of, I reckon that's a cool move from Leo Fioravanti. He's not in the Challenger Series rankings. He's not involved. Down there, though, there's the rest of them. Migno in 11th, he's out. As I said, Jordan Law, he's gone. Repose is gone. David Silva's still in it. Hiroto is out of the event. Joel Vaughan could make up some progress, as with Galton Delia. Jacob Wilcox had one of the worst heats of his whole career. So he's going home, and Dakota Walters also out, same with Joe Vassell. So a lot of those Aussies especially are all gone. There's so much movement left to come, and if you can
Which is quite weird for the wave. Usually they do really well in Ericeira.
Yeah, they do. There's still a couple left, and they'll be dangerous, but it's been a bit of a massacre of the young, fresh Australian talent. We had Mikey McDonough in here. He won that event in Challenger Series, couldn't get off to a better start, and since then really struggled to make his mark. But that's what Sammy Pupo, you just can't watch. He's so nervous. He knows that last wave was a 5.17, but now Luca Messinas just needs a 6. And he's, I think Sammy Pupo's probably seen those sets out the back. Knows that there's waves coming. Kai has priority. Messinas now just chasing a 6.01. From the very inside is Leo.
just seeing whether someone will get, and here he goes. This was one of those waves. It just looks like it's going to run up. He just went for a bit of a fin release, came off, so that's not going to do anything. Meanwhile, Miguel going again. I'm not sure where Luca is, but Miggy firing up. Little check turn on his first one. Very aggressive. That second one hasn't got much either. Third turn, a bit more aggressive, a bit more dynamism, but it just feels so far this wave's not going to improve his score. Goes for a quick little whip, gets it done, but yeah, that wave, maybe you're blocking the putt. Now Miggy has to wait. 30 seconds you've got, Samuel, before your heartbeat goes down to a steady rate. Luca Messinas, for a guy who's been so active all heat, he's caught at least 8 waves, 7 waves in his layout. He's not going to have much to say about that. He's had a really strong, consistent heat, just laid the plan early and stuck to it and done well. This wave is not going to be a counter. And just flying through the soup, goes for a spin to win. He's already won, and that looks like Pupo has got through, so settle the nerves. Another big step towards CT qualification for the veteran Brazilian goofy footer. The Brazilians like it. They've had a good day, the Brazilians. They've surfed a lot of heats and a lot of heat wins. A lot of them are a bit closer to that CT dream. That man there, another really consummate professional performance from Leo Furavanti. So he goes into the round of 16. You see, looks like Miggy's getting the lift in. He's not going to bother paddling in. And yeah, that's a wrap for the day. We've seen 6 heats of the round of 32. A couple left. We've just run out a bit of time here at the moment. So I'm going to go to the Australia Galicia post show after this. There's a lot to unravel in what has been an incredible day of waves. We had a bit of a fog issue early on. We had to wait around, and then as soon as that fog lifted, the swell came in. We were able to surf right through the high tide, and we had so many great waves. We're going to unpack it all right after this. We're going to a short commercial break and come back with the Australia Galicia post show just after this.
very good evening and welcome into the Estrella Galicia post show from the EDP Ericeira Pro. And a big day from Ribeira Dilas once again. The swell didn't disappoint. Big performances going down. Some upsets as well. I reckon there'll be some sort of slightly awkward vibes at dinner tonight, boys. Not amongst us, just amongst some of our crews here with the coaches and some of the people that got out, some of the personnel we lost.
No friends on tour. Well, there is friends on tour, but once you get in that water, yeah, it breaks down. So just, we had 14 heats. By the mass is going to be, 28 guys are out of the event, and some of them are hanging out. Some of them have been training together, travelling together. But that's just the nature of the game. It's brutal, this sport, and the Challenger Series especially.
Benz, you've been out and about today asking the big questions. Vibes down there amongst the surfers?
Oh, it's been a battle of attrition, like the 3-4 hour fog hold to start the day. Ryan Huckaby surfed twice, had to wait, and then come back and do it all again. Some guys enjoy that kind of stuff, some don't. And yeah, plenty of waves. Plenty of people still complaining they didn't quite get the opportunity. Yeah, it's a really mixed atmosphere amongst the competitors. Great atmosphere on the beach. It's been pumping.
You've had a really good show, picking through some of the absolute highlights and the biggest storylines. Wrapping up that round of 64, that last heat in that round featured some heavy hitters. Let's take a look and remind ourselves exactly what went down. But so much talent out in the water. 4 doesn't go into 2 as a sum, I don't think. So it's going to be tough.
Yeah, exactly. It's always the case. And, this last heat of the day, just done a little recap. And this Samuel Pupo, he's had the highest heat total average of all the surfers on the Challenger Series. He only needs to make the quarterfinal to get the CT qualification sorted. And I tell you what, I can't see anyone stopping him. He's just surfing so strong, so fast. He's a point above everyone else, and he looks great.
Yeah, Benz, you did the post heat in this, and Mateus was like, I can't believe I got 2 8s. I didn't do enough turns.
I've never seen a guy so unimpressed with himself after an excellent heat total. But yeah, even I think his first wave might have had a big air on it, and he's like, yeah, I don't know why I gave me an 8 for that one.
Yeah, well, I do. Just he was going absolutely ham. That was a big rotation. And a massive claim as well. Wait, it's like the claim if we look on to his... I
wanted to ask him about that because I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I loved it.
We don't know what it is, but we know we like it.
Yeah. Oh, huge rap for that one.
I like the length of the claim, just in pure terms of time. It was he brings so much spark, and not just in his surfing, but his presence. He's charismatic, that guy. I love having him around.
I had a good look at his board. He's without sponsors at the moment. He has a big love heart drawn where normally you'd have like a sticker or something, which I thought was kind of a bit cheeky.
Yeah,
good on him.
That's nice.
It's got 3 words written too across the board. It's like visualization, relaxation, and something else, Asian. And he's obviously in a good spot. He's pretty calm. And then when he's got that pop and that rotation, he's dangerous. Maybe rotation. Yeah, that's what it was.
All right, well, getting into our second big storyline from the day, talking about big dogs from the CT and ones that spend a lot of time right here in Ericeira, Portugal. It's epic to have Kanoa Igarashi here. And he didn't just come to make up the numbers, boys. He came to perform and deliver, and he smashed massive numbers out.
Yeah, it's just that element of once the CT guys with experience and class start to find the waves they need, you get surfing like this, really calm, considered, and then they just know when to release. And David Silva, the defending champion, he looks so strong. He had a few little moments where some serves needed scores, but every time there was a bit of an opening, he shut the door pretty quick. So yeah, really impressive. But this guy, wow. We've seen it before, but it's always great to see it again.
Yeah, showing the benefit of surfing with no pressure whatsoever. Kanoa's here more in a demonstration example than anything else, and just surfing free and easy, and it was a real step up in performance once he took to the water. A lot of these waves, his turns just got better and bigger as he worked his way down the line, and the judges loved it.
Yeah, and we saw David Silva fight back. Kanoa had a couple of 8s, so it was all about this second spot, and as I said, every time there was a little bit of doubt, Silva would just come back, he picked the right wave, didn't make mistakes, he's got that in him, just that spray off the back, he liked it. The brains trust liked it, and then it was a bit of a ding-dong battle. Every time Silva did something, Kanoa Igarashi would just come back and do something better.
Yeah, real sort of contrast to styles. It just goes to show different approaches can still get rewarded from our panel. Igarashi just literally showing why he is a world-class performer. And he loves the challenger surf in this wave. I think that's an important part as well. It's not just the fact that he's here to compete, wants to get that jersey on, but he actually really relishes the challenger surf in Ribeira. And I suppose there's a little bit of everything. We like to make those comparisons with other ways around the world, but he's finding different things to find motivation. I guess that's the key to success. Already thinking about next year kicking off.
Yeah, he likes to test himself, doesn't he, really, Kanoa? And, you know, he's not surfing in this for rating points. He's not surfing in it for the money. He's surfing it for motivation and for his own self. So, yeah, it's always good that he's come out and trying to find a way to unpick the lock.
Another surfer who's not really here to collect the points, just here to do damage and, of course, entertain us. Winner of the last heat, Leo Fioravanti, standing by for an interview with Joanna.
Yeah, guys, first heat of the day, of the morning, last heat of the day. I mean, how do you stay focused and ready to go?
I didn't think about that, but yeah, it's been a long day. This morning we started off with the fog, so I had to reset a few times. And then I had a good break in between the first heat and my last heat. So I went and had some lunch with some friends and my fiance, my brother and everything, and back at work for the end of the day. And, you know, I love Ribeira. I love this place. So I'm stoked to be back here.
Can you compare notes between your first heat and your last heat?
Well, the first heat I finished really good, but my start wasn't so good. So I really wanted to focus on getting a better start. And I'm quite happy that I was able to do that. Starting on a 7, and conditions are pretty tricky, but I think it was a pretty good day at Ribeira, and I heard Jorgen Cousinet today say it was the best day ever at Ribeira. I don't know if it was the best day at Ribeira, but it was a pretty good day.
Good day for him, good day for you, good day for everyone.
Exactly, beautiful day, and we'll be back tomorrow.
That's right, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Boys, Leo, Kanoa, who's better?
At surfing?
Yeah.
Oh, well, on the rankings, I think Kanoa just topped him on the CT rankings, not by a whole lot. So based on 2024 performance, I'd give the edge just to Kanoa. But, yeah, there's not much between them. They're both world-class athletes. And when they're on form, yeah, it's probably a hair between them.
I'd say on Olympic medals, probably Kanoa. He's got a silver versus nothing. And on championship tour victories, I'd say Kanoa. He's won Bali. Leo's made a semi.
Yeah, it's epic.
Maybe.
It's epic to have them both here. Let's dive into our top 5 moments of the day. Big storylines going down. We talked about how high the stakes are. And when our surfers are challenged, it's all about how their response comes. And our first moment, well, something of an upset here. This was tough for the local crowd.
Yeah, Federico Moraes just coming from up the road down near Cascais where he lives. But obviously he's surfed a million heats here at Ribeira over the years, and unfortunately bowing out in the round of 64. Went down swinging, but just couldn't quite sneak into one of those top 2 positions. Has not been his year on the challenges this year.
Yeah, number 4, we see another elimination. So some of the big dogs, and this is Alan Cleland, won US Open in the top 10 rankings on the Challenger Series, coming with a fair bit of hype, expectations, and unfortunately, Baal just couldn't quite deliver today. He thought this wave might suit his style, but unfortunately, he's out, and he's Gondi.
All right, number 3, this whole day was bookended by a pair of Leo Fioravanti performances. He came second in his opening heat this morning, and then he just finished off the day with the win over Miguel Pupo, Luca Messinas and Kai Ericeira, and was looking pretty sharp. And much like Kanoa Igarashi, surfing without any pressure whatsoever and just showing the class that has seen him compete at the highest level for a number of years. And, just getting some good reps in here at Ribeira. Boards are looking sharp underfoot. And Leo, as always, loving his time here in Portugal.
Yeah, number 2, well, we see Matias Hurdy, a Brazilian, warming up there, and you can see why he needs to do some stretches, because I tell you what, once he starts to get going here, mixed up the rail work, there's a nice finish turn and deals with the lumps and bumps. He liked that, and then once he got his confidence up, never a massive problem with Matias, to be fair, but he just started going to the air. That section was just a ramp. He was never going to look that in the eye. Does a big spin to win, claims it, and Matias Hurdy looking dangerous.
And the highlight of the day, Kanoa Igarashi, all class in the round of 32. Run us through it, Paul.
Igarashi, just smooth as you like on a rail. And he did all of this. He dropped these massive numbers without really looking like he's particularly breaking into a sweat.
You feel like he just enjoys being dominant out on the water in any kind of heat, any kind of level, really. Just feels like one of those competitive animals, Kanoa, and obviously it helps when you surf like he does as well. So really just showing his quality and sort of setting a marker and going, all right, everyone, this is the standard. Who can match me? Who can possibly go past me? We'll find out in the next couple of days.
You want to make the CT? This is what you're going to be up against every single heat.
Interesting also to see how many airs went down today. I can't remember a day where we've seen so many. It was really dynamic. It was epic to see. However, our wave of the day just featured a big, beautiful running wave. And the type of surfing, really, which we come to appreciate at a wave like this, is one of our surfers we've been sort of gushing quite a bit about his technique. Taro Watanabe, middle name's Kelly Slater, and he dropped a massive number for this. Got a 9, and he just tore it all the way down the point, really.
Yeah, he's, you know, it's often talked about his style and what he does, and you can see it here. He's just a really point of difference from a lot of his surfers. He's got a like really signature style, and then you can see him just sort of warming up. I thought it's like an extended Malibu wave where he's sort of grown up surfing. Those knees stay together, and he just starts unwinding and unleashing, and each turn got better. And even when he was in the booth, he's saying, well, I wasn't quite sure what the score was, but he did have the Aussies cheering him on, which is always a sign, and then a great finish. So just smooth rail work, not a single sort of, you know, rough edge, and a 9-point ride. And yeah, that man is such a great surfer to watch. It's so good to have him in the competitive ranks, on the rocks, doing what it takes to see his face. Incredible surfing from Taro.
Very entertaining indeed, and an understated guy. We had him up here in the studio, and he was saying, you know, he wasn't even really aware what the score was going to be. He was actually quite surprised himself to hear it go at 9. But I tell you what, the rankings are shaken up a little bit, boys. Let's have a look at our live rankings updated as of that last heat we just ran and see exactly where we are with things. That's why we're here, essentially. It's good to see the entertaining performances, the big numbers, but it's all about getting inside that top 10 for the boys and top 5 for the women. Let's have a look at the men here, Ben.
Yeah, so these top 10, just going through it, see that Mikey McDonough, there's a little red flag next to him. He's gone down. Groggy's still in, but Cleland's out. Jackson Bunch is out. Pupo's still in. Patar's out. So, yeah, there's some sort of spots opening up in there right now. Those numbers, those spots, you can scratch them out. Edgar Groggy is probably the biggest move, up to number 9. And he was out of the top 10, and he's still in the event, so he's looking dangerous for me.
Yeah, this is just who's inside the top 10, but also lurking behind as well, and some surfers looking to make up ground. What an opportunity to do it here, particularly when we're seeing some surfers fall out of that top 10 here. Our surfers moving up. Binzi, what are you seeing here?
Well, we saw David Silva last year stake his claim for the championship tour right here at Ribera, and he's doing it again in 2024. A big mover today, and getting the impression he's not done yet either. Joel Vaughan, that was a great performance that he'll be thrilled with. Jacob Wilcox, Dakota Walters, and Jarvis Earl, not a great day for some of the Aussie stars.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, all those guys above Joel Vaughan, a lot of them are out, a lot of the guys below are out, so those two can make some serious marks in just this week, and then still have Brazil to maybe do a final push to the CT, which would be a pretty big upset, really.
Well, a couple more days of competition here at Ribera. The good news is we're still expecting swell. I think it's maybe dropping a bit by the end of the week, but we're going to come back tomorrow, and we're still pretty confident about having a bit of size in the water and a bit of power, hopefully enough waves for everyone to showcase what they can do. We're going to have a 7:30 call for potential 8:05 start. Does that sound good, lads?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I just think we should.
Okay?
7:30 is the goal now. Let's just stick to it. And it's working, Paulie.
Good work. Well, one of you's done good work. Who feels that they deserve a zero alcohol beer? Well done, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers to you, mate. Ben, check you later. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We're sending out some highlights. WorldSurfLeague.com. Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.